Crazy contraptions, fantastic farms, beautiful builds and dancing villagers? This video has it all thanks to the Create mod. Create is hands down the best Minecraft mod. It adds so much to the game for both technical and building players, including exciting new ways to farm and transport items, as well as making your worlds feel more immersive and interesting. From power sources like water wheels, windmills and boilers to tunnel bores, elevators and even vehicles, and it now has so many add-ons that expand and enhance its features you can pretty much do anything. The FXNT Create 2 mod pack I've put together features a whole bunch of other mods too, and you can download it right now from CurseForge. It includes technical mods for storage and farming, a whole bunch of decorative mods for building, and a whole bunch of quality of life and performance mods too. Over the next 1,000 days I'll be transforming this desert island, as well as the one next to it, into a beautiful home and a beautiful village, both with farms and features to give me everything I'll need for the perfect start to this world. Let's create. Welcome to a brand new world on a brand new mod pack called FXNT Create 2, which you can download from CurseForge and play along. The seed I'm using for this world is that one in the bottom corner there, and we have arrived on this little deserted island with really not a great deal on it other than some of those hermit crabby things and some nice looking trees. It's a relatively remote island, and I think it looks great for a starter island, although it might be lacking a few important resources, such as food. Food's going to be quite a difficult thing to get here unless I fancy going fishing, but before I go fishing I need to chop down some trees and get myself some tools. And there we go. Our first tree is mined. I want to leave these trees on here because I quite like these, but fortunately for us there's a bunch of birch around here that we can get. And now that I've got access to... Ooh, what's this? We've got some coconut shells. What can I do with those? I guess I maybe can eat it? I can. Oh, that's handy. Huh. Well, we got free food here as well. Oh, look, there's some more over here. Oh, this is good. And you get a coconut husk at the end of it as well. Wonderful. Anyway, I need to make a craft... That's not a crafting table. There we go, finally. Jeez. Give me loads of wood. Give me some sticks. Give me a shovel. And a pickaxe as well. Is that another one just drop? Okay, right, they just drop. Right. Huh, I wonder what that noise was. That's fine. Right, okay, now we got a shovel. It's time to head somewhere where I don't want to make a mess from, get underground and start doing some digging. But before I do digging, I should really think about getting some food. And food's going to be tricky because I haven't got any string, although these coconuts keep dropping, so maybe we'll be okay. I don't think they fill your hunger up too much though. But what we can do is use a little bit more of these sticks, make ourselves a sword and go sea fishing. There's a whole bunch of fish down here. Come here, little fishes. Oh, look, a dolphin. Come to say hello. Hello, my friend. Oh, look, a crab claw and coconuts. What can I do? Can I eat it? No, I can't eat it. But what can I do with it? I can make 2 crab claws. What does it do? You can put efficiency on it, on breaking, mending. What? Soulbound? Is it like a pickaxe? Huh. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that, but while I'm here, we'll collect a couple more coconuts, and we are pretty good for food right now, so I guess I should be getting underground and doing some of that. Oh, hang on. Wait. Getting underground and doing some of that digging. And I was going to say this is a good place to start, but I'm not sure it is because of all the water. What's this, though? What can I do with that? It's a seashell, obviously. Can I eat it? I can make sand castles, and I can turn them into fancy blocks as well. But I want to make a sand castle. Okay, we just need a little bit of sand. This is fine. We're going to be digging up this beach anyway in order to go mining in a minute, so a bit of sand's not going to hurt. Let's put down our crafting table. Let's do what it just told me to do. And there we go. We've made a sand castle. That's amazing. I'm so impressed. Jeez. Right, anyway, sandcastles are not helping me do mining, so let's pick up my crafting table and get myself some stone and stuff that I'm gonna... Oh, jeez, I better not dig down under there. Let's head in a little bit and then do some digging so that we... Oh, coconuts. Here we go. This is where we're gonna dig. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine. There's not gonna be any problems at all. Ah, there we go. We've found some stone. Hurrah! Right, okay, we can get ourselves equipped with a furnace then and some Really? Really? Why's everything gotta be wet, mate? Oh, jeez. In terms of smelting, we need to put our fish in here, and I guess the best way of cooking these is gonna turn those into slabs, I think, and do that. That should be good. And while that's cooking, I'm going to take me coconuts and head back down here and see how this crab claw gets on at digging this stone. Very slowly. Okay, crab claw's not a good idea. Stone pickaxe it is then. Let's do this. Oh, it's wet again! Wow, these coconut slices really don't do a great deal. I can make a tropical stew might be good if I got some crab meat. That's a naked crab! Come back here, I need your meat! It just gave me a claw. Huh. Do I have to kill you with something? No, you gave me... Oh, you're using coconuts for your shells. Look at how good... They're running off. Come back. You just gave me claws as well. I don't want claws, I want crab meat. Oh, jeez. Oh, I have to cook the claw to get the crab. Right, we got this. How hard could it be? Take out the fish, put in the crab claw. I can't stack them, so I'll have to do one at a time, I guess. There we go. Right, okay, let's make some delicious foods. There we go, tropical stew. We got 3 of them. We got 11 fish. I got a handful of tools. It must be time for a mining montage. Need more wood. But before I go on a mining montage, I need a little bit more wood so that I can take it down the mines with me in order to make things like torches and stuff if I ever find coal. And there we go. I think that's all of the smelly birch ones gone. We've got plenty of wood now. Now it's time for a mining montage. And while in-game me is doing some super speedy mining, editor me is going to tell you all about the mods featured in this series. This time we're running on Fabric rather than Forge for a bunch of reasons, and of course this is still heavily focused on Create and a bunch of its add-ons. So let's start with what's the same. I've kept what I consider the core mods to this series, including Create Crafts and Additions, Create Deco, Create Diesel Generators, Create Enchantment Industry, Create Bells and Whistles, and Create Steam and Rails. We've also still got Carry On, Chipped, Applied Energistics 2, Farmer's Delight, Free Cam, FXNT Bits and Bobs, Immersive Paintings, Nature's Compass, Sophisticated Backpacks, Choice Theorems, Overhauled Village, Tectonic, Time Control, Trowel, Vein Mining, Waystones, and Zeros Minimap and World Map. But which mods have been removed since last season? Well, some of these I've removed by choice, some just didn't have Fabric alternatives, and some, like Create Slice and Dice, just weren't compatible with the other mods in this pack. Starting with Create Slice and Dice, Create Stuff and Additions, Create The Factory Must Grow, Traveller's Backpack, Supplementaries, More Villagers, Alex's Caves, William Withers Overhauled Overworld, Better Village, Bio Makeover, Dungeons and Taverns, Illager Invasion, Tidal Towns, and Towns and Towers. Jeez. I've also swapped out a few mods for some Fabric alternatives, and those include swapping out the Construction one for Building ones, Torchmaster for Magnum Torch, Alex's Mobs for Naturalist, Framed Blocks for Templates 2, Storage Drawers for Tom's Simple Storage, and the Gravestone mod for Your Engraved Danger. And finally, I've added a bunch of new mods to this season's pack, and those include Create Copycats Plus, Create New Age, Let's Do Bakery, Brewery, and Vinery, Better End and Better Nether, Botany Pots, Comforts, Decorative Blocks, Diagonal Walls, Fences and Windows, Display Case Mod, Ecologics, Friends and Foes, Handcrafted, Isometric Renders, a bunch more of the Macaw's mods, Mini Hood, Nifty Carts, Replay Mods, Straw Statues, and of course Create Storage, which is my brand new mod, and you can check that out in my previous video. And there's a whole bunch more quality of life and performance mods too. If you want a full list, then you can check that out on my Discord, or you can just search for FXNT Create 2 on CurseForge and download it for yourself. Well, that was quite the haul, although I'm pretty short on food again now. As you can see, I got a whole bunch of different kinds of blocks, and I even got a few shinies, 12 diamonds, a bunch of iron, some redstone, lapis, and all of this good stuff. I even found some of this magnetite stuff, which is from Create New Age for making, well, power and stuff like that. But before we get carried away with Create stuff, I need to make some Create stuff. You see, in order to make a bed and have somewhere to sleep, I'm going to be heading over to that little island over there, which is full of trees and grass, and I'm hoping there might be some sheep on it too. But the main reason I'm going over there is because I want to chop down a whole bunch of that wood, so I've got some building materials. And in order to chop down wood, I don't want to be using this rubbish little stone axe. I mean, I could use some of those diamonds I've just got, but it would be much more effective to make some Create things. This is a Create Let's Play after all. The first thing I'm going to need is a hand crank, so I'm going to need some andesite alloy, and to get that I just need some andesite and iron, or andesite and zinc. And it just so happens I picked up a whole bunch of zinc. I'm going to save my iron for later, but I do need to smelt this down. I don't have much coal though, so I'm going to use the little bit of wood that we've got left, turn that into a bunch of slabs, shove it in there, and take that iron out and put some of this zinc in instead. In fact, we'll have some of that in there as well. I also got some thorium, which is from Create New Age, and apparently use that to make heat pumps and crush it into radioactive thorium and nuggets of experience and things, and you can even mix it together and make thorium. Oh, you can double it up. Right, okay, gotcha. So let's grab a little bit of this zinc out of here, turn it into some nuggets, and now we should be able to make a reasonable amount of andesite alloy. Now we need to get a little bit more wood, make some planks, put one of those there, and we've got a hand crank. But now we need a mechanical saw, and that requires andesite casing and pressed iron, or iron sheet. And I don't have a press. And a press is an iron block, more andesite casing, and some shaft, which is more andesite alloy. So let's make some shafts, strip down a little bit of this wood, and turn it into some andesite casing, grab myself an iron block, and make myself a handy press. And if I stick my press above this crafting... No, that's not ideal, no. If I put a block here then, and then stick my press on there, and then get rid of that block, stick on my little hand crank, and throw down a few pieces of iron, I can now make myself some pressed iron. And there we go, we've got pressed iron now, which means we can craft a mechanical saw. And now all I need to do is munch on a bunch of these coconuts and go and destroy some of those trees. However, there's one more thing I need. If we do find any sheep, we might as well shear them rather than kill them, and then we can go back and get more. I'm going to need my handle as well. And let's do this. That island is quite far away. I'm going to need a boat, as I've decided. I should just about have enough wood left to make myself a boat. There we go, a nice birch boat. And now here we go. And look at all of those wonderful trees. We got oak, we got birch. I don't really want birch. I'm not seeing any sheep, though. Got pumpkins? That could be useful. Let's go to where the pumpkins are. Yoink! Okay, right. First of all, I'm going to have a little bit of a scout round this little island and see if we can find any animals. And if we can't find any animals, then I should just start chopping down trees. What is that? A wild boar? Oh, jeez. I hope they're friendly. You're not sheep, though, mate. I could really do with some sheep in this forest. There's a mushroom, though. I'll take it. Oh, more mushrooms. And some wild onions. I'll take those as well. But seemingly no sheep. However, if I look on the map, I can see there's a whole bunch of sheep over here, as well as some bees, rabbits, and skeletons underground. Hey, they are. We found sheep. Wow, and quite a lot of sheep. And a few more mushrooms as well. What was that? What is that? Is that a beaver? It's a lizard, apparently. It's a big lizard. Jeez. Now, it might be a good idea to get rid of a few of these sheep, because I am going to be hungry. Sorry, guys. Kind of want to know what's inside that lizard. There's two of them. I need to see your insides. I got... What? It did what? Stop it. Stop it. I don't like it. It's freaking me out. Why is the lizard's tail... Jeez. Okay, right. That was interesting. Oh, a waystone. That'll come in handy. I'll take it. More sheep. Bit of rabbit. Lovely. Right, now I'm starving to death. I should probably go home and cook some of this meat so that I've actually got enough energy to chop these trees down. But before I go home, I'm wondering what wild boar to... Oh, chickens. This island's got everything. Maybe I should have lived here. What do you got, mate? Oh, they run away. They're not... Oh, they don't even hurt. I'm sorry. Bacon. Okay. There's a bear? Can you eat a bear? Will the bear kill me? There's only one way to find out. Yeah, he's a pretty angry bear, and he does a lot of damage, but he didn't survive long against my iron sword. He didn't drop anything either, though. Apparently, there's a dog here as well, but I haven't got any bones. We'll go home, get bones, cook my dinner, come back, get a dog, and then I'll get wood. And while I'm swimming back to my boat, I might as well get some kelp. That's going to come in handy for create. So now that I'm home and I've got my dinner on the oven, we've got our waystone down, all I need to do is craft myself a little sleeping bag, and that's me sorted for sleep. I don't even need wood to turn it into a bed. I'm going to eat my last tropical stew. Wow, that filled up a lot of hunger. I just heard a witch. There's a witch in my hole. This is no, thank you. No witches. So now that I've got a decent supply of food on the go, there's one more thing I wanted to do. I'm pretty sure I saw a shipwreck kicking around here somewhere. There it is, look. It is quite deep down though, but it might be worth a quick investigate to see if we can get a treasure map or anything useful. Okay, here we go. Oh, there's a chest just there, look. Oh, and it's full of rope and wheat and rotten flesh and tomato seeds. Could be helpful. But will there be another chest inside there? I don't think there will. I think that one only had one chest. and have a quick look. Might be another one in here, but I don't think so. No, it's too full of gravel. Okay, let's get out of here. And let's go get myself some wood and maybe even a dog, if he's still there. And there he is. There's still a dog. There's 2 dogs. I've only got 2 bones, though. And he's eating the sheep. That's okay. You don't look quite so vicious. Please be my friend. He was! Instantly. Will you be my friend as well? Hello there. I got a bone, look. I got 2 friends. Both of them on the first go. Oh, it's destiny. It's meant to be. And there's a deer. Oh, look at that. Wow, what a majestic looking deer. What do you do? I need you. No, come back. I need you. Come here. Here we go. Oh, deer meat. Venison. Yes, deer meat. That's what I said. Well, I need to stop messing about chasing chickens and deers and taming dogs and start getting rid of some of this wood. So I guess it's probably time-lapse time again. Let's do this. There we go. I've got a reasonable amount of wood now, a whole bunch of leaves for decoration, but I'm slightly concerned. Throughout that, this dog was following me around loads. He's going to need a name, by the way. But the other dog appears to have totally gone missing, and I've got no idea where it is. Perhaps the replay will help me out when I edit that later. But, yeah, other dog doesn't seem to have made it. Oh, there's a dog in this direction. Right at the end over here. Maybe I sat him down by mistake. There he is. You were sat down looking after this egg. Oh, you silly wolf. Come on, let's go. It's time to go home, guys. No, this is going to be slow and painful, isn't it? I don't think they'll teleport to me. However, if I just happen to claim the chunks that they're in and load those, they should be absolutely fine when I get to the other side. Are my dogs going to arrive? They are. Well, one of them is. They're both here. Excellent. Oh, good. I must remember to unclaim those chunks when I'm back over in that area. But for now, it's time to get ourselves sorted out with all of this amazing stuff that I just got. Which means we're going to need a whole bunch more chests because these are already pretty much full. The first thing I'm going to do with this wood is take that much of it, turn this much into slabs, and then cook that much. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm going to really need charcoal for torches and for cooking other stuff as well. Don't forget we've got all of these ores that need smelting. However, this is Create, and there's a few things that we can do. The first thing is to make myself a couple of buckets and then go dashing back down that big old mine of mine and find some lava. And there should be some just in this section here, if I remember correctly, around this little corner. There we go. Couple of buckets of lava. Wonderful. Next, we're going to need to grab that kelp that we got and steal some of this and put it in there and make some kelp. And then we can use that to make ourselves a couple of funnels. I also want to use some of this andesite casing we made ourselves earlier to make a depot. Let's just shove that down there. And now I'm going to need a little bit more of that pressed sheet so I can make myself a propeller. And with that propeller, I should be able to make myself an encased fan. And that encased fan needs to go a couple of blocks up just on top of there like that. And I've just realised I've got absolutely no feather falling, so everything's going to hurt. Oh, jeez. Ow. On top of this depot, we're going to put a shaft. Not that way. I really need a wrench. Facing down, please. No. Oh, gee. There. Just like that. Now we're going to need a couple of trapdoors, maybe 4 of those. Thank you very much. And we're going to put those around this block here. Inside of that little hole there, I'm going to put myself some lava. And then I'm going to go get myself a bucket of water. Not that I need it right now. I also don't need these funnels right now either, but that's fine. Or do I? I'm also going to craft myself up a couple more barrels. And I'm going to pop one at either side of this thing, but I don't think this is going to work. No, it won't. However, if I get rid of that and put one of those there, I can't spin it around. Put one of those there. There we go. Get rid of that one. Don't need that one. We've now got ourselves a blaster. And anything I put in there is going to come out onto there, get blasted, and then I can come and pick it up. But it's only going to do one at a time because this isn't a brass funnel. So I'll probably be better off just placing them on there myself. Which means I need to get rid of that and put that shaft back on there. There we go. But of course this isn't going to work because we've got no power. And how are we going to get power? Well, that's where my little bucket of water comes in handy. All I need to do is craft myself up a water wheel, And because this is early game and I'm very cheap, I'm not going to put it down here and then send the power up there because I'm very cheap and this is early game. What I'm actually going to do is just pile up to the top here, put that put the water wheel there like that, place all of these blocks around it in a very attractive and well decorated style, build a little wall around this bit here, just like that, there we go, and pop a bucket of water in there. Now we have power. Now, knowing my luck, after I've smashed all of these blocks down, it's not going the wrong way. There we go, free blaster. So I can grab all of this zinc, stick it on there, and that's going to turn into a stack of zinc for free. And I can do that with all of my food and stuff as well. Oh, that's amazing. Oh no, I think food needs a smoker, doesn't it? It needs a campfire. So we might have to build another one of these as well, but that's going to get us going for now, although it does look horrendous. In fact, this entire area around here looks totally horrendous, and there's only one thing to do about that, and that's build a starter house. Hooray, episode 1, what? Processing by particle, okay. However, if I'm going to be building a house, I'm going to need to decorate it, which means I need a whole bunch more of these materials so that I can craft some of these chipped workbenches, which have changed. They totally look different now. I quite like this one, it's quite nice. And that means I can put my wood on there and get all of these different variants. Nice. Now I want one for stone now, please. Iron, clay and bricks. Oh, jeez. Where am I going to get clay from, mate? Got any clay down? Oh, there's clay. I found clay. Don't panic, everyone. Let's put a handful of clay on my handy smelter. There we go, it's already done. And now I can make myself a crafting workbench thing. Nice! So now that I've got these tables, I can go through all of those materials that we've been gathering, turn them into some fancy variants, and get ourselves a little starter house built. So here we go, peeps. It's time for that third and final time lapse. Let's do this. First of all, I thought it might be a good idea to figure out what I could actually build with the limited resources I had available. So I loaded up a creative copy of the world and quickly realised that I'd need a bunch more resources than I actually had. So after figuring out a basic plan, I headed back off to the forest island to grab some vines and flowers, and I spent a little bit of time gathering clay so I could craft things like bricks and flower pots. Next, it was time to prep the build area, which I did by clearing out a layer of sand on top of the desert island where the house would be built, and once that area had been flattened and I'd successfully gone through 5 or 6 stone shovels, I ran back down the mines to grab as much iron as possible. I also grabbed a bunch more limestone from a section I'd already mined through during the original mining montage. After that, it was finally time to make a wrench, so I squished some gold, crafted a cog, and I was almost good to go. The only thing I still needed, believe it or not, was more wood. As wood is pretty much the only building material I've got right now. If I was going to build a decent starter house with a natural interior, I'd need a bunch more logs. But after all that mechanical sawing, I was starving and I'd completely run out of food, so I chased a few chickens, bashed a few balls, and headed back to the starter island. And after spending even more time crafting everything I'd need, it was finally time to start placing blocks. it's amazing what you can do with a little bit of oak and stone. I'm really happy with how this has turned out, and I think it's got just about enough texture and colour variation to not just look totally, well, basic starter house. I really like the shape. I love the windows. These macaw mods are amazing. These ones here, they open and close, and they just look absolutely fantastic. We've got all of these furniture mods. We've got the chairs that we can sit on. We've got this little fire pit here on the veranda with lots of flowers and pots and things. It does look a little bit oak inside, but, well, at this point, I just don't have any other materials, so it's going to have to be pretty oaky. We've got a nice little kitchen set up here. We've got our furnace for cooking. We've got some cooking pots and knives and cupboards. We've got more storage space than I could possibly know what to do with. And around here we've got an extra little bit of storage space here, a sort of little workshop-y bit before you get actually into the main workshop, which has now got our little lava generator, which is hooked up to the water wheel outside. We've got all of our tables that we need. We've got our little press thing. We've got everything we need. And then upstairs we've got a nice big bedroom as well with plenty of space. We've got wardrobes, a little desk to do work on. We've got a display case with nothing in it, some more racks and things. We've got a nice big double bed. We've got a dog. It's all worked out rather well. Apparently I've missed a block though. I better not fall down that hole. Let's go get a block and fill that in. Where's all my wood gone? That one will do. Vertical stripes. It's not going to fit, but there we go. It's the wrong way round, but it's fine. Right, okay, outside then, I've done my best to decorate, but again, very short on materials. I've used some of these sand layers from my Bits and Bobs mod. I've added some of this grass stuff around. We've got some shelves, a little bit of birch in there as well to throw that together. We've got a little walkway down to the beach where we'll have a jetty and stuff for, well, fishing and our boat to park at. And around the outside, I've done the usual, throwing a few bushes around to make it look a little bit more, well, lively. We've got some flower boxes on the side of the house. Around the back, we've got a few more bushes. I put some vines on and they're growing a bit fast already. I kind of only wanted a few, but they're already spreading like crazy, so I'll have to keep our eye on those. And then here's our water wheel just round the back with a little bit of shaft and a couple of gearboxes linking that to inside. And that's basically it. And like I say, I'm really happy with it. I can't believe how well this has come out, to be honest with you. Although it did take me an extra 3 hours worth of resource gathering and crafting to make all that stuff. Going through the decoration on the inside a little bit more, we've got our waystone, obviously. We've got a couple of little sideboards here to put stuff in. We've got a little, well, it's actually a cake stand, but I thought it kind of looked a little bit like a shoe rack. And it looks like it's bedtime. So we better actually sleep in our bed for the first time and have a nice night. And hopefully in the morning when we look out the window, we'll see the sun. Where's this? Have I built the house the wrong way round? Oh my goodness, the sun rises on the other side. Oops. In the last episode, I arrived at this desert island in a brand new world, gathered a few resources and built an amazing starter house. And today, I was going to sit around with my feet up, doing not a great deal at all and just enjoying the spoils of what I've created. However, there was a knock at the door. What could it be? Who could it be? I'm here on this desert island. There can't be other... Oh, I've got mail. What? A book? A quest? What? A quest? Now that you've established a home on this island, you will require a renewable source of food. Well, I'm a little bit hungry. I don't have much pork left. Create a fully automated food source from the resources available to you on this island. Oh, geez, I've got jobs to do. Well, at least there's no side quests. Well, there is another page. Oh, geez. Prevent overflow. Fancy a trip to the nether? No. You'll need quartz to ensure your food production doesn't back up and leave items floating on the ground. Yeah, that is a good point. Oh, a quest? I don't want a quest. I wanted to sit around on my nice, lovely little deck with my feet up and just eat the... Yeah, I haven't got much... Yeah, good point, actually. I guess I better get on with this quest. However, questing is going to be quite a difficult thing to achieve because I don't have a great deal of stuff to achieve it with. My diamond pickaxe is just about dead and my other tools leave a lot to be desired. So I think the first thing I should do is probably get myself back down that mine and grab a few more resources. And in order to do that, I'm going to build a tunnel bore with all... Oh, geez, I don't know, maybe I'm not good. Okay, yeah, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it by hand, geez, but I am going to need another one of those. And I think I'll take an iron one for spears as well. Diamond pickaxe, iron pickaxe, mildly better shovel, Excellent, so I'm just about ready to go. That being said, I don't have a great deal of room in my inventory, so it might be a good idea to make a backpack. Now in this mod pack I have access to a couple of different types of backpacks. There of course are the backpacks that I created from my own Create Storage mod, and there of course are the sophisticated backpacks which have just been ported over to Fabric. Both types of backpacks are pretty much untested at this point, so either one could be interesting. But of course I'm going to be creating my own one, because why wouldn't I do that? Which means I'm going to need a little bit of iron, I'm going to need some leather, and I'm going to need 2 pieces of string. Fortunately for me, in one of these chests somewhere I have a little bit of wool. Where's my wool gone? Is it in this one? There it is. And in order to turn wool into string, I'm going to need a millstone, which is stuff that I have available. A little bit of stone, a bit of andesite casing, and I'm going to need a couple of cogs and a handle. So let's make the cogs, and then we can make ourselves a millstone, and then I need to plonk this down somewhere so that I can use it. Now, it would be ideal if I could actually power it from my little water wheel, but I think we'll just do it manually for now, so let's put that there. We'll put that cog next to it there with a little hand crank on top, and if I throw a little bit of this wool in the top there and give that a bit of a churn, that wool's going to get turned into string. There we go. Did it... what? Embrace the... where did my string go? Oh, I got it. It just went in my inventory. That's okay. Now, in order to see the contents of these, really, I should be wearing goggles. And that shouldn't be too difficult to do, although it is a little bit more string. I've got gold, which I can press with my little pressy thing. I've got a whole bunch of glass. And with my handy mill, we can have another piece of string. There we go, we have a pair of goggles. If I put these on, put them in my goggle slot, now when I look at things like this, it tells me what it's got going on with it. And if I was to throw some more wool in there, it doesn't... oh, I thought it told me that it had wool in it, or it told me when the wool has finished being wool. I guess not. Oh, well, that was a bit of a waste of time, but they look kind of cool. Anyway, it's time to make a backpack, and the first level of backpack I can create is this one, which means I do need a vault, and all of those other things apparently. We're going to need a barrel, we're going to need a bunch of pressed iron sheet, I believe, and we can get our industrial iron from stone cutting this. Now all I need to do is throw on a couple of iron ingots on there, give those a bit of a squish, and now I have all of the ingredients I need to first of all make a vault, and then make myself a backpack. And this backpack is now stuck to the wall. That's not what I wanted. This backpack has a whole bunch of space in it, as well as slots for upgrades, slots for my tools, and as standard it will stack items up to around about 64, I think. Let's just double check that. I can't actually remember. Put some cobblestone in it and find out. Oh, 128. Yes, 128. But if I wanted to be able to stack more things in there, then I need to upgrade it. And in order to take this to the next level, all I need to do is surround it by andesite casing, which I just happen to have a whole bunch of in here. And there we go. We now have an andesite backpack, which can now hold up to 256 items per slot. And if I wanted to upgrade it to the next level, I'm going to need copper casing, and I don't have any of that yet. However, copper casing is just putting copper onto strip logs, and I got a whole bunch of copper, and conveniently, a whole bunch of... oh, I haven't got many, but I can make strip logs pretty easily. And now we're upgrading again to a copper backpack, which I think looks a whole bunch more stylish. And of course, the copper backpack can have stacks all the way up to 512. But in order to upgrade it again to the next one, I'm going to need brass. And brass requires blaze burners, which means going to the nether, which we might be doing today, so you never know. But we don't need to do that right now. All we need to do is pop our backpack onto our back in our backpack slot and do some more mining. It'd be nice if I had a back door. A back door would be really useful here, because everything I need is in that direction. I think this is the perfect spot for a back door. There, and now we got a back door. This is amazing. And I guess roundabout iron level would be good, because that's the stuff I need the most, although I do need some diamonds as well. So I might do a little bit down at diamond level and a little bit up at iron level. The only problem with mine down at diamond level is that it's very rare to actually find any diamonds. It would be nice if I could find a cave. And if I keep my eye on the mini-map while I hop about at round about here, it looks like we've got a cave just about over in this direction. Oh, I didn't bring any torches. Torches would have been a good idea. And wood. You always need wood when I'm going home. I could probably do with some stairs on this mine as well. That should be just about enough, I think. And while I'm back at home, it might not be a bad idea to just make a little bit of armor, just in case. And now we've hardly got any iron left at all. But I could put all that on and be fancy. But that look weird now. But fortunately for me, I have another mod. which is the Show Me Your Skin mod. And what I can do is turn off the no? Oh, jeez, what have I done? I crashed the game. I could have sworn all I had to do was just do that, but apparently not. Oh, there we go. I just have to press that one. That's better. Although I really did. Can I not make the goggles in? I don't need the goggles on right now. Now I can go mining after I placed 10,000 stairs. Jeez. And there we go. We've now got stairs all the way up to the top of the mine, and now I can go and find those caves. Oh, here we go. I've been in this one. Now, looking on the mini-map, it does look like this lava area goes round to the side, although it doesn't look ever so accessible. But if I dig round the edges, we might just be onto something. Oh. Thank you very much. No. I got it. Oh, it was worth it. Ooh. Ooh, many. And now we've reached the other side. We'll grab a little bit of this gold. And now we can venture on to greater things, hopefully. Lots of iron, that's good. We need iron. Don't really need redstone, but I guess it's useful. And what else awaits us down this corridor? More iron. Oh, and more diamonds. Oh, wow. Now, it would have been smart while I was down here to bring a bucket of water so I could get some obsidian so that we might do that side quest later. But I didn't think ahead and I haven't brought any, so we might have to come back later. Wow, we got a big cave going on here. Hello, sir. Nice to meet you in this lovely mine. Hello, creepers. Welcome to the mines. How you doing? There we go. That's dealt with those guys. Excellent. Now, last season, I played on normal difficulty mode, and this time I'm playing on hard difficulty mode, which is making things slightly more tricky, especially because I got no food. And this armor doesn't seem to be doing a great deal against all of these arrows from these skeletons. So we're going to have to be very careful if we don't want to die. Now, I'm not playing hardcore mode, so I suppose that's a positive. But I am not wanting to die because I want these levels so that I can enchant stuff eventually. We got him. Excellent. Right, where's that other one? Here he is. Oh, there's another creeper as well. Don't blow me up. No. That was lucky. Oh, jeez. Look at it. They're all coming now. Now, taking a second to have a quick look at the map, it looks like not far from me we've got a whole lush cave system under here, which could be quite useful to get into. Look at all this azurine. And some calcite as well. We haven't got any of that. That's always a nice block to build with. However, it's just occurred to me that I didn't bring any wood on this expedition, and if I totally run out of this pickaxe, which is quite likely, I'm not going to be able to make another one. So I suppose I shouldn't gather too many of these and maybe just put a marker down. Azurine and calcite, confirm. And here we are, the lush caves. There's a whole bunch of them, and there's a whole bunch more mobs in here as well. So I think the smart thing to do would be to potentially retreat. I can't retreat, I'm stuck. And then just run around like crazy, placing the last... Oh, I've only got 3 torches left. Great. That was good running around like crazy. I'll just grab a bunch of this stuff and go. Oh my goodness. Oh no, this baby ones were doomed. I'm gonna die. Okay, I need to get back up my hole quick. Get back up your... Shut up. Don't even think about it. Ha! Make a little safety hole. No. Oh, jeez. The creeper broke my safety hole. Why do creepers always go bang on servers? We're having a meeting. Would you like an apple? I'm going to have an apple. It's a nice, tasty apple. Do you want another apple? Oh, that's nice. You're holding your apple. You can eat it too if you just hold right-click, sir. That's all you need to do. Just hold right-click. You've got a friend behind you. There's a bit of a queue here, apparently. Uh-oh. I showed them the way round. I'll have my apple back now, sir. Would you like apple? Nice, tasty apple. What's hitting me? I got a friend. I see your game. You distract me around one side of the table and you send your mates round the back. That's just sneaky. Right, okay, in that case. You just want to go back up to... You're not even coming in my direction. You want another bush meeting, do you? Really, the little azaleas are causing you that much problem? Right, okay, what are we going to discuss today, sir? I've got strong feelings about this cave location. You see, it's not very safe. I would like to speak to the manager, potentially about having some lighting added in, oh, your friends have come for the meeting. I thought this was just a meeting between me and you, actually, sir, but looks like all 3 of us are going to be here. That's fine. Best azalea bush ever. You did a good job, Bush. did very good job. That's my favourite azalea bush. Right, okay, I don't have any more torches to place around here. I can see there's more diamonds up there, but there's not a great deal I can do about that. So what I think I'm going to do, now that I got a backpack with a whole bunch of stuff in it, is run away from this spider. Stop it. There is one last thing I want to try. Don't shoot me. I've got an experiment to do. I can. And now I can stack him on top of that baby zombie. And now I can stack that baby zombie on. There we go. We got skeletons with baby zombies on. Fantastic. And now that he's got things stacked on me, he doesn't want to kill me anymore. He's just ow. But you want to kill me. Okay, I can pick a spider up and put the spider on top. Oh, this is fantastic. Right, zombie, you're next. There we go. Wow, this is brilliant. This is just what the world needs. A stack of zombie spiders and skeletons. Anyone else want to... Can I get a creeper? I can stack up to 10 things, apparently, with the carry-on mod. Come here, sir. You can go on there. That's it. And now if I get that skeleton to shoot all of those instead of me... then I might be able to get him on... Oh, no, I'm nearly dead. Oh, run away. Run away. Quick, safety hole. Quick. The whole stack of them's come to see me. Ow. You, on there. No, you. Ah, oh, jeez. Okay, I'm going to die. Ah, uh-oh. I've tempted fate. Oh, jeez. I tempted fate for too long. Now, my stuff should all be nice and safely tucked inside a grave, so I'm not worried about it despawning, but I am worried about how many mobs there's going to be down there when I get there. This could be slightly tricky. I need that. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Ah, that should have automatically equipped my armor and things. It did. That's good. So now that I've got a bunch of torches, I should actually be able to come around this area and actually make it a little bit safer than it was and potentially grab some of those diamonds and things that I missed. Oh, look! There's one of those things, a glare, from the friends and foes. I want to see if they drop anything. They do, glowberries. Oh, lovely. So back in the safety of home, apart from that one tiny little incident where I died a little bit, that was relatively successful. We got 18 diamonds, 57 iron, 23 gold, a bunch of zinc, we've got some lapis and some copper, even a whole bunch of redstone. And of course we got all of this other stuff as well. The only thing that I'm really lacking now is food. I've hardly got any food left at all. So it actually turns out it's a good job we got that quest today. And I should probably start getting on with it. So in terms of food sources available from this island then, well, the obvious thing would probably be fish or kelp, seems though there's a lot of that, and I'm actually eating dried kelp now because I've completely run out of everything else. The problem with fish, however, is that I don't actually have anything in this mod pack that's going to help me catch it automatically, so we can't do fish. Alternatively, there's all of these crabs on the island, which give you crab meat if you cook the crab claws, but again, I can't do that because I can't automate the fuel to cook them with, and I can't automate getting the crabs. There's also these coconuts that fall from these trees, although, as you can see, there is a coconut just there, but all of the ones that are going to fall off have fallen off, and I don't actually know how you automate that. Oh, jeez, I've done it again. And hopping up there to investigate these coconuts, I am assuming I can break them with a pickaxe to get them. Oh, it wants an axe. And that just breaks them into those, but I don't think you can plant them again. You can't turn them into seeds, so I've no idea how you would make those renewable, because I've been here a while and no more seem to have grown and no more seem to have dropped. So what else have we got available on this island then that I can munch on? Well, there's only one thing I can think of that would be farmable fully automatably, and that would be bread. Now, there's a few ways we can make bread. We could just craft wheat together, which would be pretty easy to do. However, mechanical crafters require electron tubes and brass casing. Both of those things require the nether. If we milled the wheat down and turn it into wheat flour, we can then wash that wheat flour into dough, and then we can cook that dough into bread. And neither of those things require going to the nether. However, when you harvest wheat, there's a chance to get both seeds and straw. And in order to stop those things going into the systems that we're going to create, we'll need brass funnels, which needs brass, which needs the nether. And I see you, creeper, over there hiding in the trees. Likewise, when you mill wheat, there's also a chance to get seeds, which we don't want messing up our dough making system, so that will need a funnel as well, which requires the nether. So it looks like no matter which way I choose to go about automating food, I'm going to have to end up going to the nether, which means I need obsidian, and it means I need to be prepared. And I could also probably do with some food that I can actually eat while I'm there, because I'm definitely going to take damage. My other minor problem right now is that I have been trying to craft all of the things I'm going to need to be able to automate bread, and now I've run out of wood again. So sensibly, the first thing for me to do will be go back over to that island like we did in the last episode, grab a whole bunch more wood, try my best to get a whole bunch more food, and then go to the nether. Yeah, looking at the mini-map, it doesn't look like there's a great deal going on here in terms of food. There's a wild boar over in that direction and a couple of lizards. There's a rabbit as well, but there's no sheep, because I've already eaten them all. And it's a baby rabbit, so I can't even eat it. Well, I don't think a chicken, a pork chop, a lizard's tail, and 2 pieces of venison's gonna cut it. So I think the best way of me getting emergency food right now is to do a little bit of fishing. But before I go fishing, I'm gonna chop down a few trees first and then go fishing, because I really need this wood. Well, while doing this, something occurred to me that makes this process a whole lot faster and also gives me some food. Something I never considered before while playing my previous series, but that is, if you join the trees together with a little bit of the wood that you've already mined, then when you mine just one of those trees, you get all of them at the same time. And that means I can chop down a whole bunch of these trees a whole bunch quicker without using half as much hunger as I was, which is ideal really, because I'm starving to death slowly. Boom. Wow. That was a lot of trees all at once. So now that I've got another ridiculous amount of wood, the question is, should I make an automated wood farm? And then I've got free food for apples, so technically ticks that off the list, although they're not particularly nutritious, and it'll save me having to keep coming back here and destroying this island slowly but surely. Before I do any of that though, I am actually going to go fishing because I quite fancy the idea and I want to see what I get in terms of, well, treasure and whatnot. And speaking of treasure, there are all of these ruins down here under the water, but they're normally surrounded by drown, so I don't really fancy going down there just yet. So first things first, I need to make a fishing rod, obviously, and I think I'm just gonna perch myself over down by the side of the ocean down here and just see how we get on. Oh, and my sugarcane has grown as well. This is handy. Might as well take a bunch of that and get a bunch more of that planted while I'm down here. Lovely. Well, there goes my fishing rod. I was kind of hoping I might get another one, maybe an enchanted one or something, but I did manage to wrangle quite a few fish, a few tripwire hooks and a couple of bits of junk. Not really anything particularly special, but at least I can get this fish cooked, have something decent to eat while I go and mine some obsidian, and maybe even something to eat while I'm in the nether. And to save myself a little bit of fuel on cooking, what I'm going to do is take this lava away for a minute, stick a campfire there instead, and now when I put my fish on there, they'll get smoked for free. I don't have to waste any fuel in my furnaces or build a smoker. And there we go, that's the cod done. Now for the salmon, done. Right, let's go get some obsidian. There we go, 20 pieces should just about do it. And there we go, the portal is lit, it's time to go in and see what happens. Oh no, wait, I need a blaze burner cage thing to catch a blaze burner in, and we're gonna need a whole bunch of quartz too. And in order to catch a blaze burner, I actually need netherrack and iron sheet. Now obviously I don't have any netherrack on me, so I'm just gonna take this iron sheet with me and a crafting table, and then I can make one when we're there. There's no time like the present. Let's do this. And here we are, I have made it through, and I'm already being attacked by things by the sounds of it. Oh my goodness, what is that? Okay, so we've got the better nether mod on here, and it looks like I'm already withered, which is not ideal, and I'm slow now because of the soul sand. Yeah, well, this is not what I expected. Right, what we really need is a fortress. Okay, looking at the map then, it looks like we've got some sort of bastion thing over here. Just up here, some more bastion looking thing. There's some sort of circular thing over there. That could be fortress related, who knows? We've got all of this green stuff, which is dead upside down forest. We've got old swampland, a whole bunch of things I've never seen before. Gravel deserts. Oh, and this over here looks like that could have something to do with a fortress potentially. But nothing jumps out and says this is definitely a fortress. So I think the first thing I need to do... Oh, jeez. Hello. A Naga. Are you strong, Naga? You're not doing anything, but I can't reach... What's that? A glowy slime thing. I need slime. Oh, let's just do it. Who cares? What could go wrong? We'll get one of them. Well, they're quite weak. That's good. Although I'm... Oh, jeez, I'm dying again. What happened there? Did I get any slime? No. Oh, but it's certain death everywhere you look. Oh, gee, I hate the nether. Gee, and there's more of those things spawned over there. Oh, jeez. Stop it. Another one of these little fly slime things. Let's just dig through the wall and see where we get. Ah, fire! Fire! I forgot about fire. I'm suddenly feeling incredibly unprepared. Okay, we've reached the other side of this, which is also certain death. And there's there's more Nagas over there. And there's more of them. Oh, my goodness. Why would they make the nether worse? The mod's called Better Nether, not... Oh, there's one behind me now. Oh, jeez. I thought it was going to be nice here. I thought, oh, this will be nice. Better Nether. Ah! Shoo, go away. Leave me alone. Horrible things, whatever you want. I can't even hit you for some reason. I've got nothing. Got no golden apples. Got no fire resistance. Got no wings. I've got no jetpack. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. Oh, no, another one. I just have to sneak past him on this soul sand as quick as I can. No fire, please. No fire, please. No fire, please. Oh, we can see a lot more of it now, though. That definitely looks like fortressy, so I'm going to guess there are blazes there. But we've got a long way to go. Oh, piglins as well, and I didn't bring gold. Stop it! Leave me alone. Okay, if we can't go down, what we can do is we can go up. Nightor. I need it. What is it? Oh, I fell out. Fell out of my hole. Ooh, and there's more of these glowy things. They are very pretty. Plus no fire, plus no fire, plus no fire. Aha! We have reached bedrock at the very top. Ooh, what's this? Ruby ore? They sound expensive, and I like expensive things. Get ourselves right on top of that thing, whatever it is. Ooh, gold. Might be able to make myself some golden armor and not upset the piglins. Seem to be quite upset right now, though. There we go. We now blend in. We are directly above where we need to be. Ooh, quartz, finally. Jeez. Ooh, I've just made an advancement. A glorious past. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's death. I think now's the time for a little bit of cheaty free cam to assess the area. This definitely does look fortressy-ish to me, although I'm not really seeing blaze spawners and things like that. It's very fancy though. Look how fancy it is. So I guess it's back to the map to see if we can find a proper fortress. There it is. Wow, that's miles. Oh man, how am I going to get down there? I'm all the way over there. If I can get to here, that might be a better way of doing it. Yeah, I think we just need to keep going forward. Ooh, look at these sideways mushrooms. We have made it to solid ground with all of this weird stuff. Neon liquidstinium, nether stalactites. Got a pigment. What's this big thing? Like a huge mushroom. Can I have it? Oh, I can break it. But there we go. There is the fortress. We are right here. There's nether moss. I can't get that either. Maybe I need silk touch for these things. And here we are. I have reached the fortress by sneaking underground. Oh, this is excellent news. And there we go. We are now in a terrible fortress. There's a chest. Might have goodies in it. Oh, a backpack. Another chest. And more danger. Blue obsidian. And a bit of iron. But we don't need chests right now. All we need is a blaze. There is nether wart there, though. That'll come in handy at some point, I'm sure. So let's grab a bunch of that. There's a blaze. Ow. Oh, fire. Forgot about fire. There we go. I've got one. That's all we needed was a tiny little bit of blaze. In a blaze cage thing, spawner, burner thing. Ah, and a skeleton. No, I don't know. No, I'm not dying to a normal rubbish skeleton in nether. No, not happening, bro. So using the blaze burner, I can now make brass by basically chucking zinc and copper into a mixing bowl. And that all sounds easy enough, but this workshop is a bit of a mess now, and I haven't really got a great deal of room, and I haven't really got a great deal of power. And if we go outside and check out why, that's because we're just running off one tiny little water wheel. So if I want to automate the other things, like the press and the millstone and the blaze burner, then I'm going to need a little bit more power. So what I'm going to do is take a minute to shove on a couple of big water wheels on there and just rearrange all of this so that we can get it all a bit better optimized. And now that everything's moved around, we've now got our mill, which is fully powered, we've got a blaster, we've got a smoker, and we've got a press, but my mixer is not rotating with enough speed. And that's because they're just running off water wheels, and I haven't added in any cogs or things to make it go any faster, and doing that in this room is going to be difficult because there isn't really enough room in this room. And popping outside to see what I've done here, I've added a couple of big water wheels, a small one to make it all go nice and quickly, and you can see they're moving pretty fast, but the actual speed of the inside is too slow. So what I really need is a speed controller. And they aren't the easiest things to make, because although we can make brass to get brass casing now, we don't have any precision mechanisms and they are difficult to make. Now we could probably do it if we made ourselves a little deployer to do that, but that sounds like a lot of fuss and effort, whereas I think what we could do here is just maybe try and speed all of this up with a few gears. Now that that's all cleared, to get this thing running faster, what we need to do is some gear ratios. So what you do is you put a big gear on and then you put a small one next to it, and that one goes faster, but I still don't know if that's going to be fast enough to power the mixer. No, that's still too slow. So what we then do is stick one of those on there, stick another big one on there and another small one on there, and now that one's going nice and quickly. But is it fast enough? It is now. That's fast enough. But as you can see, that takes up a whole 2 blocks worth of room on the side of the building. Then we'd need whatever we've got to transfer the power horizontally, and then that doesn't leave us very much room. Ow, stop it. Doesn't leave us very much room here at all. Yeah, with a little bit of jiggery pokery underground, I've now got a whole bunch more speed coming through into here. And with a little bit more jiggery pokery, we've now got everything set up, and with a little bit more space here if we need it in the future as well. And that means we can get our brass cooking. And there we go, I now have 36 pieces of brass. Now I need rose quartz. So it's a good job we grabbed all of that quartz from the nether, and I can just craft that together with this. Let's do 8 of them, I guess. And now I need sandpaper. And where am I going to get sandpaper from? Well, I'm surrounded by sand, and it just so happens that I've been growing a bunch of sugarcane, as you saw earlier, and with this I can make plenty of paper. Let's have a couple of sheets of sandpaper, put one of those in my offhand and give this quartz a rub. And there we go, 1 piece of sandpaper down, but now I've got 8 polished rose quartz. We're in business. With those, I can stick them on here like this to make some electron tubes. And now with some of that kelp that I've been cooking, I can make brass funnels. I also need one of these fancy controller rails, and I need a threshold switch as well if I'm going to complete that side quest. And for that, I need a comparator and some brass casing. The comparators are going to be easy enough, let's have a bunch of those. And the brass casing is just the same as usual, but with brass. So let's go and place down a whole bunch of birch logs. Give them all a strip. And we'll have a handful of brass ones. And we'll have a handful more of these andesite casing ones, because I'm always running out of those. And I've reached the brass age. So now I can craft a threshold switch. We're winning! On episode 2, I can't believe we've got brass. Another ingredient I'm going to need for this build are my new storage boxes. I don't need fancy ones, just the basic ones, but they are quite tricky to build. They require blocks of industrial iron, which is pretty cheap, vaults and display boards. So I've crafted up everything I need, and now I'm going to have 5 of those. And these are handy because we can filter what goes in and out of them with this handy little thing on the front. And that's going to make my life a lot easier. And of course, I'm going to need a bunch of harvesters, which is yet more iron sheet, so I'm getting through my iron pretty quickly. But then it's just a bit of andesite alloy encasing, and I would like, I think, 5 of these from memory. So now I believe I've got absolutely everything I'm going to need in my backpack, apart from one thing, and that is glue. And you craft glue from slime, iron sheet, and an iron nugget. And I haven't got any slime. However, slime can be crafted from lime dye and wheat dough. And it just so happens we're going to be producing wheat dough. Wheat dough's pretty easy to get hold of. You just need some wheat, You crush it in your little milling machine like this, and that should come out at the bottom as wheat flour. And then what we need to do is swap out this lava here for a little bit of water, and then put that on there, and that should turn into dough. There we go. Now for the lime dye, obviously that's normally from cooking sea pickles, but there's a better way, or at least an easier way. One of the reasons I've been collecting all of these flowers is because when you crush flowers in one of these, there's a chance of getting lime dye. So let's stick all of those in there, have a look in this chest and see what we get. There we go, a piece of lime dye. So now we can make a slime. We need 2 of them though. And with that little bit of iron, we can now craft our glue. So we've now got everything we need. It must be time to start building. Not a bad looking little build ready for our food production. And you might be wondering, why have you put slabs over stuff that you want to grow in the sun? I don't know, just look nice. Jeez, leave me alone, still grows. So this building might look relatively large on the outside, but inside we got to squeeze in a whole bunch of food processing stuff. We got to get that wheat harvested, we got to turn it into flour, then we got to turn it into dough, and then we got to cook it into bread. And I think I've come up with a good way to do that, starting with a minecart track that's going to run along here. We're going to start with some of these pointy arrowy things going this way with some powered rail in the middle here like this, and some more pointy arrow things there. And now I realise I've completely forgotten to build a cart assembler. I'll just be a minute. So a cart assembler basically enables you to build contraptions. And contraptions are going to be what we're using to harvest this wheat. First of all, we lock rotation to stop it going all weird. And then we pop a minecart inside. On top of the minecart, we're going to have a little bit of andesite casing with a barrel, and then we're going to have a portable storage interface on the top there like that. Then we need to go outside. First of all, I need to smash away this and put some shaft coming out of there like that. And I'm going to bring that shaft all the way across here like this. Underneath that shaft, I'm going to have some more andesite casing. And on the front of those, I'm going to stick on these harvesters. And that's our harvester almost complete. Apart from I forgot to build brackets. I'll be back in a minute. We're going to connect this shaft to these andesite casing with these fancy brackets. Although that doesn't really do anything, we need to glue it all together, which is why we made glue. So all I need to do is just basically glue all of that together like that, and then I need to just glue all of that together like that. That's the outside bit done, and then on the inside all I need to do is connect the things we've got going on the outside to the inside, and then just connect those together, and now we should be all glued together. So if I was now to power this minecart assembler with that, we should find... Oh, I've managed to stick it to the... Oh geez, let's undo that. Let's just put that back in there again. Let's try to glue this properly, shall we? We need to glue those to those. There we go. Now it's all glued together. So now when I power it, it should, there we go, it's all completely separated, everything's good, we've now got a harvesting machine. That means I can put that little stair back there, and my little gap here is basically just to make it look like that thing is connected to the outside and we've got a little slit for the shaft to go through. It doesn't line up perfectly, but you get the idea, and I think it works okay. So that's ready to go. So of course we're going to need to power this little bit of rail here and all of this rail, and that's just going to be a case of putting some redstone torches down underneath these blocks. And now all of this is powered except for this one at the very end, and that's the one we're going to be using to control this thing, to basically turn it off and on again when we need to. The next thing we need to do is get the items that are going to be inside of this barrel that it's harvested out into our storage system. And the way we're going to start that is to have a storage interface on the wall just there. And if we get this thing going, we might be able to see that in action. Let's just send it. No, it's not going to go, is it? Because we're not powered this one. Let's just power that temporarily for now. So that should crash the game. Now, I was kind of hoping these crashes were just in my single-player testing world and not actually going to happen on this server that I'm playing on. Yes, I'm running this mod pack from my own personal dedicated server, just to take the weight off my PC while running it. And for some reason, when these things connect, when they're not already loaded in, it crashes the game, which isn't ideal. But anyway, they're not crashing right now, they're connecting as you can see, and if we had stuff going on with this one, it would take the items out of there and put it into there. So that's what we need to do next. And to do that, we're going to use our first bit of belt, which is just a couple of shafts and some belt on it. We're going to put a chute on there. I'm going to click on that with my wrench so I can see what's inside it. We're going to stick a little bit of casing along here temporarily, and we're going to put a couple of boxes on there like that, and these are going to have funnels going in the back of them pointing inwards so that they're going to take the stuff that we don't want. So when this harvests, it's going to get the wheat, it's also going to get a whole bunch of seeds, and it's going to get straw as well, and we don't want those, so they're going to go in there. We can give that one a filter already, so we know that's going to get the seeds, but I don't have any straw to do a filter on that one. So now those are in, the next thing we need to do is actually shorten this belt down a little bit, because what we need is another one coming across this way like this, just like that. And on this bit here, we're going to have our millstone. That means to have an andesite funnel going into it and one coming out. So that's going to take our wheat, process it into flour. The flour's going to come out there, but we might also get seeds out as well, because you get seeds when you process that. So we need to deal with those. Now I could create a system to send them from there and back into there, but instead all we're going to do is put another funnel, no, not on the top, thank you, another funnel on there. That's going to have a seed filter on it, and then we're just going to dig a hole in the floor, and eventually I'll put fire in that hole just to burn them all off. And now what we need to do is get the wheat flour upstairs so that we can process it up there. But as you can see, we don't actually have an upstairs yet, so I'm going to have to deal with that in a second. But before we deal with that, we're going to need some power. And just like we did on our other building earlier, I'm just going to stick a couple of water wheels outside of here, probably around about that point there. And then we can get some water running down the side of this building and get those powered. A little bit of sand in there just to tidy all of that together. And we'll throw a little bit of sand in here just to tidy all of that together. And then I'm just going to chuck a couple of buckets of water in there, and now we've got power. Nice. Now, just like last time, this power's going to be going a little bit slowly and probably backwards knowing my luck. So we're going to speed it up just a little bit this time with one of those and one of those. And actually, it looks like we are going the right way, because if we pop another cog just there, that's our belt going in the right direction. Now what we need to do is get rid of those there, pop a shaft in at that point there, and stick a couple of gearboxes there, and now we've got those going in the right direction. So as you can see already, we've got a piece of wheat coming through very slowly, but that's going in the wrong box because we don't have a filter on here. So we need to wait for some straw to come through so that we can put straw in there. Before we move on, I'm going to tidy up all of this belt by clicking it with andesite casing to make it look a little bit nicer. And that's pretty much this downstairs bit done. That means we need a fan just there, pointing upwards ideally. And on that fan, we're going to have a bunch of chutes which are going to take the items upstairs very slowly because we don't have a great deal of speed. And in order to get that fan powered, what we need to do is actually just do a little bit of digging underground. If we put a vertical gearbox there, another cog just underneath that one there, and a shaft there, we should get that fan blowing, and hopefully it's blowing upwards and not down. Oh geez, it's blowing, of course it is. Fine. In that case, we're going to need 2 vertical gearboxes, and now it's blowing upwards. And then we just need an andesite funnel going into there, and that's going to take any of the wheat dough from there and put it upstairs. Before I forget, let's just set a little bit of fire there below that funnel to kill any of the seeds coming through. And now I need to build an upstairs. So first of all, I'm going to get myself some steps, and I'm going to put those in the corner here so they're nice and out the way. Put a little bit of mesh there, and then just have a few more steps coming up to this level here. And then we're just going to have a few of these different types of oak wood planks, just bringing all of this bit together upstairs. And to make sure we don't fall down the stairs, I'm just going to throw some trapdoors there like that. I need to get rid of this sand that's piled up in the corner because we don't need that. And now we've got an upstairs ready for action. Where's my chute? There it is. So this chute's going to come up to about this level here. Again, I'm going to click on them so I can see what's in them. And running down in front of this chute, we're going to have a belt pretty much going all the way to the other end, just like this. We're going to have a funnel coming out of that chute, putting the items onto that belt, which means we need to block off anything coming out the top of that chute so it doesn't just spill over the top. Along this belt, we're going to have a couple more storage boxes, one just there and one just there. And these, of course, need funnels going in and out of them as well. We need to pop a little bit of shaft on there, just like that. And we need a little bit of shaft on there, just like that. And now I run out of shaft. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, the wandering trader has arrived on my porch. Hello, sir. Was it you that gave me the quest earlier? What have you got? It's sand. Yeah, I really need sand, mate, but all of these would actually be quite handy. But I don't think I've got any emeralds. No. So back upstairs on the other side of this belt, what we're going to need here is a gearbox, another gearbox, a bit of shaft, some chain drive going up the wall there and there, a fan in front of each one of those. We're going to tidy those up with a little bit of casing. We're going to put a leaf block on there and then waterlog it with that bucket. And then we're going to put a campfire on here, which I could have sworn I had, but it doesn't appear to be in my inventory. I'll be back in a minute. There we go. Now we've got a campfire. Once these fans get going, they're going to be blowing water and hot air over here, and we don't want to get burnt, so let's throw a couple of these panels on here. I'm going to put a temporary block there so I can put another one of those there. We're going to cover those with glass just like that, and then I can get rid of that temporary block there just like that. And now I just want to tidy all of this belt up a little bit with a little bit more casing, and we don't actually need that bit there. Because below that, we're going to have some more chutes, which means we don't technically need this box here. So we might as well take that away and just put another chute there. And now all of that's ready to go. We just need power up here. To get power upstairs, we're just going to extend this cog all the way up here through the ceiling. I'm going to tidy those up a little bit so it doesn't look too awful. And then we can bring that last cog up to there like that, put a gearbox in here, and then we just need to go around this corner and plug into that bit of belt there. So we need another gearbox there. That is going in the right direction. No, it's not. It's going in the wrong direction. So we need another gearbox. And now it's all going in the right direction. As you can see, the fans are blowing in the right direction as well. And just with that little bit of casing there, everything is nice and tidy. We now have a fully complete setup for gathering, milling, and cooking our wheat. Excellent. However, it is very, very slow. But that's fine, because it's only for me. The last thing we need to do is actually bring these chutes down here to a little storage box, which we're going to have sat just right there. This is going to be where all of our bread collects. So we need a chute on top of that. We need to get rid of this lantern that's on the wall and just connect that chute up into the ceiling like that. That should have connected to that one there. It has. Excellent. So all of the cooked bread is going to come down and go in there. And this is where our side quest comes into play. We need to make sure that if that's full, the entire system stops. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw a threshold switch on the back of it. We're going to click on that and invert the signal. We're going to get rid of that redstone torch, which should make that park over there for a minute. I'm going to put a block there with a little bit of redstone on there, and now while that's empty, that's going to keep going backwards and forwards. But as you just saw, if it is full and it stops, the entire thing's going to stop at this end, which makes the entire thing look a little bit ridiculous. So really we want it actually stopping at that end. So let's see if we can do that. So with a little bit of jiggery pokery and some redstone, we've got a repeater here, we've got a redstone torch there. If I invert that signal, the entire thing's going to keep going all of the time unless this thing's absolutely full, in which case it'll stop over there and it won't come back. There we go. Lovely. Now this bit looks a little bit of a mess, so what we can do here is, instead of having the threshold switch at the back and affecting all of that, with a little bit more digging and jiggery pokery, we can pop the threshold switch underneath it, grab a redstone signal from there instead. I think that should work. It does. And then we can just send that round there like that. And now to disguise that hole, I'm just going to put on a couple of these copycat panels like that, and you would never know. Excellent. So the only thing we need to do now is get this straw, which we've now collected, and put it on there as a filter. That'll stop any seeds and wheat going in there, so all of the seeds should now start going into this one, and that means all of this wheat should now start getting processed by this mill. Oh, we haven't powered the mill. To power the mill, we're going to need yet another one of those in there. That's going to have to go into a vertical gearbox, which we can change just by doing that. And then if we pop a cog on there, that's the mill now powered. Jeez, eventually. So now that's going to be milling down the wheat into our wheat powder, which you can see coming through here now, or wheat flour, should I say. That's going to go into this funnel here and go up there very, very, very slowly. And here it comes, finally through the other side onto the belt. That's now going to get washed, but it's not. It's going to go straight into there because we now need to set a filter on there for wheat dough, which we don't have any. So now all that wheat flour is just going to go straight down there and into this box here, which is no good. So in order to make this work, all we're going to do is get rid of that funnel there and stop anything going past, ideally. We just shorten this belt a little bit, put a block there. That's going to have to wait there until it's been turned into dough. There we go. And now I can pick that up, put that as the filter on there, put that funnel back on there, and then just fix all of this belt up a little bit. And we're going to have to do the same trick over here to stop that dough going straight through because we want that dough to get cooked. Stop it. And that's why we needed another storage box on here instead of a chute, because we need to give it a filter. And putting all that back together, we've now got a fully complete system. We're washing our flour into dough, we're cooking that dough into bread, and all of that bread is going down here into here, and now we've got something to eat. We've done it. We've completed our quest and our side quest. Although I feel like we need some safety barriers along here. Just excuse me one moment, please. Now we've done it. So there we go. We now have a fully automated food production system. Our wheat is... Shut up. Our wheat is being harvested. It's being automatically sent inside the building. It's being sorted out, milled down, washed, cooked, and delivered to this handy chest right near the door where we've now got 19 of them. This is fantastic. However, there is one slight flaw with this system, and that is that if these overflow, well, then we got big problems. So I really need to add some sort of voiding system onto these drawers, or find some sort of storage system that's got void capabilities. But for now, this is going to do us absolutely fine. It's going to take ages at this speed to fill up all of these things, but it does mean whenever we come back here, we're going to have some bread. So with that complete, that means I should now be able to get back to what I wanted to do at the beginning of this video, which is just to lounge about doing absolutely nothing at all and enjoying the spoils of what I've created on this desert island. So no thank you, mailbox. We don't want any more quests, thank you. I think it's time to go and sit here and chill out with my backpack sticking through my belly. That's weird, isn't it? In the last episode, I built a fully automated bread factory on this desert island. I also popped into the nether for a blaze burner and met a zombie for lunch while mining. And today there was another knock at the door. Oh my goodness, who could it be this time? It better not be another blooming quest. I just want to sit on my little deck and eat my bread that we made in the last episode and just chill out. Jeez, right, who could it be? What could... Oh, yeah, of course. Quest 2 by somebody. Quest, make friends. But I don't want any... Oh, jeez. It's a little lonely on this deserted island. Kind of the point of a deserted island, but hey-ho. You need to meet the neighbors. Build a venue and throw a party to introduce yourself to this new world. There's no one around. Well, I can't just throw a party for no one. There's no one. It's a... Jeez, what's the point in building a big old venue to throw a party knowing that no one's going to be here? It's not like I can send invites out to the neighbors. If you build it, they will come. Right. Okay. What's the side quest? Moonlight Sonata. All good parties need music. Craft a jukebox and find a music disc to play. Find a music... Oh, jeez. So I'm going to get... Oh, jeez. Right. Fine. Okay. Person that does quests and sends me them. I shall comply because, well, realistically, I've got nothing else to do. And I think we should probably start by not doing any of that and probably doing a little bit more mining. You see, in my little chest of things, I'm very, very low on iron. I've got a tiny amount here in my backpack, but realistically, I'm not going to be crafting many useful things at all with just this. But I'm a little bit bored of going down the mines with just my pickaxe, so I think it might be time for a mechanical tunnel bore. However, making one of those is going to need quite a lot of iron, so I'm going to have to do some manual mining. But before we do that, I need to go back to my little bread factory and show you what I've done outside of the episode. You see, they're already here. Hey guys, are you here for the party? It's not on yet. It's probably going to be a bit later today, or maybe tomorrow, or in a few days' time, depending on how quick I can build it. But, you know, feel free to sit yourself. Oh, geez, I'm nearly dead. Run away! Ah! Don't shoot me. I'm nearly dead. I'm in base. Well, they were tougher than I thought they'd be. Ah! Run away! They don't understand what being in base means. Chop! Yeah, that's that one down. Dodge your arrow, give you a bit of a chop. There we go. Excellent. And as I was saying, outside of the video, I've done some work on my storage mod. You see, the storage mod that I made, that I added to this world, adds these fancy box things, and it also adds these fancy backpacks. But the problem we had with these boxes in the last episode is that I'm getting seeds and straw in here, and once they fill up, well, the entire system's gonna back up and cause me lots of problems. So I've added a voiding system to these. All you have to do is shift and click on them. That turns void mode on, and that means that anything that goes in this very last slot will just disappear. So these storage boxes will never be able to fully fill up, which means our won't be able to back up the system, which means we'll constantly be getting plenty of bread, which is very nice. But that's not all I did. I also created a brand new block as part of that mod, and to show you that, well, I should probably go into a test world because, well, it's bedtime here and I don't have the resources to craft it here anyway. So hopping over into a very similar looking world, this is actually a world download of this world. The new block, or new blocks should I say, that I've created are called passer blocks. And these are basically a combination of hoppers and chutes, sort of. See, hoppers are great for transferring things on a diagonal or vertically downwards, but unfortunately they can't pass things across horizontally, and neither can a chute. And in Create, we often need to transfer items from one source to another source. We can either use item drains like this to save ourselves a little bit of lag, or we can use a belt, which adds a significant amount of lag once you've got loads of belts in your world. And all of these things tend to take up quite a bit of room in order to achieve what realistically should be able to be achieved in one block. So the passer block, what it does is it connects two storage systems together. So if I was to put a stack of oak logs into there, they're going to slowly go through into here a little bit like a hopper. Now this doesn't have an inventory, you can't see anything inside it. All it's doing is literally taking items out of one container and putting them into the one at the other end. And at the moment it's going pretty much the same speed as a hopper. However, the other version of it, the smart passer, will actually transfer up to a stack at a time. Using the create little filtery thing, we can filter. We can also set whatever amount we want to transfer across, and if you hit it with your wrench you can spin it around so it goes vertically downwards or vertically upwards, and you can also spin it round in each of the horizontal directions to connect anything you want, which does mean you can transfer things vertically, upwards and downwards as well, which is very handy. And if you like the sound of that and you want to play with it, you can download the Create Storage mod both from CurseForge and Modrinth now. And back on the world, I'm going to take some more of these diamonds, craft myself a diamond pickaxe, and head back down the mines. Well, I managed to burn through both of those pickaxes, but I didn't get all that much iron. However, I do think that'll be enough to make ourselves a little tiny tunnel bore. The first thing we're going to need are mechanical drills, which is andesite alloy, iron and andesite casing. But I've only got 2 bits of andesite casing left, so I guess I need to make a bunch of that first. Now I've got a little bit more. So how many can I make? I can make 34, but if I do that, I'm going to pretty much have no iron left and no andesite alloy left. And I'm going to need those for other things. So maybe it would make sense to make those other things first and then see how many we've got left for the drills. The first thing I'm going to need are a couple of deployers, which need brass hands, which is brass sheet. So let's chuck a load of those on there and let's get those pressed. And I'm going to need a couple more electron tubes, which I still got left over from last time, which is handy. So there's my brass hands and there's my deployers. I'm also going to need a plow, which is yet more iron sheet, and that's that now sorted. And I'm going to need a furnace minecart. Now I can craft a minecart, and now I can craft a furnace minecart. There we go. Of course, I'm going to need a whole bunch of chests or barrels to contain the items that's on this mechanism, and probably some planks or something to actually tie it all together. I'm also going to need my minecart assembler again, and a redstone torch, and I need some basic rail, which means I need sticks, and that means I need to spend even more iron, but we don't need many. So that leaves me with a whopping 44 pieces of iron left and a little bit of andesite alloy, and I don't think I need anything else. So I guess it's time to make some drills, and I can make 31. I don't think I need 31. Let's just start with a nice easy 60, 21, 21. That'll do. So in order to make this crazy contraption, we're going to need a little bit of space. Let's just plonk ourselves, I guess, here. We'll put a minecart assembler on there. We'll make sure that's stuck on lock rotation. We'll stick a minecart furnace in there, and then we need a few blocks. We need a couple of blocks back like this, and then we need our plow just there, and that's going to pick up the minecart rail that this is running on once it's run over it. Then at the front here we need a deployer to actually put rail down on the floor so that it's got something to run on. and that's going to need filtering for rail. And just in front of that, we need another deployer, and that's going to place blocks in the ground just in case there aren't any, so this thing doesn't fall down any holes. And for that, we're going to need a filter, which is just some wool and some iron nuggets. And with this filter, I can throw in some cobblestone and some cobbled deep slate, and that means that no matter what sort of level we're mining at, if it's got those in its inventory, it will be able to place those on the ground and not fall down any holes. Of course, it doesn't have an inventory yet, so the next thing I'm going to need to do is add one of those. I'm going to spin that round so it's easier for me to access the filter, and then I'm just going to place a bunch of blocks along here like this, add a bunch of chests on the back like this, and then place my mechanical drills on the front like this. And there we go, that's all of my mechanical drills done. That is pretty much our tunnel bore ready to go. It is going to need gluing together, however, so let's do that. Let's first of all get all of these drills glued to everything behind them, and I think that glues itself to that, but just in case I'm going to glue that to that as well. And I believe that is absolutely everything glued together for this. However, we've got a bit of a gap there, and when you glue air gaps, you can end up picking things up that you don't want to pick up. So I'm going to actually smash that bit of glue to bits, stick those together like that, and then do these drills separately. There we go, that should be absolutely everything glued. But we need to load this thing up with some rail and some cobblestone. And if I do that, it should all connect together. It looks like it has, yet none of that is now on the floor. It's placed a cobblestone, which is handy, although I don't know how you managed to place it there. And it's placed some rail as well. Excellent. So we can get rid of that. And now I can pick the whole thing up and put it in my pocket. Now all we got to do is go back down the mines and let it loose. So the best level to mine for iron, which is the thing I need most, is around about 15 or 16, and that's where I've been doing all of these tunnels so far, modding. So I guess we need to make ourselves a little bit of room here to actually place it. Now we just need to put down a little bit of rail, put that minecart contraption back down. In fact, I don't even think we need to put that down. I believe we can just place it straight on the rail without that, so let's do that. There we go. Hopefully that's going to place a bit of rail when it gets going, and I haven't brought any fuel. Will it run on wood? It will not. Will it run on lava? It will not. I'll go get some fuel. Right then, little machine. Will you accept this coal? There we go. Now it's going, and now it's stopped because it... Oh yeah, because the blocks are in the way so it can place any rail. Let's start this again, shall we? Let's pop it back down. Give it a bit of rail there. And now off it goes. Here we go. We are mining automatically. I don't need a pickaxe anymore. It's just going to go through here, and I need a pickaxe now. Now I'm going to go behind it and pick up all of the iron that I can find, and anything else that looks good. And I need to make sure this doesn't have any accidents and fall down any holes. It shouldn't do. It should be... There we go. Look at all that. It's picking up already. This is great. Yeah, it should just be pretty much self-sufficient now until it runs out of fuel. So I suppose it must be time for one of those fancy little montages. Well, that put a pretty quick stop to that, didn't it? Oh, look, it got its track got... Oh, no, it blew its minecart off. Well, that just won't do. Oh, jeez. At least I got all my stuff back. Smelly creeper, as if it blew that up. I've got some rebuilding to do. Oh, look, there's loads of... I've been putting torches down. Clearly not enough torches. Go, little machine, go. Continue your work. After taking the mining machine home and clearing out its contents, I went all the way down to diamond level and let it rip down there, gathering a whole bunch more stuff. And now I've got an absolutely ridiculous amount of stuff. I've got an absolute ton of cobble. I've got a whole bunch of turf and gravel and dirt. I've even got a whole bunch of andesite, diorite and granite. But what I got in the highest quantities was deep slate. I got so much deep slate. I've got 2 massive boxes full of that. I've got another double chest full, another double chest full, and another double chest full. That's ridiculous. But we're not interested in those blocks. What we're interested in is how many diamonds we got, which is 14 diamond diamond blocks worth, a bit of iron, a bunch of gold, a bunch of copper, loads of lapis and redstone, and a little bit of zinc as well. So all in all, that's quite the haul. And that rhymed. Then something to do with later on we're having a ball, whatever. Anyway, we've got plenty of resources to be getting on with, so I think the next thing to do is to name my dogs. We got these dogs, this one down here and the one upstairs, in episode 1, and I asked for some names. And thanks to Oliver Willis, these are going to be called Coco and Nut, due to all of the coconuts on the island that I was eating in the first episode. And speaking of those coconuts, I've got a couple of coconut slices and a whole bunch of husks left, and according to the comments, I can apparently plant these and grow more coconut trees. They don't seem to be working. Maybe they have to be planted on dirt, but these are sand-growing trees. Maybe I need a whole coconut. And whole coconuts are very difficult to come by, because as soon as they drop, they break. The only way I think I can get one would either be with Silk Touch, if I could find one still in a tree somewhere. There's one up there, look, but I don't have Silk Touch. Alternatively, we can get one from a crab. Give me a coconut. Oh, you just dropped the slice? Now you're... Oh, jeez. I could have sworn they dropped the whole coconut. Maybe if I used an axe. No. That's a nice tongue you've got there, Snake. Well, a quick look through the wiki didn't really help, so I can only assume that if you knock these things down, you might get a sapling for a coconut tree and you can grow it that way, but otherwise I can't see any way of getting the coconuts. That's a shame, they'd have been nice decorations for a beach party. And speaking of beach parties, we aren't going to be having much of a party if I don't get on with building this venue, but before I build the venue, I kind of want to tidy up the island a little bit. You see, at night time it gets very dark, we get things spawning on it, we don't have anywhere for a boat to arrive at, assuming the visitors are coming by boat rather than just swimming. Maybe they're talking about drowned, maybe they're just going to come out of the ocean. I don't know who the visitors are. And we've also got all of this junk over here that needs sorting out and fixing, so I've got a lot of work ahead of me. And I think I'm going to start with the jetty, or dock, I guess, depending on where you live and what you call it. And for my jetty, I'm going to be making use of a whole bunch of zinc. You see, I need to craft myself a whole bunch of copycat slabs because I want to use variations of oak blocks. And whilst the chip mod allows you to make lots of different variations of oak planks, you can't have slab variants, which is where framed blocks was really handy last season, but I don't have it this season, so I guess we're going to be stuck with copycat slabs. And I think this little area here at the front of the island would be ideal for the dock. However, it is a little bit overgrown, so I think the first thing I'm going to need to do is come down here and get rid of as much of this kelp and stuff as possible. I also think the slope of this is a little bit shallow, and in order to get a decent dock on here, I'm probably going to have to make that a bit steeper, and I probably want to bring this bit out as well so it's not quite so rounded. So a lot of breaking and placing to do, which means I'm going to need a much better shovel than I've got. It's better, I've got a nice fancy diamond shovel now. And this is going to be a very slow and tedious process because I'm going to have to keep popping up for air, and obviously doing anything underwater is just tedious and slow. I could really do with some sort of equipment that allows me to breathe and work underwater. Hold on a moment. This is Create after all. I'll just need a bit of copper and some glass, a bit of copper and some andesite alloy, and a bit of copper and a bit of shaft. Easy. First I'm going to craft a back tank. Now I just need a diving helmet and some diving boots. And now I'm ready for action, almost. I need to charge up this back tank, which means I need more power. That'll do. Just stick that down there and overstress everything. Great, get rid of that. There we go. Now I can charge that up. Ah, fire! Oh, me wait. My goodness me, this takes a long time to charge up. Finally, it's ready. Now I can go underwater. Well, that's unfortunate. It seems every time I get to around about 30 levels or slightly more, I get brutally got by something, and then in this case it was a drown that appeared from nowhere. Oh, now there's a creeper. Yeah, I was just doing me bit, getting rid of all this stuff down here, and then these guys turned up, and well, now the creepers come for a swim. Don't you blow up my stuff, creeper. Anyway, as you can see, I've been getting on, just sort of steepening this thing off a little bit, and all I'm doing now is just flattening this bit out and trying to get rid of a little bit of the stone so it doesn't look too ugly. Not that you're ever going to see it, but I just feel like it needs doing. Stop it! You pain in the butt. So it's time to cram a whole bunch of work into a few seconds. I started by building the dock, mainly out of oak planks and logs, keeping the main level 1 block out of the water, with the side section lowering down into the water for smaller boats, making it easier to get out. For decoration, I added in some ropes, some trapdoors, vines and barrels, as well as a few lanterns to bring it all together. But I wasn't done. It was time to start tidying up the island, starting with some paths leading from the dock to the main living area, for which I used some sand layers from my Bits and Bobs mod, sand slabs, stripped birch, some fences and a handful of McCaw's paving tiles. I also added in some tiki torches from the McCaw's lights and lamps mod, and I threw in a supply cart from the Nifty Carts mod to add something a little more unique for the decoration. Occasionally I'd nip back to the dock to add things like glow lichen and wall mushrooms to help blend between the vines and the wood, as well as preventing too much vine growth. And then I grew a bunch of azalea leaves from the saplings I found from the lush caves in the last episode, and used those leaves to throw around a few more bushy bits. I also planted some sea beets, sandy grass growths and coconut trees, because it turns out they drop saplings when you harvest the leaves. Who knew? And after a little while that side of the island was really starting to come together. But I wasn't done. I wanted to get rid of the grassy area on the side of the island, so the entire island would look like a proper desert island. So I removed all of the trees, ripped out a bunch of grass and replaced the top layer with sand, filling all of the edges down to the water. And then it was time to tidy up the entire rest of the island by making it messy. I added in more paths, sand layers, bushes, trees, filled in holes, and even made the nether portal blend in a bit better. And then I was done. Well now, isn't this looking a whole bunch better? I really like this dock, even if it has got mushrooms growing all over it. I think it blends in nicely with all of the different oak variants that I've used on here and all of the different things to just make it fit nicely. I think it's great. And I like my little paths as well that we've got going on. And these nifty carts, I really like these things. You can actually use them, if I can remember the right button. Here we go. Now I can pull my cart around and take things with me. And what's handy about these carts is that they do have an inventory, and whatever you put in them will appear inside of the cart, and the player can also sit on the back so they could go for a ride if someone else was pulling it. Now, I don't know if you can attach these things to horses or anything like that, but that would be useful. And there's a few different types of carts as well, and some of them can even help you with things like ploughing and stripping logs. But anyway, we're not here to talk about nifty carts, we're here to talk about all of the amazing things I've done to this island, including growing some coconut trees and putting some paths down and just making the whole thing look a whole bunch better. But all of these things I've done isn't really helping me out very much with my quest. So for a quick recap, let's take the quest. I need to build a venue and throw a party, and I need to get a music disc. Well, I haven't built a venue yet, but I did come very close to getting a music disc. You see, the Sophisticated Backpacks mod actually has the ability to spawn backpacks on entities when they appear in the world. And if those backpacks just happen to have a jukebox upgrade, they come with a music disc inside. And there was one somewhere around here. While I was building this dock, I could hear music playing. And bear in mind, I always have my music setting off so it doesn't interfere with the video. And that means there was one around here somewhere, but I couldn't find it, so I didn't get one. So we're gonna have to do something else to get that music disc. But before we go hunting for music discs, we should probably consider a venue. And in my mind, I think about a venue for a party as something with a dance floor, some music, somewhere to sit and, I guess, have a drink, and probably a bar to get those drinks from. And I'm thinking this sort of area down here where we've got a whole bunch of space might be a good place to put this venue, but I'm in two minds as to what to build. So I've done some work in creative, but not on this island, not here, or not in this world. It's in a different world, okay? In fact, it's in two different worlds. Let's go take a look. So assuming this party's going to be happening at night, I thought it'd be a good idea to build a building to protect ourselves from things like zombies. And I built this, which is basically like a village hall type building. It's a giant big box and it does look horrendously ugly, and I think that's because of the slope of the terrain. But if I was to level out the terrain, I don't think it would look too bad. Of course, the materials mimic what we've got going on with our other builds, but the interesting part of this build is not the outside, it's the inside. So if we go in here, you could probably already see it. We've got a whole bunch of tables to sit at with mugs and plates and cups and benches, and I can just imagine a bunch of people being sat in here enjoying themselves. And then we've got this big old space here for a dance floor where you could come and dance and listen to the music, which would obviously be playing from this little DJ booth that we've got on this stage here. We've got these amazing window blinds from McCaw's, which will allow us to, well, basically close the window blinds. We've got a bunch more seating around the dance floor area. We've even got an access to get to the stage on this side and another one on this side that takes us to a basement, which has got the redstone for the lights. And up this way, we've got a bar, and it's quite a fancy bar with barrels and kegs and more stuff and all that sort of stuff. And it does remind me very much of like a village hall type, I don't know, amateur theatre-y type place. And I really like it. I love this inside. I think it's great. The problem with this build, though, is it would be a lot of resource gathering. There's loads of wood in this. There's a whole bunch of stone, brick, and tuff, and it would take a long time to build and gather all of those resources. And considering it looks totally horrendous from the outside, it's maybe not the best thing to build. Because, don't forget peeps, we're on a desert island here, we're in the tropics, it's nice and warm, and if you're imagining a party on a desert island, you probably don't want to be in some village hall somewhere. You want to be outside under the stars in a tropical themed bar/dance tropical themed thing. But what would that look like? I think it'd look a little bit like this, possibly, with the terrain completely reshaped, bringing the area from the dock along this path here with some walls in, taking us down to a flat part of the island where we have a tropical themed outdoor place. Surrounded by coconut trees to give it that tropical vibe, and inside I think it looks great, but let's start from the outside. As we come down this hill, we're greeted by this little sort of thingy. I don't know what it's called. Geez, I just built it. And that leads us down into a similar sort of feeling thing to our village hall with some tables. Some of them have got these little thatch parasols on top of. We've got this walkway here, and we've got our DJ booth, which is a lot more tropical themed here. I like this very much. To the right, we've got a nice little tiki bar here, which we can go and sit at and enjoy a nice drink. And on the other side, we've got a little fire pit round near this coconut crab, just round here where we could sit and enjoy some tasty marshmallows by the fire. And you might be thinking, well, this is a lot less to do. This is much easier build than what you did before. It's not. This is much harder. To build this in survival is going to take some serious time and effort, mainly because I've had to basically disappear a massive chunk of the island in order to create this steep terrain here and these walls to bring everything down to a flat level to build on, which probably would have helped with the village hall idea. So that's part number one. Part number two is there's a lot more of these coconut trees here, and these things are not easy to get hold of because when you break the leaves, a little bit like with dark oak, you hardly get any saplings, so I'd have to grow a whole bunch of these trees to get a whole bunch of saplings to do all of this. There's also a whole bunch of different types of wood involved with this build, and a lot of this straw thatch stuff. These straw bales. These straw bales are made from straw, which we are getting from my bread farm, but there's a lot of it here to put all together, and also we need a whole bunch of leaves as well, which would mean growing a whole bunch more azalea trees. And whilst that's not necessarily a big problem, it's kind of a big problem. And the reason it's a big problem is I'm pretty much completely out of bone meal, but this, I think, is the one I'm going to build. So I suppose I better get back to the actual world and actually start working. Oh my goodness, this is going to take forever. See this terrain? Everything from this point here has to go down to that level over there. That's a lot of sand to get rid of. So I think I'm going to need a new tool. Before I go ahead and make a diamond version of this new tool that I'm going to be making, I'm going to make an iron one just to make sure that this new tool actually does what I think it does. It's a wand, isn't it? Yeah, I'm making a wand, mate. An iron wand! See, in the last series I had construction wands, which are quite simple little things. They allowed you to place blocks, randomize blocks, put blocks horizontally, vertically, or even fill in huge areas, whereas these ones are a lot more complicated. In fact, they're a little bit OP, to be honest with you, but they are ridiculously complicated. Let's have a look at how complicated they are. In the wand menu, I can basically put in different tools that this wand can then use. I can place, replace, destroy, or use in the actions. I can have lots of different directions, including circles, copy and paste, tunnels, vein mining. I can change the rotation, the axis. I can do all sorts of stuff with states. And the majority of it I just don't understand. But what's useful is this destroy function. If I go to destroy and go to area, but then if I look at this, you'll see it gives me a grid of all of the things that it's going to destroy. And I think, although I might be wrong because I've only ever used these in creative, but I think it uses the durability of the tools that it's got inside of the wand. So let's just find out. Let's just clear this little bit here. It got rid of it all, which was very convenient. I got the blocks back. But how are my tools doing? I'm assuming it used my diamond shovel. That's got durability of 670. Let's do this bit. Yes, now it's 638. So whilst it's still going to be using a whole bunch of my diamonds from my tools, it's going to be so much faster. The other really nice thing about this is it's got a replace function. You see, underneath all of this sand, there's a bunch of sandstone and stone and other things. So it's really nice that I can come along and actually replace a whole bunch of things, assuming I've got the right blocks in my inventory, just by clicking on them. And that's going to save me a whole bunch of time too. Now, to be honest with you, the whole thing does feel a little bit cheaty, but this is modded Minecraft and I'm running out of time for this episode. So I'm going to take it today, but I'm going to try and use these tools as sparingly as possible. But before I do anything, I'm going to go make myself a whole bunch of shovels so that I can fill this thing with shovels and have it full of shovels. Oh wow, I've got loads of tools on my screen at the bottom left now, jeez. However, before I start, I'm gonna need more wood as usual, which is crazy considering how much oak that I destroyed on this island and that island over there. So there's only one thing for it, and that is to go back over that island and destroy a whole bunch more oak. But I'm gonna be sensible this time. I'm not gonna do it all by hand. I'm going to take a machine with me to do it. And the machine I'm going to be taking is this one, although it is gonna need some modifications. Instead of having all of these drills at the front, I'm going to leave drills at the bottom just so that it can plow through things that are in its way, and then I'm going to replace these top layer ones with saws. So here we go. Is it going to work? Oh no, wait, stop, no, stop. In order to make it work, what I need to do is take out anything that it can place down. And now that way, hopefully, it will actually just go down the terrain. I'm hoping that deploy... Oh, no, it's got... Oh, jeez. No, it's just going to fall off, isn't it? Okay, before I give up on this idea completely, I do have another idea. And my idea is to make it so that it can go up and down the different layers of the terrain. Currently, this deploy here puts a block there to stop it falling down holes as it's going along the terrain. However, if I take that filter off and give that track as well, then hopefully that one will place track down either on the level that it's at or the level below, assuming it can do. And the one behind it will be there as a backup just in case the track doesn't place where it needs to go. Yes, it's placing rail. Good. No, but is it? Yes, look, it's going to go downhill. This is excellent. Oh, yes. Just what we needed. Perfect. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's better than it was. Well, providing nothing gets in its way, like flowers and holes and things, it seems to do a pretty good job of going round and destroying lots of trees. See, look, leaves got in the way. Oh no, there's another hole. No, stop. The problem is, every time I pick this up and put it down, it costs me another piece of coal to get it going again, so it's quite expensive having to keep picking it up and putting it down. Oh, we're getting into flower territory. We could have problems. My incredible smashing machine, thwarted by the occasional flower. And there we go, we pretty much got all the way to the other end. Okay, it's been relatively successful, although it did require quite a lot of babysitting. However, now that I've cleared out a big area in the middle of this island and we've got a nice big flat bit that it can keep going backwards and forwards on, I can start making life easy for myself. Because all of this time that I've been chopping down trees, I've been collecting a whole bunch of saplings, which I'm now going to go and replant all over that island, and then chop all of those down once I've grown again. And now all of those are planted, all I've got to do is wait for them to grow, which could take a ridiculously long time, but I'm a patient sort of person. Come on! See, we're not going to need this bottom row of drills anymore, we're just going to need the saws. Here we go. And before we start, this is where we're currently up to in terms of logs. We've got a whole bunch of birch, we've got a reasonable amount of oak, and after we've done all of this oak, we're going to have loads. Assuming it ever grows. Come on, oak.
How long is this going to take?
Ages! That's how long it took to grow all of this oak. But now it's all grown. Ow, hello. Stop it. Now it's all grown, it's time to start the machine and get many, many, many wood. Oh, this is going to be good. What? It deleted up? What? I hope it got all of that wood. What? It did? Is it going to do the same with this? Just sort of like disappear the whole thing in one big chop? Yep. That's crazy. And now I have loads more saplings, loads of oak, and before I go and start doing this building thing that I've got to do, I'm just going to replant all of these saplings and they'll be ready for next time. Well, I spent a good hour or two gathering a whole bunch of resources, ready to start doing all of this work. As you can see in my backpack, I think I've got just about everything I need, even a jukebox, apart from one thing. And for that, I need to go back to the nether because I need glowstone if we're going to have disco lights. Now, hopefully, glowstone isn't too far away in the nether, but I'm pretty sure we spawn in a soul sand valley. We do. Oh, and there's pillagers in here? And skeletons. Quick, lock me in. This is just like last time. So I guess it's time to make like a tree and buzz off. Oh, jeez, there's a naga up there. No, thank you. Oh, jeez, this is so slow on this. Oh, jeez, it's pushing me down the hole. No, thank you. They're so difficult to hit. They've got like the tiniest hitbox. Ah, its tail is in my wall. Stop it. Right, I got to get over there up to that, which is float. Oh, jeez, that's not going to be easy to get to, is it? There it is. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Jeez, we can stand on it. We only need a few pieces from the top. And there we go. We have many glowstone now, almost a stack's worth. So all I gotta do is get home. Oh no, look at them all. There's another one. Oh, that's not my safety hole. No, ow, ow, stop it. Quick, there we go, I made it. There's a skeleton on this side and I'm taking lots of damage, but apart from that, everything's good. The good news is, though, with this glowstone dust, I now have absolutely everything I need to make my disco lights. There we go. And that means it's time to get building. Play that funky music and let's start digging and changing stuff and placing blocks. So internally, this is all pretty much done now, and I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out, and it didn't take all that long to actually do. As you can see, I didn't quite have enough straw to make all of these bits out of straw, so I tried to find some matching logs on the chipped workbench to make it fit, and I don't really like it when it's blended together like this. However, I don't mind it on the parasols. I think they look fine when it's all just one type. Everything's in place. We've got our little fire pit over here, we've got our tables and chairs and the roof, we've got the bushes round the side, we've got our little tiki bar, and we've got the DJ booth, although I've still got a bit of redstone to do on there. The only thing that I'm missing is all of the trees, and I've planted a few of the coconut saplings that I had, but I chopped down a whole bunch of coconut trees, and the problem is, on average, you get one sapling for every tree. Basically, you chop down a tree, you get one sapling, and you replant that tree, you chop it down, you get one and so on and so forth, and it's very annoying. So I need to find a way of getting a few more saplings. The other thing, of course, that I still need is that music disc. And whilst we could wait for night and hope a creeper and a skeleton spawn in close proximity, I don't really like fighting creepers and skeletons, and I don't really like nighttime. So I think the better way to get a music disc would be to go treasure hunting. And that sounds a lot more rewarding to me. So I better clear out some space in my backpack and get on my boat. And here we go, our first place of potential treasure. We've got a thing over there, we've got a thing here. Let's go down and see what we get. I'm wearing my diving equipment, so I should be able to survive a little bit. Oh, and we might get suspicious gravel here, so let's go make a brush. Oh, they're back again. How many? Why? Go away. If I ignore them, they'll ignore me. Bit of copper, bit of feathers. That's not how you make a brush. Oh, and a stick. Okay, treasury thing, let's do this. Oh, look, there's some suspicious gravel already. I found some. Plus bruh music disc. Oh, it's not bad. It's one of them pottery things. They might look nice decoration on my island. A few pots. And an emerald. My first emerald. And another pot. Wow. There is more. Another pottery thing. Am I being lucky? I don't normally get this many pottery things. What have you got? Oh, wow. Oh, a sea lantern. I like sea lanterns. If only I had silk touch. It's going to be bits of sea lantern now. What have you got? Rub it. Oh, law 3. Slightly better than what I had before, I guess. Oh, some wheat. A bit of coal. Okay, chest of mini treasure. What do you behold? A hoe! And more junk. A treasure map! Finally! Okay, glorious treasure map, where are you? Northwest a bit. I don't really know if I want to venture out beyond the borders of my island. That's a little bit of a scary thing to do. Hello, drowned. Another buried treasure map. Ooh. Oh, bamboo. I need bamboo. Finally. Full of jewels. Now, hopefully both of these buried treasure maps aren't the same. We'll find out soon, I guess. Maybe the other map's slightly closer. Oh, it's the same map. That is some interesting looking terrain. Oh, and another little desert island. Oh, maybe I could get some more saplings from there. And apparently the buried treasure's over here too. I shall look at it on both maps and then I shall be extra precise. And there it is. But will it have a music disc? No. But we've got Heart of the Sea and TNT too. Very nice. It's a good job I brought my little saw contraption with me, because now I can go and harvest all of these trees for their saplings and not feel bad about it at all because I don't live here. Well, 30 saplings should be enough. Ooh, smithing templates, not really what I wanted. You can pick them. Wow, okay, I guess it's my apple tree. Saplings? Really? You're not going to give any saplings? No? How do I grow an apple tree then? Can I make apple seeds? No. And I think my boat's just sank. It has. Oh, jeez. Ooh, shinies. Ooh, shinies. Another map and more. Oh, potatoes. Oh, they'll come in handy. Jeez, I'm getting. Oh, my backpack's nearly full. Right, new buried treasure map. Where is this one? Oh, we're right near it. Oh, good. What have we got this time? No music disc. It's a walnut tree. Now, are you going to actually give me any saplings this time, Mr. Walnut Tree? Oh, crikey. No, it's giving me saplings as well. Well, I'm nearly home, and travelling all that way didn't really help me out on my quest to get a music disc. It did, however, help me out on my quest to fill up my backpack with total junk. But there is another way to find buried treasure, or at least treasure. And for that, we're gonna need a dolphin and some fish. If you take me over to them things I've already discovered, you're gonna be in trouble, dolphin. You did. Thanks. Okay, I guess dolphin's not the best way to go about this. I guess it's shipwrecks or nothing. I've got another map. That's the one I'm pretty sure that's the one I've already been to. Yeah, same one. But I killed the chest. Jeez, stupid maps. Now, there is an ocean monument nearby, but I don't think I'm going to get many music discs from there. However, there is a shipwreck right next to it that could have another treasure map. And the Guardians are spawning in. Go! Swim fast! Ooh, stuff. I risked my life for that. Well, I've travelled a whole bunch, and I've got no music disc. I have, however, got an absolutely ridiculous amount of stuff, but that's not really going to help me. So I think it's time to go back on the boat again to somewhere I haven't lit up, and go find myself a skeleton and a creeper. Now, I've got an interesting way that I might do this, but it could be very dangerous, and that is to try and pick the creeper up. There we go. I've picked him up. Now, if I get the skeleton to shoot me while I'm holding that... No, it didn't work at all. 3 creepers and 2 skeletons. Or 4 creepers. Okay, now this is slightly dangerous. We've got 4 creepers, a baby zombie, and... Oh, jeez. Go away. Emergency pillar while I eat. Zombie dodged my emergency pillar. Don't go bang. Oh, now there's a spider. Great. Just shoot the creeper. Not me. Come on, shoot the creeper. Yes. And again. Before he goes bang. No, no, no. Oh, jeez. That was close. Skeletons, look. This way. This way. That's it. Shoot those creepers. All you gotta do is shoot those out. Shoot those creepers. There's so many of them that you could hit. Oh, no. All me creepers went bang. This didn't work out very well at all, did it? Ah. That skeleton's got a backpack, and that one has, and they might be jukebox backpacks. All I gotta do is get them. But that skeleton's got like no, he had all of the effects on him. Right, there's a creeper. There's a bunch of skeletons. All I've got to do is get everything lined up perfectly. That's it, and again. Shoot him again, yeah, and again, one more time. Come on, you got it. You got this. One more time. Shoot the creeper, not me. There we go. I got a music disc. It worked. I've just got to get rid of this ridiculously powerful skeleton now. Or get the music disc and run away. That's the other thing. Oh, no, he's in my boat. Well, I like swimming. I love it. It's my favourite. I can't believe he stole my boat. So now that that's all over, I believe I've got absolutely everything I need to finish this venue. We've got the music disc, we've got a whole bunch of coconut seedlings, and my straw has been gathering as well. And now I've got 21 straw bales to finish off that roof. Brilliant. Okay, the redstone for the lights is all in place. I've used some redstone links with some filters on just to attach to the bottom of those blocks. So that's all fancy. I've replaced all of the straw for those, and I've planted a bunch of trees as well. However, I think a lot of them are going to need bone mealing because they've not all grown. So I'm going to do that now. And thanks to spending a whole bunch of time gathering kelp earlier and putting all of my saplings into this bone mealing system, I've now got a whole bunch of bone meal. Please grow. Please grow. Please grow. Oh, wow, that was easy. Oh, why are they all crossing together? I want a nice spread. Well, that's a whole bunch of trees planted around this thing. It doesn't quite have the same feel as we had on the creative version of the world, but I planted the trees a little bit further away from this to try and make it not feel quite so claustrophobic, but I kind of feel like we need a closer one. So let's give that a go. And now that side of the island does feel very much tropically treed, which is definitely a word. And the last little piece to the puzzle is to go around with some sea beets, some dead oak leaves, some sandy shrubs and some tiki torches and just make this entire area just look a little bit more busy and a little bit more light too, so that it's not too dark around here. And I also think we might need a few more shells dotted around, and a few sand layers thrown around this area as well won't hurt. And that's it. I think everything is done. There's no reason now why we shouldn't be able to have a party. The only thing left to do is to test out this music disc, and I really didn't make it easy to actually get into this DJ booth, did I? Jeez. There we go. Now, I guess it would be helpful if we actually had a DJ, and ideally someone to manage the bar as well. And I think I know exactly who can do that. Coco, you are now resident DJ. There you go. Excellent, we have DJ Dog. And Nut, you are in charge of the bar. I don't know what job I'm going to give Snake, though. We can just stick to the wall for a bit. There you go, Nut. Excellent job there doing the bar. It very much seems like I'm ready for a party. I have done my quests, I've done everything it asks, I even did the side quest, so I guess all I gotta do now is wait for these people to arrive, assuming they're actually gonna arrive. And the sun is going down, so I guess it's just a waiting game. So I'm gonna sit over here on my dock and just wait, and assume that at some point this evening people are gonna arrive for a party. So I waited. And I waited. And then I waited some more. But no one arrived. And eventually, just as I was about to give up on waiting, something appeared on the horizon. Something pretty large appeared on the horizon. Oh my god, what the heck? Gee, something huge appeared on the horizon and it was coming right for me. That's a ship! It's a massive ship! Oh, geez, I don't think I've made the dock big enough. Oh, I wasn't expecting a full-on galleon. Hello? Hi? Oh, it's villagers! Hey guys, welcome to the island. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Hello, welcome to the island. Hello, welcome to the island. Hello, well, you're a different type of villager, okay. Hello, welcome to the island. Jeez, hello, welcome to the... There's so many villagers. Why is there so many? Jeez, I can't say hello to all of... Oh, they're just non-stop coming out of the... Oh, my goodness. Hello, welcome to the island. Hello, well, it kind of looks like they know where they're going. At least I hope they do. They're all following the path. That's good. Hello, welcome to the island. Oh, jeez. I better get over there and make sure that they're, actually ended up in the right place and doing the right thing. I just didn't expect it. Well, I suppose what else could it have been? Villagers, I guess. But there's so many different villagers. And oh, jeez. Hey, guys. Yep. Oh, wow. You're all finding the right way. You found the party. That's good. Excellent. Keep going. They're just down here. Grab yourself a seat. I'll come and greet you all as quickly as I can. Oh, wow, look at this. We're actually having a party. Okay, guys, over here we've got the bar. The dog is quite happily to serve you whatever you need. Over here we've got the disco. We've got a nice dance floor if you're up for a dance. Around here we've got a fire pit, so just be a little bit careful because it is fire. But otherwise, just make yourselves at home, enjoy the atmosphere, and, we've got people wanting to go to the... Are they dancing? They're bopping to the music. They're bopping to the music. These are party villagers. Party villagers from all around the world. Look at them go. Yep, that's it. Get yourselves a drink, and then once you've had a couple of drinks, you can join me on the dance floor. We'll have a bit of a dance, sit round the fire pit, tell each other, fire campsite, fire story. Oh my, I don't know how to throw a party. But I didn't need to. The epic party-loving villagers knew exactly how to party, and so they did, taking me along for the ride with them. We danced, we drank, and then danced some more. Some gathered round the table, some shared stories around the fire, and some just danced and danced and danced. But then, all of a sudden, through the crowd, I saw something I wasn't expecting. She was looking right at me. As I picked up my jaw from the floor, she came over to me. And feeling a little awkward and having no clue what to say, we just danced. Eventually, after many dancing, we decided to head away from the party for somewhere a little more peaceful. And while we sat on the dock, we talked and talked and talked underneath the moonlight for what felt like hours. But sadly, as the night moved on, it became time for the villagers and my new love to head home. Will I see you again? I wish you could stay. As I headed home, I thought back on all of the wonderful times we'd had tonight. The dancing, the drinking, even the stories around the campfire. But mostly the dancing and the drinking and the moonlight. All of the time wondering if I'll ever see her again. But suddenly, I was rudely interrupted from my thoughts by another knock at the door. What? Another? What? This better not be another bloody quest! Oh my goodness me, what do you want? The following morning, I woke up to something that I wasn't expecting. Oh. Oh? What the? Oh no. Oh no, how much did I drink? Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh. Huh. Why is John in my bed? Roxy then explained that she'd found John this morning in the bread farm, passed out, in a food coma from eating all of my bread supplies. And as she's a nice sort of person, she dragged him to the house, put him in my bed, and because she's a nice sort of person, she said she didn't want to wake me. Right, okay, well, it's lovely to... hang on a minute, there's a... Oh, jeez, not a... Really? Of course, it's another quest. Of course it is. Quest 3. Quest. Light work. Now that your island has been designated best party island... Oh no, that's not good. You'll be getting plenty of visitors... Oh no, I don't want... Oh, okay. You should build a lighthouse so ships can find your island in the fog. But it's all... It's glorious on my... I never... What? I live on a tropical island. There's no fog. There's never fog. You can see for miles. Why? I don't need a lighthouse. That's ridiculous. Jeez. What's the sign? Oh, it won't always be sunny. In fact, it feels like there's a mist rolling in now. Where? Oh. Wow. Okay. Huh. That's a thick fog. That's a what? Huh. Maybe I do need a lighthouse. How am I supposed to do... What? I can't even see my dock. Hello? Dear quest person, plus bruh, turn fog off. That it's too much fog. It's way too much fog. It's just too much. It feels like... Is it lifting? It's lifted a bit. But it's still quite... Oh my goodness me. Jeez. Okay. Right, I guess we're going to need a lighthouse then. But if we're going to be building a lighthouse, that gives me some space to build an iron farm because I'm always short of iron, so that's it's not a bad thing to do. What's the side quest? Ironside. Now that you've got a few base resources, you should consider generating little iron for building a... Oh. Huh. Seems we're on the same wavelength, me and whoever is giving me these quests. Good, right. I guess I should get all of my tools. Hopefully wait until all of this horrible fog clears and consider building a lighthouse. Roxy, I gotta go build a lighthouse. I'm gonna be a while, okay? Jeez. Where am I gonna build it? Huh. See, my island at the moment, apart from the fog, is lovely. It's perfect. I don't really want to stick a lighthouse on here anywhere. I mean, this little corner here would probably be ideal because it's out of the way of everything else. But I like my little island as it is. However, there is island... Where's the other island gone? Fog? Help, I can't see. There is island over there. The one we always go to for the wood. And I think that island... Oh, geez, I can't see it. I think that island would be the perfect island to have a lighthouse on it because it's not on my island. Jeez. I mean, the ships will be smart enough to be able to see that lighthouse and realise they're near my island, right? That's how lighthouses work. Where's my boat? Oh yeah, that skeleton had it. They don't actually need to be in the place where, well, they need to be, right? It could be over there. I just need this fog to lift so I can see it. Where's the island gone? Hello, island. It's only there. Come on, fog, go away. Shoo. There it is. There it is. There's the other. Excellent. Okay, so the fog's lifting a little bit more. That's good. There's the other island. I think that'd be perfect for a lighthouse. Good. Right. We got some jobs to do. Now, traditionally, I think white houses are generally white and red and quite tall, which means I'll probably need a reasonable amount of concrete. I have sand and I have gravel, and I've got millions of rose bushes, and I'm also generating bone meal. So I can do that. However, I've also got an absolute ton of deep slate. So I'm thinking a black and white lighthouse might be even better. However, I am going to need lights at the top of it. So I think in order to have lights on the lighthouse, I'll probably need some more redstone lamps or something interesting up there. So I guess I've got some resource gathering to do. In terms of white, I don't want to just do sort of plain white concrete. I think I'd rather use limestone. But I don't have a great deal of limestone left. I do have quite a bit of diorite, however, so we could use diorite and deep slate, but I think I want to take my little mining drill back down the mines and find a bunch of limestone first. Now, I'm pretty sure there was a big old pile of limestone down here somewhere, and I think I dug quite a lot of it out already, but yeah, here we go. Look, there's loads left here. Oh no, oh no, 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 1.5 hearts. Don't get, no, 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 oh. Ow. Oh, jeez. Well, I think that should be plenty of limestone for us to be getting on with. Although looking into my inventory, there's no wonder I keep dying. Right, anyway, I think it's time we went over to the other island and decided exactly where we're going to have this lighthouse and how we're going to do it all. See, I'm thinking this little outcrop on the side here would make a nice little spot for a lighthouse. We can make it all sort of rocky and stuff. We could maybe even add another dock on here, similar to what we've got going on my island. And I think that could all look pretty good. But that said, there's an awful lot of terraforming needs doing over here because the landscape is not pretty. It's not ideal at all. So yeah, I think that's where I'm going to start. I'm preparing the area. I'm going to need more tools. Well, I don't think that's come out too bad. We've got a nice little seawally rocky bit with some leaves and vines and things to make it look a little bit wet and mouldy. We've got a nice big area to work with to build our lighthouse on, and plenty of space for other things as well. Not that I know what those other things are going to be, and speaking of not knowing, I have no idea what this lighthouse is going to look like yet. So I suppose it's time I headed off to a creative version of this world and did some fiddling. Well, I'm not 100% happy with it, but it definitely works on a nice foggy night. It's very visible. You can't see my island, but you can see that. And as we get a bit closer, you can see I've got a bit of a spinny thing at the top to make it spin. And I've tried my best to decorate it and blend it in, but it needs a little bit of work. Wow, this shade of the grass actually dries out. That's amazing. Right, okay, anyway, so I'm pretty happy with the design overall. It needs some more texture on the blocks and things like that, and I like the fact that the rocks sort of come up the side of it at the bottom, bringing it all together. However, because of that, I kind of feel like it needs to move more towards this wall so that we can blend this in. My original idea would be that there was a path going to be around here, maybe sort of a rocky, muddy path going around the outside, but now that I've done that, I kind of feel like it does need bringing over a bit. I also do feel like it does need a little side building, although I haven't done that now. I got rid of it, because inside I'm not sure there's going to be quite enough room for an iron farm. I might just about squeeze one in here, but it wouldn't be a particularly easy job. As you can see on the internals, I've done absolutely nothing other than throwing a few lights, and I haven't even put any flowers in the flower boxes yet, so there's still a whole bunch of work left to do on this thing, but there's no point doing that in creative, because I might as well do that in the real world, now that I've got some sort of idea. So, back on the real world, I've got a whole bunch of things to gather and a whole bunch of blocks to place. And the first place I need to go is the Nether again to get more glowstone. At least I've got a slight armor upgrade now. Oh no, oh jeez, already. We'll make a safety tunnel. Ideally, not falling down any big holes. Like that big hole. And hopefully I can avoid all of those things that want to eat me. Ah, fire, look out. Oh jeez, I've wasted that staircase. Let's make another one. Oh, more fire! Oh, jeez. Ah! More fire! Stop it! Oh, and there we are! Ha-ha! I now have a sneaky route through, and I'm just gonna go for it. Go! Go, 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 go! I should really start thinking about replacing some of this soul sand with something that I can actually walk on. Let's do that. Let's just take a minute. Ah, or not. We won't take a minute. Oh, don't, no, there's one right there! Stop it! Plus, bruh, be glowstone somewhere close by. Bones, skeletons, more skeletons, more of those horrible things. Okay, back up to the nether roof it is. Yeah, and we'll just run along here until we're in a different biome. That thing will have loads of glowstone, but I can't get down to it. So instead, we're going to go over to the biome where the nether fortress is, if I can get down to it safely. And hopefully there'll be some glowstone around here. There's hook mushrooms. Ah, glowstone. Oh no. I'm not wearing gold. Run away. Apparently these goggles class as gold. No, they still don't like me. There's a whole bunch of gold in the ceiling here. We'll just make ourselves a quick helmet. We all good now, bro? Yes? Good. Here it is. Look at this mighty fine pile of it. And there we go. We've now got nearly a stack of glowstone. It's probably enough, but I kind of feel like I would like a little bit more while I'm here, so I don't have to do this again. Oh, wow. Look at all of that. I bet that's made out of glowstone. An ink bush? Wow, you get ink bush seeds. What is that? Yeah, I don't like the look of that. I'll take a bunch of these things that are kicking about around here. Oh, these big mushrooms give you little bits of glowstone. Not much, but it's a bit. But through the other side of this wall is that fortressy thing. And here we are, we're now in line with it. But there is a ghast kicking about, so piling across to it might not be a sensible thing to do. I just gotta be brave. Oh, stop it! What could go wrong? How hard could it be? There we go, I made it! I made it into this place, which is full of it's not glowstone, it's cincinnite thing block. But it's fancy. Look at that lantern. And look, they've got balconies with potted plants. And what is this? Reed's block? My Reed's block. These fancy bone walls. Oh, a chest of drawers with things in it. I'm not getting distracted. You're getting distracted. Oh dear. I didn't notice those when I was looking on the outside. It's full of quite strong looking wither skeletons. Close the doors. Hi. I'm all right, thank you. I don't need any. Hey, look, a netherrack furnace. And look at all these blocks. It'd be amazing if my lighthouse was red and white. What is that? A respawner statue? You must hold 4 glowstone to set your spawn point here. I need it. I need it. I need it. Get into the next building. Keep my eyes peeled for more wither skeletons. Just go. Go in. I can hear one. Something scrapey. Oh my goodness, it's what? It is full of them. Now, did I get them all? I did. Oh, and look. Chests. Stalagmite. No, stalagmite. Ah, it spawned in. Where did you spawn? Ow. Oh no, I don't want to die in here, but I want those chests. I've got an idea. Pretty sure that chest. Oh, I found a spawner. I guess there's another one under here. There's 2. So what I really need to do is figure out how I'm going to get to those chests without being eaten alive by wither skeletons. I think the chest. Yeah, there we go. We can get to the chest. Oh, it's got diamonds in it. Do the same thing here. Take all of the good things. Oh, look at that. A ruby chest plate. Okay, so we know these green buildings are good for having monsters. Uh-oh. No. Oh, no. It's a dead end. Oh, jeez. My sword just broke. This is not good. This is not good at all. I am going to die. I am going to die. 1.5 hearts. Come on, survive. Survive, please, game. Survive. Oh, my goodness me. Oh. Ah! I didn't want to open the door. I'm trying to eat. I appear to be surrounded, and they've all seen me. I got an idea. And here we are. We have arrived at the next building. I think I'm safe for the time being. I want to go in this big old building here. What's that? It's lanterns. They'd be even better than redstone lamps. Okay, we're doing an adventure upstairs. There's another lantern. These are fancy blocks. Look at these. Brick plates. Another one of these statues. If I break that, are you going to get mad at me? It wasn't me. Ooh! An enchanting setup! I need one of those! If only I had Silk Touch. Or a way to get home from here. Well, I've got an idea. And that idea is going to take me up these ladders and through this wall. And hopefully back up to the nether ceiling. And with this netherrack, I'm going to build the most dangerous and janky staircase you have ever seen. No. The stairs! Ah! Oh! No. There, gotcha. Ha! And I completed the challenge. Yeah, here we go. I have found the netherrack roof, which should mean we're not a million miles away from my old tunnel. In fact, it looks like it's just through this wall here. So I think, after all of that, I ended up with everything I needed. And in all that commotion, I didn't even realise I'd picked up a wither skeleton skull. So that means that those little spawners could make a really interesting wither skeleton farm. Hey Roxy, I've been to the nether. I survived, you'll be glad to know. And now I'm going to go and build that lighthouse, okay? Good. I'm glad you're so enthusiastic about it. This is excellent news. I'll see you soon. However, before I get building, I'm going to need glow lichen. So I've set up this little machine here, which I think is going to get that for me. If I put some bone meal on there and then just stand here and shear stuff, I believe... Oh, I've broken it. I guess I just mined that one there. There we go. Now it's time to go building. Well, I don't think that's come out too badly after all. I kind of like the mound. It's higher up than the one on the test world, just to blend it in with the rocks a bit better. We've got a bit of a scabby path out the front here, and like I say, I've blended it in with all of this round here. And as a result, I've had to adapt the landscape around that to make it fit, and I think it works okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, at the moment, there's no power to this at all, which means the thing at the top's not spinning, but let's just take a quick look inside. We've got a pole that goes all the way up. I've added a couple of tables in just while I was working on this, and we've got some ladders that go all of the way to the top. So we've got a few different floors in here. They're all joined with this shaft down the middle. We've got this one here, and of course we've got this one right near the top with another ladder that comes all of the way up to the top, where we've got this spinny roundy thing. Now we've got our I really need to learn how to say that. Synsonicite lanterns, and we've got the thing ready to spin, but we don't have any power. And I think the easiest way to provide power with this would be a water wheel, although a windmill might be a good thing to do. In fact, if we go all the way down to the bottom, I've already thrown a windmill bearing in. The problem is though, I've got no wool at all. And even though this island was riddled with sheep when we first moved here, they've just decided they're not going to respawn. So I'm not going to have wool for a while. So I think what we're going to do is just chuck a water wheel in down here at the bottom, and then just figure out how we're going to do this iron farm. See, I'm not making a massive iron farm. This isn't going to be a big factory. I just need a little bit to get by. And speaking of iron, I also need zinc. During that build process, I actually had to do another massive mining run underground just to get enough zinc to make the copycat panels for all of the little edgy bits. And I pretty much used all of that while I was building that thing. But doesn't it look good from all the way back here? As a result, I've now got a whole bunch of chests out here absolutely full of stuff that I've mined, but I've hardly got any zinc at all. In fact, I've got 93 pieces left, but let's concentrate on an iron farm for now. So I've done a little bit of crafting. I think I've got everything I need to achieve what we need to achieve, hopefully. So let's go and make an iron farm, and make my lighthouse work too. So of course we're going to need to start down here with our water wheels, which means we don't need that. We are of course going to need an infinite water source, and I'm hoping that 2 large water wheels is going to be enough. So let's plonk those on there like that. Hopefully they're not sticking through the ceiling. They're not, just about good. And that means we can get these running with our water. And we can attach these to this shaft with a little gearbox there, and that should get the thing at the top of the lighthouse spinning. So let's go take a look. It is spinning, which is good. It's going the wrong way round, but that's absolutely fine. It really doesn't matter. And it's probably going about the right speed as well for a lighthouse, maybe a little bit slowly. And that means we're probably going to need some speed control, which we definitely will if we're going to be making iron and stuff, because we want things running at a reasonable speed. So I'd really like to craft a rotation speed controller, but then I need these. And whilst they're not horrendously expensive, they're a right pain to make. Now, in order to make precision mechanisms in here, I'm pretty much gonna have to demolish all of this. So let's first of all pick up that lava so we don't have any accidents, and then I guess I can just smash a bunch of this to bits. For this, we are gonna need a belt, and to do this properly, I really should have a rotating system that goes round and round and round, but I'm not gonna do it properly right now. So for this, we're gonna need a bunch more of these deployers, which means I need a bunch more of these brass hands, which means I need more more brass sheet. And I've just got rid of the thing that I used to make brass sheet. So I guess we're going to have to do it like this and hope that it'll just, yeah, there we go, fly off the end. That's fine. We'll just chuck those on there and then pick them up as they pop off. All right, 3 brass hands, 3 deployers. And then I need these deployers in the line here, but they're going to need power. But I can solve that with a couple of gearboxes. There we go. Now all of the deployers are activating. Now this one's going to need small cogs, that one's going to need big cogs, and that's going to need iron nuggets. If I throw on a piece of gold sheet on there, it's going to get turned into part of a precision mechanism. Problem is, I haven't got any gold sheet and they've got rid of me squid. Oh my goodness me. Okay, fine. Right, let's pop that there and then we'll get rid of that and we'll pop that there and then we'll make a few bits of gold sheet. Let's just have 5 for now. And then when I throw on a piece of gold sheet there, it should start turning. But we got to do this a bunch of times, which means I'm going to have to manually keep picking it up and throwing it down because I've got no room to put anything else in here to make this a full loop. But is it going to work? There is a chance it'll break on the last go. It worked. We got a precision mechanism. Amazing. I can make speed controllers. I just need another 4 of those. Here we go. Oh, the last one broke. And that means I can now craft 4 rotational speed controllers. Oh, this is brilliant. That's going to save me so many problems. And you know what? Let's have another couple on there as well. And then we're going to have plenty of speed to play with. That on there. That on top of there, we can get rid of that, stick on a vertical gearbox, and now we can pretty much set this to whatever speed we need, and we can change the direction. So if I put that on, let's say 64, yeah, that's probably a bit quick. So maybe more like 24. And that looks reasonable for the lighthouse, but that's still going to be going pretty slow for our contraptions. So realistically, we actually want the lighthouse spinny thing on its own separate speed controller up here at the top. Well, there's quite a bit of jiggery-pokery going on there, but we have achieved what we wanted to achieve, and that means doesn't matter what happens to this shaft below it, whether that speeds up, slows down, or changes direction, our little spinny thing at the top is only ever going to be controlled by this. So let's stick that back on 24, make sure it's spinning in the right direction, which it's not. I like it going the other way round, so let's just flip that up there, and now that's just going to stay exactly like that forever. So to generate iron from cobblestone, we're going to need 3 different contraptions. We're going to need a cobblestone generator with a mechanical drill that's going to break that cobble and put it somewhere. Then that needs to go through a mill to turn it into gravel, and then that needs to be washed to turn it into flint and iron nuggets. We don't want the flint, but we do want the iron nuggets, which means I need to join all of these things together and fit them all inside of there. And I know earlier on I said we were going to have an external building. We are, but not for any of this. This is going in there. And I think the best way of doing this would be to use the different levels. Now we can't really use this one at the very top because this has got the mechanism for our spinny thing, but in this level here we could quite easily fit in a cobblestone generator. That could then feed down to the level below, which is going to crush it into gravel using the mill, and then that could drop to the layer below where we basically wash it and collect it. Although I could probably fit the washing system in here as well as the mill, and then we just need downstairs as our little collection area, and I think that should be nice and easy. Well, the question is, can I fit a cobblestone generator into this little tiny room here? Okay, I think this is how it's going to work. If I have water in there and lava in there, no, not through the window, in there on top of that cobblestone, that should generate a cobblestone underneath. Let's just put another board there to be safe. Let's break that, add in a little bit of power with the vertical gearbox, and that should break that cobblestone, and more should form if I'm correct. Oh, well, stone. That's fine. And all that means is then we needed a hole underneath this with a chute in to pick up the cobblestone. Well, that was easy. Cobblestone generator done. Now I just need to speed this up a bit. So let's put this on 128 for now. And whilst it's not the biggest cobblestone generator in the world, don't forget I only need a little bit of iron every now and then. And this is just going to keep running in the background, just slowly accumulating plenty of iron. So I need to now sort the next floor out and stop all of this cobblestone just going onto the floor. And the best way of doing that is to just stick that mill directly underneath it. And then that mill can then come out into a chute. In fact, you know what? Let's just bring that one more block down, put the mill there, put a chute underneath that, and then that can get transferred into our little washing system. So of course we're going to need power to that, which is just a case of adding a few of these cogs on here. So now that's our mill going, so we should get gravel. There we go, coming out the bottom. Now I don't know if that mill will process as fast as our cobblestone generator. So in order to make sure we don't have any backups, what I'm going to do is throw in one of those in there. That's going to then fill up with cobble. I'm going to set that to void mode, so it will never overflow, but then that's not now going into our mill. So what we need is another chute underneath there, and then the mill going there, and that means everything's now a little bit low down to get this into our washing system, but we can take out the side of a mill. But before we start connecting all of that up again, let's get our little washer sorted out. And realistically, that doesn't need to be any more than that, because if we throw some leaves on there and waterlog those, I believe that will still affect the items that are on the belt there. We'll need a copycat panel in front of it. But then all we got to do is get that gravel into this box here, which will then filter out onto there, and then if we tell this we only want iron nuggets going in there, well, that should work fine. The only problem is then all of the flint is going to back up on this system. We don't really want that. Now, the easiest way to get rid of the flint, I think, would be to just have another funnel, probably around about there or maybe even there, and then just set that to flint and let that just get burned in something or just taken away. But we'll worry about that in a moment. Let's just get all of this linked up first. So I need to get items into there, and I think the easiest way would be with another belt coming across there like that. We had a funnel there going into that one there, and a block there to stop the items falling off the end. All we need then is a funnel coming out of that. And that should work. So our fan is blowing in the right direction. That's good. If we're smart about what we're doing down here, and we extend that belt slightly, we should be able to get that belt powered from this one, although that's going the wrong way, so we need another gearbox there. Then what we can do is stick a vertical gearbox just there, and then put that on there. Then that's that powered, and now all we need is our shaft going back up there to get the cobblestone coming back out. So that's now making gravel. The gravel is getting picked up and it's going into there. But you know what, we don't actually need that leaf there. Oh, my belt's going the wrong way. Oh, well, that won't do. So yeah, there we go. Everything's now going in the right direction. We're accumulating gravel in there. We should probably set that to void mode as well, just in case. And now all we got to deal with is this stupid bit of flint that's there. So like I say, what I'm going to do is just dig a hole in the floor here for now, grab myself that bit of flint, put that on there, and then just stick that on there, and that should only filter out the flint, and everything else should end up as iron in there. And there we go. We finally got some iron through. And if I look down there, we've probably got a whole bunch of stuff down there. Yep, and flint as well. And that's it. Job done. We've now made a tiny weeny little iron farm that has generated us so far two iron nuggets, which is not very fast. However, we can speed this up. First of all, realistically, we need more fans on here to make this wash faster, because we're accumulating gravel way faster than we're turning it into iron. And now we're doubled up on our fan power, but it's still not washing anywhere near as quickly as we're accumulating it. And changing the speed of the fan has no effect on how fast it washes. It just affects how far the fan will actually blow. So the only way you can speed up the washing is to add more fans. Unfortunately for me, there's an entire other side of the room here, so we could send this in both directions. And there we go, with a little bit more jiggery-pokery in the addition of a brass tunnel and moving the millstone back a little bit. We're now taking the cobblestone directly into the millstone. That's then coming out onto this belt. It's getting split evenly between this side and that side. Even though it's one at a time, it'll go that way, then it'll go that way, which means we're now processing twice as much gravel through each side, which means we're now washing twice as much gravel, which means hopefully we can keep up with the actual rate that these things are coming through. Although it still looks like it's pretty slow in there, it should be a bit better. And that whole thing looks okay. The only thing that doesn't look okay is now the fact that we've got flint all over the floor down here and here. Now, I don't want to keep flint. I know there'll be people in the comments telling me it's useful for this, that, and the other. I don't want it. There's always way too much flint on this game. So all we're gonna do is put in a false ceiling at around about this point here with a lot of fire. And now you'd never know that we've got a little bit of fire up there on that level. So back up onto our washing level then. Is the gravel getting washed as fast as it's coming in? It is. That's good news. But is this? Yeah, that's filled up with cobblestone. So we are going to get backups from our cobblestone generator, which is not ideal. Yeah, it's already going all over the floor, look. So that's going to need solving as well. And that's a really easy fix because we've got all of this space in here. All we need to do is just break this for a second, pick up our water and our lava, put ourselves a little storage box on there in void mode, stick a chute on top, and then just rebuild everything where that was. Just like that. Now our cobblestone generator's going to go into there, and if that backs up, well, it's on void mode, so it's not going to back up. And that means that everything down here should be working, and that means we should be generating a reasonable amount of iron. So all we got to do is get this iron out of these boxes and downstairs where we can collect it. And that's really easy too. More chutes, please. Let's just connect that and connect that, which means we need our final storage box, this big brass one, and that's all going to go in there and accumulate. We better put that on void mode as well, just in case. Now, my ladder's not in the most ideal position ever, but that's all working. And if I was smart, I could get that going even better by moving a bunch of this stuff around. But I'm not very smart. Just replace them with chutes. I'll just replace them with chutes. That's what I said. No, it isn't. There you go. Get rid of that and just pop a chute there. Get rid of that and just pop a chute there. And now we've saved ourselves a couple of storage boxes and everything is working. Amazing. Nothing's backing up there. Nothing's backing up there. Nothing's backing up here yet either, so that's good. And now we've got ourselves a little table. Wow, that looks weird, but we got ourselves a little table with a chest on it with some iron. Amazing. Now, I could go a step further than that and actually have all of that turned into ingots, which might not be a bad idea, but we're already running out of power. I've actually had to slow the whole thing down a little bit because it gets overstressed if I go up too high. I'm not sure what I can get away with, or I can get 121, 122, not 123. So yeah, we don't have a massive amount of power, but we've got enough. And with a couple of flower pots, some barrels, a little bit of that trellis stuff, I think this looks a lot better than it did, although it's still kind of a bit weird that this box is right behind that pole. But we are now generating plenty of iron. Well, I say plenty, it'll be plenty for me to get on with for a little bit. And I've moved the ladder slightly so it's a little bit more out of the way down there, and then you just have to move across up to the next floor there, and there we go. Everything is done. The only thing I haven't done is the little building that I said I was going to do outside next to the lighthouse, but I think that's going to have to wait for another day. Can we actually see the lighthouse in the fog though? That's the question. A bit. A bit. Well, what about with shaders? Yes, that looks pretty good. Well, that's not something you see every day. That's a lot of pillagers. I must have been AFK here a while. Anyway, let's go start the video. John's still in my bed. Jeez. Anyway, in the last episode, I built an iron farm inside of a lighthouse, and I found some wither skeleton spawners in the nether. And today, I'll probably be getting another... Yep, there it is. Good morning, Roxy. How you doing? John's still in my bed, by the way. Jeez. Yep, what is it today? Anything to do with fog? Maybe the whole place is gonna set on fire. Who knows? Quest, workman's tools. Now that you've got plenty of iron, you can build things. But you're gonna need a much better workshop to build them all in. So build one. But I've got a little workshop. It's not so bad. I mean, I do have to keep tearing it down to fit other things in and then rebuilding it. So yeah, I guess a better workshop would be better. Okay. What's the side quest? Powerful stuff. Water wheels and windmills are so last week. Find a better way to power your workshop so you can run at full speed. Oh my goodness. I'm not ready for like steam engines and stuff. That's way too advanced for where we're at the moment. What other options have we got? We got the create diesel generators mod, which allows you to make diesel engines. But in order to do that, you've either got to pump for oil or generate biodiesel, neither of which are particularly easy things to do. We have create new age, so we could use magnets to create electricity, but those still require a power source to turn the magnets, so that's not really a power source. Although we could make a nuclear reactor with create new age, but I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet. Alternatively, we could use something like a vibration chamber from Applied Energistics 2 to generate electricity, and then we could use an electric motor from create crafts and additions in order to turn that into rotational power. Well, I'm not ready for that either. So I guess the simplest thing to do that's not water or wind is probably a steam engine. But there's a problem with steam engines, and that's not getting the blaze burners that they run from. It's getting the food for the blaze burners to actually make them burn. See, these lovely little engines are absolutely fine, but your blaze burners need fuel. And that fuel is either something like coal or lava or blaze cakes, none of which are having great quantities. Certainly not enough like to just run permanently. Anyway, the iron farm. How much iron did we get? A reasonable amount. 8 and a bit stacks worth already. That's not too bad. I have had to AFK here a little while though, and that's probably why all of those pillagers turned up. But I wasn't... Oh, jeez, there's more of them. But I was going to say I wasn't really doing anything, so, you know, I could just let it run, which means we've got plenty of iron to get on with. Clear off. Leave me alone. Standing back away from the pillagers a bit, I was going to suggest that this area up here might be a good spot to have a much larger workshop. Because again, like last episode, I don't really want to build anything else on my island because I really like how it is. So I think we're going to be spending a lot of time over here, and I think we're going to be spending a lot of time down the mines getting more limestone, because I feel like this island should be very much a limestone and deep slate island in order to keep in with the theme. And I need to empty out my backpack. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going the long way round, guys. So now that my backpack's all tidy and most of my stuff's been put away, I actually need to go back over to the other island in order to fix the iron farm, which obviously is working fine, but it could be a whole lot better. You see, whilst we did accumulate a reasonable amount of iron, we also accumulated a ridiculous amount of cobblestone, as you can see in here. We've got tons of the stuff. In fact, this box is just about full, and that means we're not getting through that quick enough. Now, all of that is running down into this mill, which is grinding it down, and there's a chute on there which can take out up to 16 items at a time, but as you can see, this is full of cobblestone, but it's not full of gravel. We actually need to run at least 2 of these mills in order to process that cobblestone a whole bunch quicker. And I think the easiest way to do that would be to move that mill from there and probably put it here or here where these storage boxes are instead, and that way we'll be able to process twice as much. Well, that means I need another mill, so I've got to go back to the other island now and make... Oh, geez. I really need a better inventory system. Or just a faster boat. And I'm going to have 2 of these just in case, which means I'm almost totally out of andesite casing. And you know what that means? It means the Wandering Trader has arrived. Hello, Wandering Trader. Have you got anything worth having? No. Sand. Why do you always try... Look where I live. Why are you trying to sell me sand? So back in the lighthouse, it's time to destroy in order to create. Oh, geez, and I forgot about that. Yeah, oh, now we've got cobblestone in the system. That's fine. We take it out again. Okay, so the first things we're going to need to do is get rid of this and this. That can stay, and we can get rid of that and that. And what we're going to do is have one of those there and one of those there. Then we're going to need a funnel in there, and we're going to need a funnel in there, and that's those sorted out, but they need power. Of course, I can steal that from there. I put that there, pop that there, that's that one spinning, and we just need to do the same thing on this side. Just pop one of those there, and one of those there, and then one of those there, and now this is stopped. Oh, we're overstressed, because I don't have enough power. Okay, we turn the speed down a little bit, just a smidge. What can we get away with? 97. Okay, so now all I gotta do is feed that cobblestone back onto here, which means that chute thing can actually come down in here, and that would make a lot more sense for me. We put a couple of chutes there like that. So let's throw that box on there instead, and then we'll connect that chute there, and then we don't know, we need another chute. Now I've got an air gap, although I could move this entire thing down again now. And there we go. Everything's back together again. Our little cobblestone generator's a little bit lower down now, so it's not in the way. And now we should be getting through this a whole bunch quicker than we were. In fact, we should be getting 16 at a time coming through each way. Look, yes, we've even got a little backup here. That's good. So let's go and see the spoils of my hard work and effort. Have we got many iron now? It'll take... Look, it just takes a while. Jeez. And I've got plenty of time. In fact, I've got so much time, I'm going to spend all of it going down the mines looking for limestone. Haven't really got much time, peeps. I'm a bit late this week. And that's because I've been working on something rather special. But you'll have to wait and see to find out what that is. Hey, Roxy, I'm just going down pit. I'll be back. If I don't, well, I'll either magically reappear right here once I'm dead, or I'll see you lunchtime-ish, I guess. I don't know. Might be down there a while. Here we go. On a quest to find limestone, which is actually pretty rare to find, so I could be here a while. Time to follow with the torches. Gosh, this is exciting stuff. Ooh, it is now. Oh, and I've got 25 levels. That means I'm only 5 levels away from being dead. So that's every time I get to level 30, I mysteriously just cease to be. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh no, look, I'm on level 29. I told you. As soon as I get near level 30, that's it for me. I'm done for. Leave me alone. I don't want to be poisoned. Stop it. Stop it. Don't heal. That's cheating. Oh, no. No, don't die, don't die. Eat. Run away. Oh, look. Look, this is the stuff where you get the limestone from. No! I can hear a lot of spiders. There is a spawner. Ow. What's hitting me? Now, this spawner could end up being very useful because right now I've got no access to wool at all. And string is good for making wool. Goodies! What's the book? Infinity. That's not what it all. Silk touch would be nice. Depth strider. And while we're here, let's just make a waypoint. On your marks, get set, go. Really? Go. 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 There we go. And here we go. I think this is the last little bit that I need to mine of this big old chunk of whatever it was. I don't think there's any above that layer there. And I've been shot a few times. In fact, I've nearly died more than I'd like to admit. But I think that's it. That appears to be all of the limestone from this area, apart from that floaty bit there, which I'm going to go and get. There we go. And now I'll just kill this spider, get his string, and now I can go home through this Death Valley bit here. Oh, there's those diamonds there. Can I sneakily get those before I get out of here? Or am I tempting fate? Right, time to go. Whew. That was a close one. So the results are in. We got quite a lot of deep slate. A little bit of gravel and tuff. A whole bunch of crimsite. And a reasonable amount of limestone. Which, when I combine that with the limestone I've already got, is over a 1,500 and something. So that should be plenty. And of course I got a whole bunch of new shinies which I've smelted down and sorted out, and I got those nice enchanted books. So overall that wasn't a bad haul. Now that that's all done and dusted, I should probably take care of these levels to make sure that I don't lose any more. I'm always on the brink of death seemingly, and I am going to have to go to the nether later, and I don't really want to lose them by dying, and the best way of keeping hold of them is to make a big old tank and store them in there. For that I'm going to need a bunch of this copper, a bunch of barrels, and I need to turn the copper into copper sheet. Now I can craft up a bunch of fluid tanks, and then we need a disenchanter, which is copper casing and sandpaper. I've got sandpaper, and I can easily make some copper casing just like that, so now hopefully I can craft that up. I can. I'm also gonna need a pipe and a pump, and I need to get my crank handle back out and grab myself a cog. And now I think I've got everything I need. I just need somewhere to put this, and I think I'm gonna store my XP in my bedroom with John, assuming John's not going to steal it all. If I get rid of these wall displays for a minute, sure, Roxy won't mind me making the bedroom look nice and pretty. Looks a bit out of place. Put the disenchanter there and a cog on there and a handle on there. I'm sure she won't mind. I just stand on here and wind that, and 25 minutes later it should all be in that box. There we go. Done. I'm sure Roxy won't mind at all. It's fine. So with my XP now safely stored away, it's time I started thinking about this new building. And I'm thinking it needs to be a relatively big one if I'm going to be squeezing lots of create stuff in it. And I think this is going to be the best place to put it. We were talking about having a building next to the lighthouse. I still want to have a small building next to the lighthouse, like a little shed or something, for John to live in. Don't tell John. So I'm thinking this workshop probably wants to be over this way a little bit, so it's not quite so in the way of that. And I think it's going to take up a decent amount of space. So I guess it's time that I started doing that planning thing. Well, I don't think that's too bad. It still needs a little bit of detail, some pathwork around it, some bushes and things to make it look nice, but I'm pretty happy with it. I like the shape, I like the size, I like the decoration, and inside there's not really a great deal going on. I've used a mechanical bearing on this door over here to allow it to open, which just allows me to get in, really, more than anything else. We've got a space here, we've got a little space here with the windows at the floor level, which is not ideal, but there we go. Probably put some storage or something in here. We've got space in here probably for like a power system or something like that. We've got plenty of space in here for some contraptions, and we've got a whole bunch of space upstairs, which is probably going to be for more contraptions and maybe even some storage. But now I've got to build this thing on the actual world, and I've just spent a whole bunch of time designing it, and I think I might be lazy. Use the schematic cannon. First of all, though, I need to sort of tidy up all of this bit around it so we don't get any of this dirt in there with it. And I should probably replace the dirt that was in the building as well. There we go. Then all I need to do is grab my little schematic and quill, grab all of that all the way up to around about here-ish. And then just make sure that everything is within that little box that I've just made. My drain pipe's not. Oh, jeez. Now it is. And the other thing that's not is the floor down here. So we need to make that go down a level. There we go, now the floor's in as well. And I think that covers everything in this building, including the grass around the outside, but that's fine. And I'm going to save this as the Limestone workshop. And if you like the look of that and you want me to share the schematic with you, then let me know and I'll pop it on my Discord. Obviously, that's the schematic of it empty and not with all of the things I'm going to put inside, but I think that's a good thing for you guys, because then you can fill it up with whatever you want yourselves. I heard a zombie. Better get out of here. They might eat me in creative mode. And just like that, it's gone. Oh, man. How do I make a schematic? I need light blue dye and paper. I need all of those things. And I need one of those. I better go get crafting. So for light blue dye, I'm hoping I can throw some lapis through a mill and that'll get turned into blue dye. It does, and I've got white dye. I've got a bunch of bits of sugarcane growing around the island that I can use for paper. And now I can craft an empty schematic. I'm going to need to smelt down some stone into smooth stone to get the stuff for the schematic cannon. I'm also going to need a dispenser. Luckily for me, I've got a spare bow here. We've always got plenty of cobblestone and redstone. Well, there we go, one dispenser. My smooth stone's done, so now I can craft the schematic cannon and the schematic table, and that should hopefully be everything I need. Let's pop that on there, and now I have the schematic that I can go and place in the world. Now, annoyingly, I'm going to have to go and place this in the world, put the cannon down, figure out exactly what things I need. Oh, I'm going to need a clipboard. And then I was going to say, come back and then gather all of the things, but that's fine. Clipboard is andesite alloy, paper, and wood. Andesite alloy? It's the clip at the top. Daylight robbery, that's what it is. One clipboard, please. Good. So back over here then, I can actually put this wherever I want it. It doesn't necessarily have to be in exactly the same place that I built it, which is quite handy. I don't know if that's too close to the lighthouse or not close enough. Maybe I'll bring it back this way a bit. And I might even bring this little end over towards the lighthouse a little bit more. And then that kind of makes it fit in a little bit better. And I'm not having to muck about with that grass bit over there. Yeah, I think they look pretty good together. So now I just need to plonk the old cannon down, stick that in there, put that in there. That's going to tell me what I need. And now I've got to go and collect all of these things. Well, I've crafted up a whole bunch of stuff that was on the list. In fact, I've done almost all of it, apart from a couple of things. I need these grey rain gutters, which means I need grey dye. I also need the grey rain gutter downspouts, which needs grey dye. And I need some grey roofs, which is grey terracotta, which is terracotta and grey dye. Now, I've got a handful of terracotta kicking about in here, but I've got no grey dye at all. And to make grey dye, you need black dye, which is either wither roses, ink sacs, shadow plants, or smelting ink bush seeds. We can also crush down coal and charcoal, which I've got plenty of, and we can crush stuff as well. In fact, there's a whole bunch of different ways to get black dye, so that isn't a problem at all. But that does bring me back to last time we went to the Nether and we got these ink bush seeds wherever they've gone. These, and I'm wondering if I can grow them. They probably want netherrack or nylium, but let's go and find out what happens if I plant one of these in the ground. Oh, I can plant them there? Can I grow it? Because I'm kind of hoping these just give you ink occasionally. I can bone meal it. And look, it turned into an ink bush, which is very fancy. But how do I get the ink off it? Can I use shears on it? No. What about a hoe? It does say it needs a hoe, but I can't click it with a hoe. I can only break it with a hoe, and then did I just get one seed back from that? Jeez, they're slow growing. Maybe they grow quicker on netherrack? Nope. They're just going to use literally all of my bone meal. According to this, they will drop 3 every time you break one with a hoe, and then it only costs you 1 to grow them. But I need to look at the wiki. Well, I looked at the wiki, and there's absolutely no information for these ink bushes. So let's just check if we get 3. I've got 46. If I break it, I do get 3. Okay, so we can double them up that way. But you only get 1 for each one, so I'll stick 25 of those on there and save the others. And then if we just turn these logs into some charcoal, I can put them through the mill and get a bunch more. And you get grey dye for that as well. And here we go, we are processing the charcoal and we're getting a whole bunch of dye and grey dye. So now I can craft up my rain gutters. Now I just need to dye this terracotta. Now I can make a whole bunch of these grey roofs. Which means I can now tick almost absolutely everything off my list apart from 2 things. Vertical warp planks, I actually need 12, not 6. And 60 stripped warped 4-pane windows. And I haven't got any warped wood at all. Roxy, I need to go to the nether again to get some nice warped wood. So I'll probably be back very quickly. Have a nice time. Oh, jeez. Now, if I'm going to the nether, it's about time I got sensible. First of all, I'm going to need a shiny new pickaxe, and probably a shiny new axe as well if I'm going to be doing chopping. And warped stuff needs a hoe, so let's have a diamond one. And now it's time to create my first full set of diamond armor. There we go. And I don't appear to be carrying a sword. We can soon solve that problem. 1 sword, please. Don't I look fancy? I'm geared up for the first time in 5 episodes. So now I should have no problem in the nether at all.
A few moments later.
I don't want to talk about it. Everything's fine. I got what I needed. Yes, I got it all back. Everything's fine. I got what I needed. We can move on. What do you mean, no? I gotta tell everyone? I gotta do a montage. Oh, jeez. Fine. There's a montage. It went. Everything was fine. There we go. I have stepped into the nether. No skeleton. No, thank you. So far, so good. We're near the fortress now. So I should probably equip my gold boots because piglins live around here. Now I need to be careful. I should have brought torches to light this place up. Although that wither skeleton did just give me a piece of coal, so now I've got 4 torches. Have some more coal, please, sir. Thank you. My first magma cream. I can hear blazes, I just can't see them. Oh, smithing template, netherite firebowl upgrade. What is that? I need it. I feel like blaze spawners are more likely to be upstairs than downstairs. Oh, there's a blaze. Catch him. It's my blaze. This is a big fortress. Oh, another blaze and a skeleton. Get the blaze, thank you, and then kill the skeleton. Whoa, I nearly got you, pigman. Another dead end, another dead end, another dead end, another dead end. Aha! Outsidey bits. There's with the skeletons up there, and one there, and there's a blaze spawner. Oh my goodness! I didn't see that thing looming there. Oh no, there's a wither skeleton with a backpack on. Right, get you, get a bunch more. Nice. Oh, we've got our quota of blaze burners. Hey. I'm trying to survive here and you're not making it easy. Only had a elytra or a jetpack. And I'm going to call that a relative success so far. Get out me tunnel, pigman. You're making it very difficult for me to go upstairs. And I have arrived almost, which could be dangerous. Certain death down there. Endermen to deal with. Skeletons, ghasts, whatever other creatures that were in this mod pack. Oh, but that's very fortunate. My staircase actually led to the ground. Here we go then. It's gathering time. What is that? A smoker? More ink bushes. Nether grass. Getting all the nether things. Wow, that's a big tree. Don't want it to fall that way though and end up off the ground. Guess I've got a little bit of block placing to do over precarious lava lakes and things. Ooh, don't hit me off, bro. That was alright, wasn't it? What? What do you mean I left out the most significant part, the bit that I didn't want to show people on camera? You mean I've got to show them all? But I don't want to show them that bit. Fine. Uh-oh. Come on, pile up on the lava. Oh dear. My grave's going to be under. Oh dear. All of my stuff, all of the stuff I've been prepping was in my backpack. Oh, what spares have I got? Oh no, what a disaster. Oh my goodness. I may have had a bit of an accident, Roxy, and lost absolutely everything. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. I'm going to have to go back and go and get it all now, which is going to be difficult because it's in a lava lake, but I'm going to do my best, okay? Right, I'll see you later. Oh, jeez. Well, if anything was going to kill me, I thought for sure it would have been in the nether fortress, not gathering warped wood. Well, I've made it back to the warped forest. Hopefully that big tree that fell down has left a few bits lying around that I can pick up. It has. Good. And there's my mechanical saw, which I can't get because it's floating over the ocean. And there's my death down there. Is my grave above the water? Oh, it's below the lava. That's going to be a problem. Assuming it did save my grave. And there's only one way to find out, and that is to put myself in a little safety box, engage the free cam and go and have a look, because there's no point in going down there if my grave has disintegrated and there's no stuff in it. Oh no, there it is. Great. I guess we're going on an expedition down there then. So I need to find a way to get down to that level. I think that starts by going onto this tree. I don't have a hoe now, so I've got to break all of this by hand. Need to get down this big hill now. Now I need to go down this hill. That's not a hill, that's a sheer drop, and there's lava everywhere. Excuse me, soul soil and stuff. Please don't be lava directly below. Plus no fire. Plus no fire. Whoa, stop it, stupid smoker. I think the easiest thing to do... Oh, my pickaxe is dead. Oh no. This is better nether mod. Must be a way to make a nether pickaxe. Nether quartz pickaxe. Okay, if I could find some nether quartz, but I can't mine it because I don't have a pickaxe. Will nether quartz drop any quartz at all if I harvest it by hand? No. Oh, I can make a wooden pickaxe. And then we go, I've got a wooden pickaxe. I don't know if that's going to be useful for anything, but maybe I can get some quartz with these. Come on. 1. Okay, quartz pickaxe, what are you going to be like? We're back on the move. All we got to do is get down to the lava. Oh, there it is. There's the lava. Nether redstone ore really has got everything. Here we are. We have reached lava level. All I got to do now is get from here to there, get under the lava, and get my stuff. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Do you know what would be smart? Let's be sensible. Make a nice nether chest and put all of this stuff in there just in case. There's my grave. It's highlighted now because I'm close. And if you're wondering why I'm making a safety barrier, it's because I'm making a safety barrier. Okay, I just got to get down to it somehow. It's only 2 blocks down. You'd think I'd be able to reach it from here. I can. Oh, I got all my stuff back. Hooray! Oh, my backpack full of my things. Oh, my goodness. That wasn't terrifying at all. Right, let's make like a tree and get out of here. That's not the phrase. Stop using that phrase. I'm pretty sure it is. It's on the telly, mate. Are you happy now? Good. Well, in that case, I'm going to get on with crafting the stuff I need to build this new workshop and then build this new workshop. So a little bit more crafting later, and I've now ticked off everything off this list, which means there's no time like the present. We might as well go get that schematic cannon going. Although there is one more thing I need, and that is gunpowder. I've got 27 pieces. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Roxy, I'm going to go build that thing now, okay? Good, good. I'm glad you agree with what I'm doing. I'll see you later. Okay, schematic cannon. I believe I have everything you need. You're going to want a backpack with all of my things in it. You're going to need my clipboard to make sure I've got everything right. Yes, that's good. You're going to need some gunpowder. And you're going to need to be told what to do. Skip missing blocks. Protect block entities. And away we go. And while that's doing that, I'm going to go in here and check my iron. Ooh, look at that, I've got loads again. And now I'm going to send you over to a little bit of replay mod, because me watching that get built is going to be really boring. See, I told you it'd be boring. John, John. John! John! Jeez, John, I built you a house, John. Come on, wake up. Am I really going to have to carry you? Fine. What? Oh, for goodness sake. John, I hope you don't drown. Nearly there, John. To your new home. Look at it. Isn't it fancy? I mean, no, it's not that one over there, that big one. That's just my workshop. But look at your lovely house I've made you. And there he is. Tucked away nicely in his bed. I've made him a little bread tray with bread in it. He's got a bread bin. He's got some shelves and things. Oh, what a lovely house you've got, John. And I think I've done a really good job with this area. I'm very happy with it. I've decorated the outside, put some paths and stuff in. We've got bushes, a little cart, some straw bales. I've linked it up to the lighthouse, put some lanterns around, made it look like it's been here a while with all of this glow lichen and leaves and vines and... oh, jeez. Vines. Vines, why do you do this to me? So yeah, I'm really happy with it. I think it looks great. I love the building. I love the decoration of it all. And inside, I've done nothing at all. Nothing. But in here, I've got a workshop which sticks out a bit past the doorway. So we're going to have to make this a block thinner, I think. Just like that. And the other thing is I need to still sort of tidy up all of this brickwork and stuff because inside the brickwork is very flat and non-textured. So I've still got a few blocks to break and change and switch out for the other types of limestone in here. Just stick a few bits of those in there, stick a bit of that there, some of those around there. Just don't want it to look too like it's all one texture. Maybe a couple of smooth ones. I'm trying to keep the smooth ones around the windows and doors because I think it looks better around the windows and doors. That's my little plan. So maybe we could have a couple of smooth ones around this little entrance here. And then the normal limestone and the brick are basically the structure of the building. And there we go. That looks a lot better. What a change it makes just switching out a couple of blocks for just a slightly different variant really does make it feel a lot less just, well, flat and boring. So yeah, lots of stuff still to do on the inside. I've done nothing in here, but outside is looking fantastic. The build's looking fantastic. But before I do anything on the inside, we need to figure out a fuel system for what's going to be our blaze burners and our steam engine. And I think I've got a plan for that, but it's going to be ugly and it's going to be messy, and I don't really want it over here where it's going to be ugly and messy next to this beautiful little diorama-y build thing we've got going on here. It's not a diorama, you know what I mean. So blaze burners then. They'll run off lava or coal or charcoal, which means in order to keep our power station going, we're going to need an infinite source of some of those. Now, an infinite source of lava is a difficult thing to do at this stage of the gauge, but an infinite source of charcoal is pretty easy because all we need to do is take a log, put it under one of these types of machines, and eventually that's going to turn into a piece of charcoal, which we can then feed into the blaze burner. And we can handle that all automatically as long as we've got power. In order to get the trees, however, we don't want to just run through all of my wood supplies, which means we're going to need a tree farm. And create tree farms are really easy, but they're ugly and they take up quite a bit of space. And all we need to make an automatic tree farm are some mechanical saws, some deployers, some blocks to hold it all together, a little bit of storage, some storage interfaces, and some glue. Oh, and a mechanical bearing would be a good idea. In fact, a windmill bearing would be better, but then I'm going to require wool. And I have no source of wool at the moment other than string, which I have 5 pieces. So I really could do with some more string, which apparently I can get from crushing diamond horse armor, or wool, or iron horse armor, or gold horse armor, or doing something terrible to a cat, but what could that terrible thing be? So we won't use a windmill bearing. Instead, we'll craft ourselves a mechanical bearing, and we'll craft ourselves a water wheel, which of course means we need a bucket of water. We're also going to need a bunch of saplings, and that is pretty much it. All I got to do now is decide where I'm going to build it. Now, I could build it underground to keep it out of the way and stop it looking so horrendous wherever it is, but I don't really want to do that, because I need quite a big space underground if any tall trees grow, and, you know, there's all that issue with not being much light underground. And because we're going to need it relatively close to this building in order to feed the charcoal into the power station, it should probably be close. So I'm thinking of building it around here at the back, and then just doing something to decorate it later so that it's not too ugly and awful, which does mean I need to take out a little bit more of this terrain in order to give ourselves a little bit of space. Okay, maybe quite a bit of terrain actually, but then we've got plenty of space for a tree farm now. First, we're going to need to dig a bit of a hole underground, somewhere to put our water wheel, but we don't need tons of space. All we need to do is shove that down there, pop it a bucket of water in so that it actually it's not spinning, is it? Put that there, and then there we go. Now that's going to spin slowly, but we don't need it to go fast. Put a shaft on top of that, and then we can put our mechanical bearing on top of that. Now that's not going to spin until I update it, which means we can build on it without any problems. So after placing the mechanical bearing, the next thing to do is to build the wood farm, and it's pretty easy. We need a chassis, of which I'm going to use andesite casing, place a mechanical saw at the bottom, directly behind that at the top we put a deployer, and we need to filter that for saplings. For storage we could throw a barrel on there, but what's even better than that is to put a toolbox down. And the reason we use a toolbox is we can then set a filter inside of the toolbox for what can go in each slot, and that means we can always have a slot for saplings, which means this thing can never overfill with wood and not have saplings, and it means that when we get it to talk to whatever it's going to send the items to, then we can tell it to only remove the wood, but it's not going to overfill with saplings. Basically it just keeps track of everything. The next thing we need on this is a portable storage interface, and I'm going to put that here where that block's going, and that means if there's another one of those opposite that, whenever this spins past there, they're going to connect and it'll send all of the items this has got through into there, and that's how we get the items out. We don't need that right now. And that's basically the entire contraption built. So of course we need to glue the whole thing together, which is a pretty easy thing to do. Don't forget the toolbox. And then when we update this bearing, the entire thing's going to spin, but it's all going backwards, which is absolutely no good to us at all. So what we need to do is go down here and just switch our water source from one side to the other to get it to spin the correct way. And that's it. We now have a fully functional wood farm, and if we throw some saplings into it, which I can't access its inventory while it's moving, so let's just stop it, throw some saplings in there, and then start it again. That's going to start growing saplings around there. When they grow, the saw's going to chop them down, and all of the wood is going to end up inside of that toolbox, so then we need to get it out of that toolbox. So now we need to get the items out and turned into charcoal, and for that we're going to be using this portable storage interface, which is going to be going around about at this point here, and oh, it's already dropping items off. I was just about to say we need to tell this that we don't want saplings coming through there. So if we put logs on there, this thing's never going to get sticks because there's no room for it in the toolbox. It's only going to pass out logs. It does mean we'll have a load of sticks floating around on the ground from time to time, which if you're really concerned about lag, that could be an issue. But if I just put some logs in there for now to show you and update this again, you'll see that as it goes past there, all of the logs are going to fall out. There they go. And we can then move those about and turn them into charcoal. And now that I've had a chance to think about this for a couple of minutes, I don't want this here at all. I'm thinking if we move this to just behind this little building here and pop it down there, we can then send the items underground into this little tiny room here. We can turn it into charcoal here and then pass that straight through this wall into where our blaze burners are going to be. That makes a lot more sense. It'll be a lot tidier and it'll be a lot more out of the way. Well, it's moved from there to there. I've changed things around a little bit. Now the portable storage interface is pointing through the floor, and below here what we've got is the other portable storage interface just here with a smart chute on there. And we're using that because I'm going to be having a belt coming across from here, going up into this building, hopefully around about this point just there. So if I connect that belt there to that bit there, we've now got a belt that's traveling upwards. That's then going to stick out the ground at this point here, and then if we get rid of that little leaf block, we can take it in the wall through there. So we just need another shaft just there, another bit of belt on there that's going to connect to somewhere in here, like that. And now we can use that as our little smelting setup. We should be able to collect all of the charcoal in that spot there. Gonna need an encased fan in here and some lava and all that sort of good stuff, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Let's just get this bit going. And I'm hoping there's going to be enough power in that water wheel there to power not only this shaft, which is going to do our mechanism. It sounds like it's already going, even though I've not updated the bearing, but there we go, that's starting to go now. But I also need it to power this belt, which again is going to go very slowly, but that's fine. So with a little bit of encased chain drive, we can attach that to that, turn that into a vertical gearbox and spin it round, and the belt's going the wrong way. Oh, jeez. Of course it is. And it probably means our things go in the wrong way now as well. It does. Oh, well, that's good then. That means if we get this water flowing in the right direction, which is that way, then the whole thing's going to go in the correct direction. So now our belt's going the right way, and our tree farm's going the right way, and there we go. We got a tree and an apple. And there we go. We've already got logs that have come up the conveyor. They're on here, so we now need to connect these two conveyors, which does mean, again, making a little bit of a mess of this building. And I think I'm going to do that by disguising that chain drive in there, Let's just tidy this belt up a little bit so it looks like it fits a bit better. So of course we're going to need a brass funnel on there, but we need to filter that brass funnel for charcoal, and at the moment I don't have any charcoal. Just one piece of charcoal, please. Thank you. We filter that for charcoal, stick that out, pop ourselves a bucket of lava there, and now all we got to do is get power to this fan. And hopefully we can power this fan from this belt here. I don't know if it's going to be going the right way round, but all we need is a bit of chain drive there and there. That needs to be facing in the right direction. Now we might need a gearbox, but hopefully if I put a shaft there and another one there, that fan's going to go the right direction. Very slowly. That's going the wrong way. In that case, all we need is a gearbox there, and that fan is going to be going incredibly slowly, but it is working. Which should mean if I come back round here and chuck all of those logs back on there, when they go through, although it's going to be very difficult for us to see, they should end up as charcoal in here. 11 pieces of charcoal, it worked. Perfect! So all I got to do now is get that charcoal out of there and into our power station in here, which is going to go, I guess, just about there-ish. Doesn't give us a lot of room, and I might have to move this door a bit, but it should be plenty of room, although I think I might sit the blaze burners into the floor. I like to do that. Okay, so I've moved that right into the corner there, and I've opened up this space behind it a little bit because we're going to need to get the items out of here and into here, and the easiest way to do that is with a depot on there. I'm going to spin that box round so we can see what's going on from that direction, and then I'm just going to put a brass funnel on there facing outwards, and I'm going to set that to 4 at a time. And that way what we can then do is have a mechanical arm, pick those up and put them into there, and that's going to have to sit about around here. But a mechanical arm requires another precision mechanism, and I used all the ones I made in the last episode to make my speed controllers, so I'm going to have to go and make some more of those, and I could really do with a permanent setup for that in here. But I can't really do that if I haven't got any power. However, I am going to need reserve power. I'm going to need power to power this when it hasn't got any power. You see, these won't just run themselves. You need to actually kickstart them, which means we are going to need to have some sort of secondary backup power system, just like the one I've handily just built inside of this new basement that has 4 large water wheels, a speed controller, some shaft going through a hole, which then comes up right next to our little power station through here in this little room, ready for our stuff. That'll do nicely, but it's not in a very good place to power the machines that I need to power, which I was going to build here along this wall, but now that I don't really think these things through. And there we go. That's better. The stairs are now on the correct side of the room, allowing me a whole bunch more space in the basement and a whole bunch more space up here to make my new machines. And now the power coming up out of the floor's got some gearboxes on it, which link through to a brand new machine, which is going to create precision mechanisms for us. And it's quite simple. There's 3 deployers, one with small cogs, big cogs, and iron nuggets. The belt's going to pass round. They're in the wrong direction. Wait a minute. Small cogs, big cogs, iron nuggets. They're going to pass around. They're going to get collected into this barrel, and I'm going to keep going round. Then I can filter this to stop the finished ones coming out, which is how it's going to work. Now I've only got enough of the cogs to make 2, so I guess if I chuck these 2 golden sheets, in fact we'll do 1 at a time in that barrel, you can see they'll go round and hopefully they won't break. Hopefully we'll get 2 full precision mechanisms, but I kind of need 1. And oh, come on, don't break. No, it broke. Okay, well, I got 1. And 1's all I need, because now I can craft that mechanical arm, and that's going to do all of my hard work for me. Not that we're ready for it yet, but we might as well get it in place. We've got 145 charcoal in there, so I'm going to tell it to pick up from that and put it into each one of these blaze burners, and that can probably live just about there. If we put a cog on there, that's going to power that, and off it goes, filling up those blaze burners, which are going to burn through all of that tasty charcoal. It's out of the way, everything's tucked in nicely, and they're going to burn for about 80 seconds for each piece of charcoal. So we're going to use 4 pieces of charcoal every 80 seconds, which means my tree farm needs to grow trees relatively quickly. It's grown a lot of oh geez. I think I need to optimize this a little bit to actually get it to chop down all of the trees, and not just some. And the easiest way to fix this is just to stick on a couple of extra saws, just in case. I don't think it needs all of those, but it might as well have them. Now I can get that going again, put the dirt back in the ground, and no one would ever know. So now that we've got a fully automated infinite fuel source, it's time we got this power station actually going, and we only need a couple more things for that. We're going to need some pipes, and we're going to need some steam engines. So let's just craft a bunch of those. I don't think I need 18. 4 will be fine. Firstly, we're going to need to dig another hole down by this, with enough room for an infinite water source. So with an infinite water source down there and a pipe in there, we can stick a pump on top of that facing upwards, another pipe there to join it to that, and then all I've got to do around here is throw a cog in there next to that arm. That's going to power that pump, and now this should start getting water in it, but I think I need to remove that bottom pipe. There we go. Now it's got plenty of water, and if I stick some shafts down in front of these steam engines, our little shaft thing is going to go. We've now got power level 4. It's only just level 4. But it's working, and I'm happy with that. So now the power that was connecting our system on the other side of the wall needs to be connected to this instead. Otherwise, if I reconnect it to our water wheel, it's just going to completely overstress the system. And that shouldn't be too difficult. Although I don't really like the power coming all the way across this door, and I can't really move that door because otherwise our stairs are going to be blocked. So I think I might change how we're doing this power here. Let's take those bottom 2 off. Let's put those up there instead, and let's have the power running through the wall there, and stealing this little bit of chain drive here, we can connect that power together, meaning we're getting the power of all 4 of those through this wall right where this yeah, that's not ideal, is it? Okay, we're gonna have to move that as well. Let's move this, and now we've got power coming through, and all I need is a couple of gearboxes to connect it to this. We'll have 1 there and 1 there. That's all powered again at the front. And with this last little bit of chain drive, it's now all powered at the back as well. And now we've got infinite renewable power. And when I say infinite power, we haven't got infinite power. We've got however much this produces, but it'll never ever stop, providing that the tree farm keeps up and it keeps chopping down trees and sending all of that charcoal through. And it is just about to chop down a tree. There we go. Those logs are going to get dropped off. They're going to get sent through, turned into charcoal. They're going to get picked up by this arm, and they're going to go in there. And yes, we're accumulating plenty. It's never going to run out. So let's just cover up that hole. We don't need to see in there anymore. And with this last little bit of railing as a little bit of a safety barrier there, the workshop is complete. Apart from literally everything else that needs to go in here. But unfortunately, I've run out of time for today. So all of these little areas here are just going to have to stay empty until the next episode. In the last episode, I built a big old workshop for all of my Create stuff, and I powered it with a big old steam engine. And today I'm probably going to be getting another quest? Quest? Huh, no quest. And no Roxy? Where's Roxy? Oh, gee. Oh, there it is. There's the knock. Yeah, I've got mail, but where's Roxy? Oh. Hey, Roxy. Hey. Did you just see you sat out here? Did you see who put the quest there? Oh, really? Who was it? You're not going to what? Maybe it's you giving me the quests. Anyway, it's time to get a quest and find out what we're going to be doing today. Hooray. What's it going to be? Quest 5. Quest, honey and lime. Sick of mining for limestone? I am. You can get it from bees. Build an automated limestone factory so you never have to go mining again. Never have to go mining again. That's amazing. For limestone. Oh, okay, fair enough. What's the side quest? Free-range bees. You'll need a honey farm for your limestone factory. Avoid keeping bees in tiny spaces. Let them free roam a bit. But be careful. They do like to wander. Yeah, bees have a nasty habit of heading to 0-0 when you leave them outside. So I'm going to have to keep them in somehow. Right, anyway, I've made some changes to the workshop since the last episode. So let's go over there and check those out. And on the way, we'll take a quick stop into the lighthouse because I've finally filled it with iron. As you can see, my void mode box is voiding off the iron now because we've got so much. Oh, it's not very efficient, your iron farm, FoxyNoTail. You should make it better. So inefficient, it's only given me over a stack and a half's worth of iron blocks between one episode. Yes, very inefficient iron farm. So now that we've got all of that iron, we can now head over into the workshop and see what I've been up to. And currently, as you can see, I've put a whole bunch of stuff in, but it's all turned off. And that's because I had a few issues with my charcoal system keeping up with the generator. And that's because of random ticking. You see, even though I've force loaded these chunks, unless a player is nearby, trees won't grow and crops won't grow, which means my little power station will keep on using the charcoal and burning through it, but we won't get any more because the system's not running. And in order to load those chunks, I was using FTB chunks, but I'm not anymore. I've added something new to my mod called the Chunk Wand, which effectively does the same thing as FTB chunks, but instead of just loading chunks, I can also force tick chunks as well, like this one that's highlighted in yellow will force tick these trees, whereas this one that's highlighted in green doesn't do any force ticking, it just loads the chunk. It's not actually available publicly just yet, but it will be when we do the next world download. So if you want this, then you can get it, and all you need to do is come to a new chunk, click it, and then you can force load it, click it again to turn it into force ticking, and then click it again to turn it off. And if you don't want any of your force loaded chunks loaded, but you want to remember where they are, you can shift and click and turn them all off, and then shift and click to turn them all on again. And since adding that in, this thing has been non-stop running, and because we've had the little power station off, it started to generate a little bit of charcoal again. But I'm going to have to turn it on so that I can show you what I've been building. Starting with our precision mechanism contraption, which we actually built in the last episode. I've moved it over to there. I've also added in a little smasher here for pressing ingots and things into sheets. Over here we've got a little system for stripping logs. As I'll demonstrate now, we put those on there and that strips all of those, and then this little system here will take whatever items are in these brass funnels, put them in there, and then that will mix up whatever's in there, spit it out into here, for instance like brass or andesite alloy, and I can collect all of that in there. And the final thing in here is just a smelter. We can take something like cobblestone, shove it in there, that's going to come through here, get smelted, and then end up in here as stone. So all of the basic things that I need I've now got en masse, and that means I've now got a ridiculous amount of andesite alloy, and I've now got a ridiculous amount of andesite casing and shafts. So that's the workshop all done. Everything is running nicely, so it must be time to build a honey farm. And in order to build a honey farm, I'm going to need bees, and there were bees over on this island in this direction. In fact, bringing up the map, you can see there's a whole bunch of bees over here, and there's also a dog, and that dog's been there a long time, so I don't know if I've tamed it, but it seems to be persistent. It's not tamed. It's also not... Oh, no, it is moving. And here is a bee on some flowers. And here's another bee on some flowers, and here is a bee nest, which I can take just like that and then take over to wherever I need to put it. And for now, I'm going to put this bee nest upstairs because the problem with bees is they'll always try and wander off to 0, 0, and I really don't want them wandering off. Now that's got 2 bees in it. I don't want them flying out of that window, and I don't really want them escaping through there. Now they might end up wandering off downstairs, but I don't think they will. And one way I can potentially reduce the likelihood of that happening would be to put some trapdoors along here in order to confuse their pathfinding. Now we just need some more bees. Oh, speaking of bees, hello sir. And now, oh. Huh, it's, what? It's Invisibee. I'd assume I've still got this bee because I can see its bum, but when I turn around it's invisible. Something not quite right there. But anyway, bee, you can now live up here. Oh, there's one trying to escape. Look, there you go. And that's gone in there. So now we've got 3 bees. This is good. So we could just breed up from here, but I'm going to need some bee hives. And for that, I need honeycomb, which I could get from that bee nest after a little while, or I could just go and see if I can find some more bee nests and double my chances. And there's no more bees on the map. I refuse to believe that there is only 1 bee nest on this entire island. It is impossible. There must be at least more than 1. But having wandered around until I'm pretty much starving to death, I really haven't found any more. So I guess we're going to have to make do with what we've got, which means I'm going to need a little bit of dirt and a nice little azalea bush. And now those bees should be very interested in that bush, and they should hopefully get me lots of honey. But I need to get that honey without getting stung. I've lost a bee already. Where's the... Why have I only got 2 bees now? Where's me other bee? Oh, it's here. How did you get down here? Come here. Oi, no bees downstairs. You live up here, look, there's a flower and everything. So we'll just have a temporary little thing to stop them going downstairs. Now, unless they can glitch through blocks, I can't see them getting downstairs anymore. First things first, I need a campfire, and let's just pop that there for a second. Pick that up, put it above the campfire, and then do our best to stop the bees ending up on the campfire. Let's give it a go. Cheers. Oh, it worked. Oh, we didn't get upset. And I got 3. So now I can make a beehive and then breed some bees and get even more bees. Hey, bees. I got you a hive, mate. Where's your friends? Are they all at... No, they're all at home. There we go. We got an achievement and a baby bee. Here, have a flower. And a little while later, we now have 3 bee hives, 1 bee nest. These have got 3 bees in. That's got 2 bees in. And that's plenty for us to be getting on with for a honey farm. But of course, I don't want the honey farm in the top of my workshop. It's going to need its very own building. And I think that means it's time I started planning out what I'm going to be building. Not just a honey farm, but also a limestone factory as well. And I'm thinking a row of sort of almost cottagey looking buildings along this part here, with maybe a garden outside for the bees. But I need to design a garden which makes sure the bees can't escape but still gives them room to fly around, and also not get stuck on things with pathfinding. So there we go, we've got a lovely little cottage. I don't think that's come out too badly. The only thing that I'm not overly impressed with is my little bee sanctuary. You see, they've got a lot of this latticey trellis stuff going on here, and I've tried to give them a bit of room on the inside using pipes underneath the beehives in order to get the honey out, but it's a big square box and I don't like it. I also want these cottages to have gardens out the back here, and I think I want to integrate that better into one of the gardens. But there's no point in me doing all of that on this creative world. I might as well do that on the main world once I've actually got this building built and I know where everything's going to go. But before we go back to my survival world, I do want to get a schematic of this building so that I know exactly what blocks I'm going to need, and I think that should just about cover it. And just like that, it's gone and I've got a whole bunch of work ahead of me. And the first thing I'm going to do is figure out exactly where we're going to be having these cottages. Somewhere a little bit like that should do it, and then if I put that in there and put my clipboard in there, it's going to tell me what I need. And I need a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm going to do a little bit of resource gathering, get all that together, and then get this built. Well, I've gathered everything I need apart from one thing. It's actually a couple of different things, but they're all made out of the thing I'm missing, and that is the Crimson Cottage door and the Crimson Strip windows. And I don't have any Crimson wood at all. Now, obviously, in the last episode, I went over to the Nether to get a load of warped wood, and it looks like this time we're going to be doing the same thing again, but this time for Crimson wood. So map-wise, I've decided to dig across here towards this wart forest, because I think a wart forest is most likely to have the wart trees that I'm looking for. But that's not the type of tree that I'm looking for. That said, there's a bunch of stuff here that I've never had before, so let's go see what it all is. We've got some soul lilies. Can I pick it up? Oh, apparently I get it twice. Okay. We've got some basalt stalactites, which are not really anything I need, and some wart logs, which again are not really anything I need, but I might as well collect a few. So I think it's time to head back to my tunnel and start digging in a different direction. Well, I've been scrabbling about in the Nether for well over an hour now, digging in all sorts of different directions, looking for any sign of a crimson biome, and so far I found nothing. However, I have come across this interesting looking structure, which has portals at either side, so I kind of want to check that out. It's got fortressy style blocks in it. Oh, a fortress, no, a citadel. Oh dear. Well, that doesn't sound good. I guess we need to break our way in. Oh, there's one of them King Blaze things that was in the mob vote that didn't get through. Oh my goodness. I think as soon as I pop down there, I'm going to be done for. Whoa, okay, it got me. How much health has it got? Oh my goodness, and I'm stuck in a block. A lot. Whoa, 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 no, 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 no. Ooh. I've got a bow and arrow. Whoa. Ow. Okay, you can still get me through that. That's not ideal. Got him. I've only got like 12 arrows though. Must have done some damage to him though. And that's it, I'm out of arrows. The only way I'm going to get him now is to get over there to him. How much health have you got? 120, and he's not even damaged. Yo, I'm getting out of here. Those arrows did nothing. So now that we know not to go in there, and now that I've uncovered even more map, it looks like there's still no Crimson Forest biome anywhere in this direction. So building the cottage of my dreams is gonna be a problem. How can you see me from there? Now, if I could find myself some of the right nylium, and if I had Silk Touch, then at least I could grow the funguses that I've got. But yeah, I can't even find any of that. Well, that wasn't really much of a success. So for now, I think I'm going to stick with the warped windows and doors, and hopefully we can get some of the crimson stuff in future. And with that decision made, it was time to activate the schematic cannon and get these cottages built. Which all went swimmingly until it ran out of gunpowder right before the end. So I topped it up, it finished throwing down the blocks, and then... With the giant creeper hole now filled in, I put in all of the missing windows, removed the excess grass from inside the building, and threw down a temporary tough block floor. And now it was time to fix the landscape. I started by removing a bunch of grass and dirt, leveling out the terrain behind the building, followed by creating a gravelly path around the sides. Once that was in, I threw down some fences to mark out the cottage gardens, but I may have made them a little bit big, which meant dealing with even more landscaping. At this point, it occurred to me that these cottages should really be split down the middle, which meant adding in a couple more doors and moving a few bits around like the windows so each cottage had its own entrances, exits and its own garden. Which meant tearing down the fences I'd just put in, doing even more landscaping to fit them in behind the cottages properly and then making them substantially smaller. With the fences moved, I took some time to tidy up the pathwork at the front of the cottage, and I took a little longer tidying up the cottage structure with some glow lichen and a few flowers dotted in the window boxes. I then finished off the gravel path around to the front of the cottage and added a few little bushy bits of decoration to the grassy areas outside the fences. Before starting on the gardens, I planted a whole bunch of oak saplings so the trees would surround the backs of the gardens, making them feel more secluded and interesting. And while those started growing, I began working on the first garden, which I wanted to be a gardener's garden, including a little pond, some benches to sit on, a veggie patch for growing their own vegetables, as well as a little hard-standing storage area at the back, some flower beds, and a couple of flower pots dotted about as well. And with that garden done, it meant it was time to tackle the beekeeper's garden. A decidedly more scruffy looking garden with less focus on flowers and shrubs and a lot more focus on the bees. And yes, it's still a square boxy looking bee sanctuary, but it's a lot nicer looking than it was before. At least in my opinion anyway. Well, isn't this all starting to look rather fancy? Even if it doesn't have red doors and windows. I'm very happy with what I've done here. I think the building looks great. Inside, still got plenty of room for us to build things, I guess. And the gardens, I'm really happy with as well. I think they've come out really nicely. I love this little one with the pond and the little gardeny bits. And this one for the beekeepers doesn't look too bad as well. And I think this actually fits in quite nicely now that we've got trees and all that sort of stuff around, because it kind of blends in and doesn't look quite so much of an ugly big box. Now inside we still need the beehives and the pipes and things like that, and obviously to turn it into a honey farm. But before we get onto that, it's been another day since I built all of this, and because of that my charcoal overflowed and so did my iron. So what I've done for my charcoal system is to put on a threshold switch, and what this does is prevent the tree system from chopping down any trees because, well, they were just all over the floor. Hundreds and hundreds of logs and sticks and apples, for some reason they hadn't despawned, were just all over the floor around here, so I picked them all up and I've put them away, and I've made this stop when it's full, which is very handy, which now means that this can run full time and my charcoal is always just going to be there. It's great. Now what I could do is just set this to void mode to void stuff away, and that would save me needing a threshold switch, but using the threshold switch for things like contraptions is good because then it stops everything being laggy when it's not in use. In terms of iron, we've now got a whole bunch of iron, which is great for future projects, but for this project I need copper because we need to make pipes and tanks and things, so I suppose I should get a bunch of this copper, turn it into ingots, maybe not quite so many as that, and stick a whole bunch of them on my little press to get these pressed. Now while these are all getting squished, I'm going to take some of that wood that we just found and I'm going to turn these all into barrels, and we're going to have lots of barrels, 3 stacks of barrels in fact, and with these sheets and these barrels we can make a whole bunch of tanks and a whole bunch of pipes and a handful of pumps. I'm also going to get a bunch of these logs stripped, replace those cogs there with some copper ingots, and then put a whole bunch of stripped logs in there that are going to get turned into copper casing, which are going to end up in here. And back at the bee sanctuary, first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these vines that have grown over the door, remove all of this dirt from there, remove all of this stone from here, dig a hole in the floor, and then we need a little tunnel that goes all the way over to underneath the house. And I think just about here should do it. Yeah, there we go, we're in the house. Then all we need to do is run a whole bunch of pipe all the way along here, and then these pipes just need to come along here like this, and they're going to attach to the bottom of our beehives. And there we go, moving the pipe around a little bit, we're now connected to exactly where I want it, but this pipe's going to need pumps and power, and that means digging another hole all the way over to where the power station is, which is basically in that direction. So I need to grab a hold of this somehow and get it down there, and I think the best way of doing that would maybe be to do it outside, just have it coming down the wall out here. So where can I steal that from? There's a gearbox there, which I think is the other side of this. It is. So all we need to do here then is grab a bit of shaft there, stick a gearbox on there, do a little bit of digging here, and we'll just send that power down the side of the building. We can make that look a little bit tidier with a couple of brackets on the wall, bit of casing there to disguise that, and that doesn't look too awful, I don't think. And that, conveniently, is directly in line with the tunnel that I've just made, which is going to make it nice and easy to connect all the way over to where our honey farm's going to be. And now all we need to do is take out a chunk of that, put a pump in facing in the right direction, and then just pop a cog on there, and now our pump is powered. Now, of course, at the back of this thing, there's a big open hole, and when I put the beehives on here, there is a chance, although the bees should never fly out the back of a beehive, but there is a small chance the bees might fly out the back of the beehive. So in order to try and prevent that from happening, what I need to do is just stick a little bit more of this lattice stuff under there like that, and that way we can block the back of those. And I'm also going to do the same thing at the front here, so that the bees can't fly out as soon as I put the beehives down and then, you know, escape out of the doors that are going to be open, because those doors are going to need to be open for me to carry the beehives over here. So it's time to move the bees over, and we're going to start with this one because it's only got 2 bees in it, so I'm going to pick it up and just carry it over there. And if I've done everything correctly, those bees should stay inside, and that should connect to there, which it has done. The pump is attached to that, so it should technically be pumping honey, although it's got nowhere to go. So we should put the tank on the other end so it's got somewhere to go. So let's just build a little bit of a tank just there like that for our honey, and let's see if that's going to start pumping it. Oh, it's only got 3 out of 5 honey. That's why it's not going anywhere. Right, I better go get the other beehives. I'm going to use one of these as well. And the reason for that is because I'm going to have all hives. I don't really want to nest there. So somehow we've got to get the 3 bees out of there and get them into that hive, but we'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, this one has honey in. Is it going to get pumped? Oh, it is it's in the pipe. It's working. I've got autonomous bee farming achievement. That should mean it's coming through. There it is. We've got honey in the tank. It's working. Right, and here's technically the last bee hive, but we've still got the bee nest to bring in. But there we go. Lots and lots of honey coming through now. And I didn't think this through. I haven't put anything to stop the bees getting out of the bee nest when I place it down. So I guess I'm going to have to place it fast and then turn around quickly and oh no, I picked that up. No, I don't want to. Oh geez, I picked up a block. Put the block down. Why won't it? There we go. Okay. So we've got some loose bees in here now. Now the doors are closed. I can get rid of these. Let the rest of the bees out. There we go. Tidy up the bottom of those pipes if I can get to. Oh geez. Tidy up the bottom of those pipes if I can get to them. Thank you, bees. There we go. And now we've got a little bee sanctuary with a little bee nest in it as well. Now, are they going to struggle pathfinding in here? I'm hoping not. I'm hoping they're going to be able to make it back to their hives. There's plenty of stuff for them to get honey from in terms of flowers, but this one looks like it's trying to get through that lattice or trellis or whatever it's called into that leaf block. Come on, bees, come out of your little hive. Oh, that one went home. That's good. Oh, this one's full of honey. That's good. That one's gone home. Excellent. There we go. Right, they're all away in there. That's got 3 in, so I'm going to block that one off. That's got 3 in, so I'm going to block that one off. Now there's just 2 in there and none in there. So we need all 3 bees out of there and into there. It's just a waiting game. Well, the bees all popped out at once and I picked up the hive in a panic, but there's not a lot I can do. There we go. All 3 bees are in there. That can go back on there. I can close these doors and now we can let all of the bees free to do whatever the bees need to do. Although we do need to breed up 1 more bee because we've got 1 less than we should have for this number of hives. You want to make babies? There you go. There we go. We've now got all the bees we need to fill up all of these hives, which should start generating us plenty of honey for our little tank of honey. That means our bee farm is 100% done, and we've already got 1 bucket of honey in there. And for a limestone farm, that's all I need. And that's because a limestone farm is just a cobblestone generator, but instead of having what? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, jeez. And that's because a limestone farm is basically just a stone or a cobblestone generator, but instead of having the water there, you just have honey. So that means we just need to get 1 bucket of honey out of here, and the way I'm going to do that is with a pump on there, a spout there, a depot underneath it. I'm going to throw my bucket onto there. I'm going to put a cog there and my little hand crank on there, and I'm just going to wind that until that honey goes into the bucket. There we go. And now we've got a bucket of honey. So if I replace that water with some honey, eventually that's going to wash its way over here and we're going to start creating limestone. There we go. So all I've got to do now is just automate this process so that I don't have to stand here and waste my pickaxe. How hard? Could it be? Bee, it's a bee joke. It was a bee joke. Well done. You picked up on the bee joke, mate. All right, before we do anything else, though, I just want to wind that honey back into that tank. I'm going to move all of this around because I think it would be a good idea to be able to get our honey out over here. And then we need to figure out the layout of this building and how we're going to have our limestone generator automatically mine the limestone and end up in a nice little storage box. And I've already got one of those inside of the lighthouse, which is the cobblestone generator for our iron farm. And it really doesn't take up all that much room at all. In fact, that's it. There's like 6 blocks, a mechanical drill, a little bit of power, and at the moment that's just coming down a chute into a storage box. So this isn't going to take up much room at all. You could make a really big one. I could make a really big one, but considering how ridiculously efficient my little iron farm is, and realistically how much limestone I'm actually going to need, we really don't need this to be a big one, which is good because then I can decorate the rest of these cottages to actually be like cottages, and then they'll look like cottages. Could squeeze it in here. I could literally just have this as my little limestone factory in here and then just have the cottages as full actual cottages. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. And just like that, it was done, and it just happens to be going at the perfect speed, at the speed it's already going at, which is fantastic. It's all going rather well. Now, obviously, I am going to need a system to stop it once it's reached a certain amount, because anytime Create is placing or breaking blocks, it creates a lot of lag. So I don't really want to just rely on void mode on here. I want to add in a threshold switch, which means I need a little bit of brass casing, a couple of redstone links, a clutch, and of course a threshold switch. In fact, the way I've designed this, I don't actually even need the threshold switch. If I delete that block and that block there, put my little clutch in at that point there and put the threshold switch directly looking into that box, that's going to activate that. When this box gets to 75% full, it's going to turn off that clutch, which is going to stop that. And then when it drops down to below 25%, it'll start again. So now I've got all of this space here to make a lovely looking cottage interior. Oh, geez, I've got to craft up loads of furniture and stuff. Oh, geez. I guess I'll be back with you guys in a minute. So just a couple of hours later, and all of the interiors are done, and we've even got a whole new cottage now. This is now 3 cottages and that little workshop at the end, and I was going to replay me doing all of the decoration, but because it's inside and in tight spaces, it didn't look very good. So I'm just going to show you around instead, starting with this little cottage here. This is the one that links into our little limestone farm, which you can see is already full enough to have stopped itself, and it's relatively basic. We've got a nice little kitchen area here with an oven hood thingy-mabob over the stove. We got some cupboards, some racks to store things, some more little oak cabinets, a dining room table with some plates and cups and chairs, and everything else is going to be pretty similar because, well, I've only really got oak to play with at the moment. I don't really have any other types of trees other than birch, and the birch stuff just didn't look very good. So let's head up the stairs. Got a nice tight little corridor here, and going into our first bedroom, we've got some paintings on the walls, we've got some wardrobes, we've all got these canvas rugs around to make it a little bit softer. We've got limestone beds because I've got no wall at all, so I need to replace all of these limestone bits with some actual beds. But then we've got some bedside tables, a nice little windowsill here, and then we've got the small bedroom here, which is a little bit tighter. It's only got a single bed made out of limestone. Again, another painting, some wardrobes, a flower pot, and I think all of that looks pretty nice. So that's one little cottage done. Heading outside and going into the next one, it's going to be pretty similar the other way round. A slightly different table and chairs this time, slightly different painting. We've got another little kitchen area here with bread bins and chopping boards and bread baskets. We've got some more storage and cupboard space over here. And again, upstairs is pretty similar, but the other way round. So we're back into the small room. It's exactly the same as the other one, but the other way round. And the big room is pretty much exactly the same as the other one, but the other way round. So that brings us into our last cottage, which has got a much bigger downstairs area. So the downstairs is pretty nice. We've got a nice big kitchen area with plenty of stuff going on, plenty of storage space over here, a nice rug as you walk in through the front door, tables and chairs and baskets and cups and all that sort of good stuff. But upstairs in this one's a lot smaller because the roof's a lot lower. So we've got this tiny little tight corridor here with the big windows there looking over outside. And then we've got these 2 tiny weeny little bedrooms, again with limestone for beds, little bedside table, little wardrobe, little rug next to the bed, and the other one is exactly the same. Hardly any room in here at all, but big enough for a couple of people to sleep in. So that's it. That is the 3 little cottages, all 100% complete with 100% completed interiors, 100% completed gardens, and 100% completed honey and limestone farms. And I think it all looks really, really good altogether. In the last episode, I built some beautiful cottages with a honey farm and a limestone generator, and beds made out of limestone because I've got no wall. So in today's episode, I don't care what the quest is that I get, good morning Roxy, I need to make myself a wool farm, and I really need to start tidying up the rest of that little island area over there. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Oh, there we go. It's quest time, I guess. Let's see if that matches up with what I want to do. Quest. Creature comforts. You can't sleep on blocks of limestone, you fool. It's about time you got some wool. Oh, good. Build an automated wool farm so you can enjoy the comfiest comforts in comfort. I will. What's a side quest? White wool is boring. Create at least 4 different types of dye automation. Well, that shouldn't be too tricky, I don't think. The only problem is this island used to have sheep on it, but it's hardly got anything left on it at all. And because I'm making an effort in these first few episodes not to go out into the world and do exploring and to basically use what I've got to hand, it's gonna be tricky finding sheep. Or is it? Looking at the map, you can see we've got a lizard, a rabbit, a fox, another lizard, and that's about it. And nothing else is spawning. And the reason for that is that on Java Edition, if there are more than 10 passive mobs loaded in the world, that's passive mobs, not fish or hostile mobs, then no more will spawn. You can find more in new chunks, but they just won't spawn in. And because I moved the world spawn chunks to that island when I started this series, well, let's go over there and see what the problem is. This island is filled with coconut trees, and a lot of those I've planted. And whenever you plant a coconut tree, when it grows, it can spawn with coconuts. And those coconuts are on a timer, and when that timer runs out, they fall. And when they fall, they have a chance of spawning in a coconut crab. Those coconut crabs don't just spawn naturally, they actually come from the coconuts in the tree. And if we look back at the map, you can see there are hundreds all around this island. So if I want to get sheep and things to spawn on that other island, I'm gonna have to kill myself some coconut crabs. And here we go, the very last crab. That was a lot of crabs. Right now, I need to go back over to that island and see if anything's gonna start spawning in. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh, jeez. Oops. Come on, I don't have any bones on me right now, but you're going to be a farm dog. Well, I've had a good look round the island, and other than that dog and the fox, there really isn't anything on here. Apart from an absolute ton of bees, and I don't know if these bees count. Now, the way you can take bees or animals out of the mob cap is to name tag them, but then you need name tags for that, which I don't have. But I don't think it'll be those, because, well, there are never 10 of them out all at one time. But there we go. Look, sheep. A sheep and a chicken. They're on the map. It worked. There we go. We have 2 farmyard animals for my woolly farmyard thing that I'm doing today. Oh, this is brilliant. Now, obviously, if we're going to be making a wool farm, I'm going to need more than 1 sheep. And the reason I want chicken is because I've got an interesting way of getting a couple of dyes from chicken, which means I need more than... Well, actually, I don't need more than 1 chicken because chickens lay eggs. But I definitely need another sheep. Look, another sheep and a deer thing. And 2 more sheep. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, this is exactly what we needed. So here we go. We've now got 3 sheep and a chicken. And how are you getting stuck on 1 block? I've got everything I need to build myself a wool farm. And in order to stop all of these lovely little animals from despawning, all I need to do is put them inside of a little pen. Nice! Lay me some eggs, you. I'm going to need a lot of them. So if I'm going to be building a farmyard, I'm going to need somewhere to build a farmyard, and this little square is looking kind of full and not really like there's a great deal of room to put a farmyard. I mean, I could extend this bit out here and put it basically where I'm standing. Alternatively, I could build it over here, which would mean flattening out a whole bunch of this area and terraforming that, but I think this would lend itself better to like a farmyard type area, and then we could plant some wheat and stuff around there, make it look more farmy. I think that'll work. So it looks like I've got a whole bunch more digging to do. I've got to chop down all the trees I planted in the last episode. Oh, jeez. However, before I start doing some more terraforming, I'm going to need some enchantments on these tools. And I've collected a reasonable amount of experience now, way more than 30 levels worth. So all I need is an enchantment setup, and if you remember a few episodes ago, we actually found an entire complete one inside the Nether. The only problem is, in order to get all of those bookcases back here, I'd need Silk Touch, which I haven't got. So I think if I just go over there and destroy the bookcases that are there, bring back all of the books that I can and the enchantment table, then we're going to be on our way to getting enchanted. Oh, this is one of the crabs in the course. There's a crab in the net. Oh, now I'm withered. Now there's a strong chance I might die here because my way of getting into that little enchantment setup is this janky little staircase here, which doesn't offer me a great deal of protection, but here we go. And here we go. Here's the little enchantment setup. Oh, this feels awful. And I'll take that. Thank you very much. I've just got to get back up there without dying. Oh no, there's a ghast. The ghast has appeared. This is bad. We need to get to the top of that before the ghast spots me and blows up my stairs again. No, thank you, ghast. Come on. Come on, little legs, faster. I should have put stairs on these stairs. Ah, we did it. Well, this workshop's becoming a bit of a mess, but everything's squeezed in. We've got our enchantment table here now that gives us up to level 30, and we've even got my little XP machine down here, which we can automatically give ourselves XP now just by breaking this pipe. And then if I put it back in again and spin the pump round and stand on there, all of my levels end up back in that tank. All I need now is Silk Touch, and at the moment it wants to give me Fortune, and in order to re-roll the enchantments, it's going to cost me 5 levels. I don't want to re-roll the enchantments. Fortune 3 on the pickaxe might be good though. Oh, and I'm breaking 3 as well. That's not too bad. Fortune 2. That's not what I want. All right, we'll waste it on a book. Fine. And then put my shovel in. Give me Silk Touch. I need 11 more levels. I got vein mining on a shovel. That's not ideal at all. Vein mining's a really good enchantment, but it's not the sort of thing you want on a shovel when you're trying to terraform because it just ends up digging big holes in the floor. Oh man, what a waste. And what a waste. And that's it. That's all of my levels gone out of my tank, so I've literally got one last go at this. Oh, just efficiency 4. Still, I guess I don't need Silk Touch now. But I wanted it. Silk Touch on a shovel means I can pick up grass. Oh, jeez. Just like that, that big old farmhouse is gone, but all of the terraforming has remained. And that's because I did all of the terraforming in survival on this world and all of the testing in creative on a creative copy of this world, which means it's now time for me to talk you through the process of actually building the actual building, the farmhouse, and all of the bits around it in the form of another time lapse. Already? We've just done one! Alright, fine, we won't jump straight into another time lapse because the first thing I need to do is pop down this schematic cannon and the table that I've forgotten to bring with me. This table that I did bring with me, honest, didn't forget it at all, so that I can load up the schematic of that farmhouse, plonk it down somewhere, get it positioned so it's not floating off the terrain. I think that should just about do it. Pop that in there, stick one of those in there, and find out exactly what I need to build this thing, which is going to be a lot of stuff, because this farmhouse is the biggest building that's going to be in this entire area. So I'm going to scurry off, go and get all of the things we need to get that built. So now we've got everything we need for the schematic cannon to do its job. I've just got to wait for like a million years for this to finish. And I'm going to stand here and watch it go out of this bedroom window where I'm safe from creepers and just let it get on. If you're thinking, wow, so lazy, he's using the schematic cannon to do all the work again, then I'd argue that anyone can place down a bunch of blocks and stick a roof on top. For me, the challenge, and if you like, the work in building, is coming up with a design you're happy with and then making the build fit into the landscape, which to me is far more enjoyable and satisfying than building what is in reality just a handful of empty boxes. So that's exactly what I did, starting with the paths around the buildings and the farmyard. As this is going to be primarily an animal farm, I wanted to keep a sense of that muddy, messy farmyard with bits of stone, gravel and dirt scattered around the edges. Adding in some straw bales as another alternative to dirt with variations of gravel, stone and tuff really brought this together. And the grass tufts coming out of the dirt give that feeling that the vegetation under the mud is trying to break through. And speaking of vegetation, one of the best ways to tie a building into the landscape is with varieties of complementary colours, greens and browns particularly, as these mimic the grass and trees around the surrounding area. Which is why I add the vines and the bushy leaves and the flower boxes, and then the glow lichen to blend between the strong green of the vines and the grass tufts and the blander colour of the buildings and paths. The flowers in the flower boxes add another touch of contrast, however I prefer it if they were all white and magenta flower, as this would better complement the flowering azalea bushes and the limestone. However, I've pretty much completely run out of flowers now, so I used what I had left. And I did intentionally leave the spaces in the flower boxes to help maintain that unkempt, messy farmyard feel. I also threw in some grass, bushes and fences around the path, scruffing up the grass outside of the fences to help soften the harsh line where the build ends and the landscape starts. Adding in a few patches of coarse dirt, some more bushes and the odd flower and fern really helps to make the build feel as if it's supposed to be there rather than just being dumped on top or dropped in. And I also threw in some wall lanterns, a few flower pots, decorated pots, barrels and even some brown wall mushrooms to really solidify this working area as something that's probably quite damp, aged and well used. And I think it all looks great, although to really sell it, it could probably do with a couple more things. And I don't just mean the interiors, because every single one of these buildings is still completely bare on the inside. What I mean are these nifty carts. Well, how could it be a farmyard without these fancy carts kicking about somewhere? And we've got three different types. We've got a storage cart, an animal cart, and we've got this, like, plow cart thing. And I think the perfect place for one of these would have been in here, but I didn't realise how massive these things were. I think we can squeeze it in there if we get it just right. If we just sort of plonk that to the side there, like that, you can just about squeeze through still. I'm pretty sure, there we go, I can actually pull these along, so I could probably reverse this in a bit better if I try hard. Oh jeez, reversing a plough's not easy. There we go. No, how do you reverse a plough as a person? There. That kind of works, I guess. You have to walk around it a bit to get through, but I think that's fine. I think we'll throw this animal cart in down here somewhere, maybe in front of that building if it'll go. And I think we should probably have one of the other ones inside, but I haven't actually dealt with the insides yet, and I haven't even changed the floor in here from grass, and that's because this is probably going to be where the sheep are, and sheep need grass. So overall, I'm really happy with this build so far. I particularly like these wall mushrooms. I really do think they help blend it in together with the ground, and I think it fits in really nicely with the other builds in the area as well. I don't think it stands out too much. I think from these people's gardens it kind of works that you've got this sort of farmyard over there in the background, and I really do think it brings it all together. So the sheep farm then. Obviously I'm going to need to breed up some sheep and then take them through into their new home. There's nothing weird about this at all. Your bum stinks. Now, before I do any more fiddling with sheep, I actually need to set up a little system to catch this chicken's eggs. So all I'm going to do is stick some hoppers in the ground underneath this chicken and make its fence a little bit smaller. So my plan for the wool farm starts with power. We've got power running on here, which connects to our honey farm that we did in the last episode through this speed controller, and it comes up through into our little first building roomy thing, and it goes across the ceiling all the way across here into this building, which is where I've been breeding the sheep, and into this contraption here. Now, the easiest way to make a wool farm would just be to have a deployer or a couple of deployers on a little gantry system which goes backwards and forwards and just shears the sheep which are in this area. But I think I want this as a stationary setup. So we're going to have a whole bunch of deployers along this back wall here facing outwards. Our sheep are going to be stood on blocks in front of them, and underneath each of the deployers is a smart funnel which is going to be filtered for wool to stop the shears that are going to be in the deployers from falling out onto this belt, which is going to take the items items and bring them over here into some sort of storage system. Above each of the deployers, we've got some chutes that are going into this belt, which is basically going to deliver shears into the deployers, and then we've got this chain drive here, which is attached to the power system there, which is going to be powering them. So I put a whole bunch more of these things in now, and in order to get the shears onto this belt, I'm going to be using a fan with some chutes on top, and then all I need to do is get the shears into that funnel there, which is just as simple as putting a funnel on there, a barrel or some sort of storage system here full of shears, and then another funnel there. And powering that belt should be relatively simple. All I need to do is put a gearbox in there, and then put a bit of shaft in there, but as you can see, that's going the wrong way, and now that I've done that, my fan is going the wrong way, so I need to change the direction of my speed controller. Just like that. So let's just get a little bit of a chain drive going up there, a gearbox there, and a little bit more shaft there, and that is going in the right direction, so that's good. Oh, and we're placing blocks. We're already sending things up, apparently. So now if I was to put some shears in there, they're going to end up there, and this one should get it in a second. There we go. Now it's got shears. So that's getting the shears in, but now I need to think about how we're going to get the items out. And I think for now, that's just a case of extending that belt along there, putting in another belt, probably along this point here, like that, so that the items can come across there and onto there. And I guess we could just have another storage system at this point here with another funnel on it just to take in all of the storage. And all I need to do here is get rid of these bits of shaft, put 2 more gearboxes in there, and then that's going in the right direction. I've got a gearbox here, I just need to attach that to that, and now that's going in the wrong direction. So in order to get that going in the right direction, we'll put a bit of shaft there, a couple more gearboxes there, and then one in there, and then that's all going in the right direction now. So everything is now fully powered, and now everything is fully tidied up and looking nice. And now we've got our little storage system back on. So now all I've got to do is fill this thing with shears, put the rest of the funnels on underneath these deployers, and get the sheep in place. I guess before I can start filtering all of these, I'm going to need all of the different colours of wool that we're going to be running in here, which means doing a little bit more flower picking. And now I've got most of the colours I need. Obviously we don't have any brown, I also don't have any of the greens. And with this little mill system here, I've just chunked a bunch of the 2 tall flowers in there, and I'm hoping we should get some green coming from there. Or we've got pink, I guess, that's a good start. Oh, there we go, we got green. So now I can make some lime dye and some cyan dye. Now obviously these are just dyes, they're not dye farms, so that's not my side quest complete, but at least it means we can colour in all the different types of sheep, except for brown, because I don't have any brown. And I'm not going to be getting any brown until I go to a jungle, which I'm not going to yet. And now what I need to do is shear them all to get the wool to set the filters onto these, so that then we can put them in the place and get this thing turned on, and that's going to be amazing. So in order to filter these then, I'm going to need to set filters that have every different type of wool on them, just in case I end up moving the sheep around. I know that each one of these is only going to take out wool and nothing else, and that means I can turn on the system that's going to send the shears through, and the shears shouldn't end up falling back out and going round and doing the loop. And there we go, we've got 2, 3 with shears. This one should get them any second. There we go, and then they should end up all the way down here. So I think something like this is going to be a good way of keeping our sheep in. We're going to make these little cages out of these copycat panels or boards, and then just have a copycat step above their heads to stop them jumping out. And that way I can then get all the way around this thing to access everything I need, and the sheep aren't going to go anywhere. And yes, they've only got 1 block of grass to share between them, which means we're not going to get many of these different colours, and it's going to be very random which ones we do get. But realistically, I'm mainly going to be wanting white wool and probably some of the greys. I've upgraded these storage boxes to allow for more, and once I've got enough wool, I'm going to section this out so that we can basically fill up each of the different types as I've listed in here. And I put a threshold switch on top so that once this gets to 100% full, it's going to turn off the system. I've also got an override here so I can turn the whole thing off and on. However, I think I'm going to move that over there, and that should, it's shearing the sheep. It's working. I didn't mean it to start yet, but it's working. That means in here we've now got a whole bunch of different types of wool. So it works. It also means we've got this one left over, which is now no longer required. So I've taken that one out, moved things around a little bit, put the cart back in, put a floor back down, and now we are getting quite a bit of wool. As you can see, we're getting all sorts of all the different colours. We're not getting much orange compared to everything else. The shears are lasting, they haven't gone down hardly at all, and everything is working. So that's that wool farm 100% complete. Oh, we just got an orange wool. So now it's time to start working on those dye farms, which means I need that chicken. And I have got a handful of eggs now. That's very good. Well done, chicken. So in order to make dyes from chickens, I need a chicken farm. And I think that's probably going to end up in this little room here because chicken farms are not particularly big. That being said, I do need to process the chicken in order to turn it into dye. And the way we do that is just to use a chopping board and a knife or one of the automatic slicers to turn chicken into raw chicken cuts, and that gives you bone meal. And the great thing about bone meal is not only is it useful for many things, in terms of dyes, it will actually crush down into both white dye and light grey dye. So that's 2 of my dye farms done just from chickens. And just to prove that to you there, if you put bone meal through a mill, you get white dye and you get light grey dye. So we need a chicken farm, we need a slicing machine, and then we need a milling machine. So in terms of this chicken farm, we're going to be going for a standard Minecraft vanilla chicken farm. And we're going to start with the chest just there, a hopper facing into that and another one there. Now these 2 are just temporary. On top of that hopper, we're going to have a slab. Behind that slab, we're going to have a dispenser facing into it. And then we need to surround that with these little copycat boards like that. And then above that, we need a block of lava, which is also going to be surrounded by boards as well. Above this dispenser, we're going to have another hopper, and our chickens are basically going to live on top of that. So we need some boards to surround that as well so the chickens don't escape. I need to get rid of that and put another one of those there. How are you going to get the chickens in? We'll worry about that in a minute. First of all, we need to get rid of that cobblestone there and put some lava in there. And that's going to basically kill the chickens once they've grown up from being a baby. And I think for now we'll get rid of those. And then I think we're going to colour these in glass just so that we can see what's going on. So putting those back on there like that, we've got a good idea of everything that's happening inside of this now. We need to get a redstone signal into this dispenser to just make it keep firing eggs. And we need to get our chickens into there. And the easiest way to do that is going to be to basically pile up into the roof, dig myself a little hole, get rid of that cobblestone. We'll put a board on top of that hopper so the chickens don't fall into the hopper. And we also need a block there so we can put another board on there and stop them escaping out of that bit. And now we're just going to need a bunch of temporary blocks around here to stop them escaping as well. And now hopefully I can throw a bunch of these eggs here and actually get some chickens. There we go, got one. I don't know where it went. It seemed to, it got glitched into the wall, I think. Oh, I don't know if that's on the inside or the outside. Oh, geez. Oh, that one, no, it's gone. Well, we managed to get 6 from those eggs. 1 died and 1 ran off. Well, where did he run off to? Oh, there he is. Run around the side of the house. Where you going, little chicken? I see you. I found you. So now they're all in there, we just need some redstone to this dispenser to get that going. And I think the easiest way to do that is going to be with a couple of observers. We need to have one facing down into that block there and one just underneath it facing up, which means the eggs are going to get fired. They're going to hit this bit here. The babies are going to end up on that slab, and when they grow, they're going to end up in the lava, and we're going to get a whole bunch of feathers and the occasional bit of chicken. And why are feathers important in this little thing that we're doing here? Well, in order to make the beds for those houses that we wanted, we can make these rather fancy looking beds. But for those we need cushions, and in order to make cushions, we need wool and feathers, which is why I wanted to go for a chicken farm in order to make our dyes, rather than just a normal bone meal farm. So now that's all in place, we need to think about how we're going to get the chicken out of here, but not the feathers, so that we can process those into the dyes. And I think that could be just as simple as putting a little conveyor belt into here that's going to end up going through that wall, bringing that across between these 2 buildings there, and then just dealing with them on the inside here. Now, before I do anything else, I actually just need to do a few tests, and it just so happens I have, hello Roxy, a piece of raw chicken just here, which I'm going to put on this slicing machine and see if it actually does slice it. No, because it needs a knife, not axes. So if I craft a flint knife and chuck that into there we go. I just turned it into chicken cuts and bone meal. Now, these chicken cuts, if I was to put those through our little smelting machine, how much health do they give you? I don't think you can eat them just as they are. It looks like barbecues on a stick might be the way to go, or potentially even a chicken sandwich. I don't know why you'd have carrot in a chicken sandwich, but apparently there you go. Weird people that made this mod. You've got to make it difficult. Why? Why it's a chicken sandwich? It's just chicken sandwich. Oh, I heard an egg go off. We have our first baby in there. We're going to be able to see if this thing actually works very, very soon. Well, this just looks like I've thrown a whole bunch of random components down, but believe it or not, I think it's a system that could work. If we send the chicken and the feathers up a little bit higher, this funnel would filter out the feathers, sending them down into that storage box. And then my plan was to take the dyes out of that millstone by bringing another belt across here in this direction, putting them into this storage box here. But that doesn't help us get rid of the chicken, so on this side we'd have to have another funnel just there that filtered out the chicken and did something with that, so the millstone was only getting the bone meal. But I think I can do it better. Well, I'm not sure this looks much better, but there's room for everything at least now. I've got the millstone powered from underground, as well as these two belts here. As you can see on the outside, we've got chain drives coming up from the floor there and there. And if we go down underneath this thing, you'll see that I've made this little room here with a couple of gearboxes and some shafts that's just powering all of that. If I was to throw another gearbox in here as well, that should get our slicer going, which is going in the correct direction. So that's good. And that should also mean that the belt coming from the chicken farm is going as well, and hopefully that's going in the right direction. No, it's not doing anything at all. We've got a feather on it though, so that chicken must have grown. That bit's going, but this isn't, so we need a little bit more chain drive here to link those two together. So there we go. Now that's going. That's going to send our feather through. Now I haven't filtered any of these boxes yet, so that feather's probably just ended up on the floor. Yes, it has. So this smart chute here is going to need to filter for feathers. So this filter's going to need chicken. And now if I throw the feather back on, it should go down through this and into there. It did. Good. So the chicken will come down here. It's going to get sliced by that. We need to filter that for bone meal. So only bone meal goes in there, and anything else is just going to come out of there, but it can't go anywhere because there's a block in the way. So we need a little something down there to take that. And to make this look even more tidy and less messy, what we're actually going to do is get rid of that funnel, put a smart chute under there. And for now, we'll just have that going into a barrel, and then if we filter that for anything but bone meal, then anything that comes through that's not bone meal is going to come down that smart chute and end up in that barrel, which is a bit of an awkward place for it to be, but it's going to have to work for now. And that means that that is all of that done. I have had to move the door slightly so that we've actually got room on that wall to put all of those things in, but now we've got a full chicken processing plant that should be getting us feathers, chicken and dyes. Now if I throw bone meal on there, what's going to happen? It's going to get milled and it's going to get turned into dye. Fantastic. Oh, good. So now all we got to do is wait for all of this chicken to come through. And while I'm waiting, I want to go and check out how our sheep system's getting on. I've been hearing lots of clipping going on with those shears. It still hasn't used any more shears, but wow, we got a lot of wool in here already. Oh, it's all working out rather well in here. Well done, sheepies. I'm just going to keep breeding up these chickens for a little while and see if we can get any more babies on the way. And once I'm happy we've got enough chickens in there, I'll put the roof back together again. But for now, it can stay like that. And in order to make sure all of this is controlled okay, I'm going to set both of these boxes to void mode, and that way this thing's never going to overflow, because there's no way I can stop those chickens from dropping eggs and having babies. Now I could turn off the redstone to stop this firing the eggs into there, but then what? That's going to fill with eggs, that's going to fill with eggs, and those guys are going to keep pooping out eggs. So the best way to deal with this, to prevent items being everywhere, is just to void them off. That's 2 dyes fully automated. I just need to do 2 more. So a few minutes have gone by and we now have a mighty 9 feathers in my storage box there, and a whole 12 white dye in this one here. We've also got a few scraps of chicken as well, and that's because I've been breeding these chickens so much that we've now got an absolute load of the babies just sat here waiting to go. We've almost made a full circle of baby chickens. But that's got me thinking about these dye farms. As much as I want to make a whole bunch of different dye farms, the problem is here, I'd rather have the bone meal than the white dye. White dye is pretty useless on its own, and the chance of getting light grey dye is so small we're hardly going to get any from it at all. I think I'd rather just have the bone meal, which means if I want to complete that side quest, I've still got to automate 4 different colours of dye. And the other 2 that I were going to do was going to be beetroot to get red dye, because that's really easy to automate, and the other one I was going to do was charcoal and turn that into black and dark grey dye, because we've got a surplus of charcoal at the minute. This thing's just non-stop running, and as a result we're just constantly having charcoal coming in. But then I still need 2 different colours of dye, which if I had a surplus of bone meal would be really easy. So I'm thinking that rather than completing that side quest today, we convert the chicken machine into a bone meal machine and start creating a reasonable amount of bone meal. We get the interior of this house finished like I said I was going to, and then we worry about those other dyes in the next episode. So in order to fix this, I'd need to get rid of all of those and that and that, and in order to save a bit of space we can get rid of that and that and that and that and that, and just shove that over there, which means I no longer need that sticking out of the wall. It means I don't need that little chicken thing here, I don't need that there, or that, or that, or that, or that. So now in here I'm just going to be collecting chicken and bone meal. which is absolutely fine. And that means I can have my door back where I wanted it as well. That's better. Now, another way of me getting a reasonable amount of compost will be with our bread farm that we made a few episodes ago. In here, I've got an absolute surplus of seeds and I've got an absolute surplus of bread that I don't need. So the first thing I'm going to do is remove this box and put that one there instead. And now I can collect a whole bunch more bread than we did before. And I'm also going to switch out the seeds and the straw ones. And that means I can bring all of those things over to this little composting setup I've got here, which I can then basically fill up with all of those seeds and all of that bread, and that's going to give me a good kickstart into generating a reasonable amount of bone meal. Well, I've been busy decorating the inside of the farmhouse, which was quite an epic task because it's just so massive. And another whole day has passed, which means my wool farm and my chicken farm have been working overtime, generating lots of stuff. So we'll see exactly what we've got with those in a minute. But before that, let's take a tour around this building and see what's going on inside. Starting with the main living area of the farmhouse, we've got a really nice little kitchen here with a kitchen sink, a stove, some cooking pots. We've got cupboards above, some jam jars, a rolling pin, and these really nice window blinds which you can open and close. Also in this room we've got a nice little picnic table style table, which I think would be a great little breakfast table. We've got curtains on the windows and another little room with some sofas in and a couple of bits of decoration that I think makes a really nice little snug. To the side of this big room we have the little side building, which has just got some storage in it, and also in this room we've got the stairs leading up to the bedrooms, but we'll look at those in a second. First of all, we're going to check out this raised area, which has got a more fancy dining table in it, probably where the farmer's family would eat their evening meals or somewhere to entertain guests. And in here we've got a few more cupboards, some wine racks, some display cases, and a little flower just to add some colour. Through this door into the little hallway to the side, we've got the farmer's office with bookshelves and clipboards and a desk and a chair, some more cupboards and paintings and things like that. And the final little room on this level is another little workshop filled with chipped workstations, a crafting table, and just some other bits and bobs to fill up the space. So that's downstairs all looked at. Upstairs we've got a hallway that leads round to a couple of different bedrooms, and the first bedroom has got a really nice oak fancy bed with some side tables, a lantern, a nice little desk, some more paintings, wardrobes and storage space. And the other bedroom is very similar with another oak fancy bed, some more side tables, a bigger desk this time, and some more wardrobes and some more storage space. And right at the end of the corridor we've actually got the attic space. So I just opted for this to be a sort of rough and ready attic with barrels and chests and bits of furniture strewn about, probably that's just been collected over the years and dumped up here for safekeeping. And that's it. That is the house tour complete. Everything is done. Everything's looking great. I really like the whole layout of it all. So let's go and see how the farms have got on. And we'll start with the wool farm, which has been running like crazy, generating us a whole bunch of wool. And as a result, we've now got an absolute ton of wool of all of the different colours, and we've even started to overflow here as well. So you could say the wool farm has been a complete success. But has the chicken farm? Well, let's first check on the chicken situation. There is a constant group of baby chickens here just below the lava, so we must be getting plenty of chickens dying and ended up in the system. And we are. We're getting a reasonable amount. We're getting a whole bunch of feathers, but not so much bone meal. And we're getting a lot of chicken as well, and sadly I can't do anything with that chicken other than turn it into sandwiches, which needs a whole bunch more ingredients. So overall, I'm very, very happy with how this has all come out, but there's one more thing I need to do. And that's not the dye farms that I'm supposed to be doing for that side quest. It is, of course, to craft up a bunch more of these fancy beds and come and replace all of the limestone beds I did in the last episode inside of the cottages with nice, actual, proper beds. And here goes the last bed, and I think that makes the world of difference even in these tiny little rooms. But I wonder who's going to be sleeping in them. In the last episode, I built a fully automatic wool farm inside of a beautiful farmhouse. And today I'm going to continue last episode's quest, and that is to be creating a whole bunch of different dye farms. And for that, we're going to need bone meal. I've also got a whole bunch of very important things to talk to you about. Pretty big things. But before we get to any of that, our first step is to come in here and look at all of these bread saplings and apples that I'm just composting in order to get bone meal. But it's not enough. And over on our other island, our farms have been working hard, generating as many things, and my little chicken farm has generated us a whole bunch of feathers and a reasonable amount of bone meal too. But it's not enough. Oh, and it does turn out you can eat this chicken. I didn't think you could in the last episode because there's no mention of food on the little icon there. But if I was hungry. I suppose I should go for my morning jog, then I'll be really hungry. Ah, I'm hungry. So yes, it turns out you can eat the chicken. I've no idea how much hunger it replaces, but that's good, because all of my bread is inside all of my composter, so I'm going to need this chicken. But manually putting bread in a composter and occasionally getting a bit of compost from some chicken is not going to give me enough bone meal to run a variety of dye farms. So I need to design a Create-powered bone meal farm that's going to produce plenty of bone meal. So that's exactly what I'm going to do next. Well, you said you had stuff to talk to us about. Yep, it's coming very, very soon. Big things. Big things. So in order to create a fully automatic bone meal farm, there's obviously a handful of different ways we could achieve this. The first one being with a skeleton spawner and then just crushing down the bones into bone meal, although that does require the player to be AFK, and it requires finding a spawner. The next way would be with a fully automatic moss farm, which then composts all of the moss into bone meal, but these require bone meal to run, and in order to get bone meal back out of them again, you actually need them to be quite big, quite complicated, and, well, quite difficult to build. A really simple thing to do with Create would just be to have a crop farm, something like potatoes or wheat or carrots, and then just automatically harvest those and throw those through composters. And that would be really easy and really cheap as well, although probably pretty slow. But I do have another idea, and that involves a little bit of farmer's delight. But before we get to that, let's check out the moss farm that I've been working on. So I've been playing in this test world, trying to come up with a whole bunch of different ways of generating bone meal. And this is what I've created, a Create-powered bone meal farm that actually does produce a reasonable amount of bone meal. What we've got is lava around the outside, water underneath, and some drills in the middle. When the drills have finished drilling, the lava flows in, turns all of that water into stone, which then gets bone mealed and turned into moss. The drills come down, break it all, and all of those bits come through these chests and through these composters and back into the system. It does require a bit of a complicated timing circuit to make sure it all works at exactly the right time. It is very expensive to build, takes up an awful lot of room, and it is pretty slow too, although it does create over 500 bone meal an hour, which is around about that much, so that could work for us. However, my little farmer's delight plan is not as speedy, but it's a whole bunch cheaper, a whole bunch more scalable, and a whole bunch easier. So I'm gonna build that one. A sign? No, jeez. But where am I going to build this mysterious farm? Well, before I think about that, I need to go think about all of these glowing white things that are all over the floor. This tiny little tree farm, because it's force loaded and force ticked, just generates so much trees and stuff and things. It's actually a bit of a bone meal farm in itself. I don't know why these items don't despawn ever, but every time I log into the server, I come along, pick them all up, shove them all in my backpack. I come to these chests here, I drop off all of the sticks, and then I take all of these saplings and apples over to, hello Roxy, over to my other island, into my little workshop, and I deposit them in here to all get composted into bone meal, which is why I now have a whole bunch of bone meal in here. And that's got me thinking, my biggest challenge today is to build a bone meal farm, and it seems like I've already got one, just using that tree farm's overflow. So I guess it would make sense to just modify this slightly so that there was a system in place to pick up all of the stuff that it drops, to stop it just being laying around here and me having to pick it up and automatically turn it into bone meal. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of digging underground, and that leads me back to where I'm going to build this mysterious farm. The farm we're going to be building today is going to be quite big. Yes, it's going to be bigger than that complicated moss farm thing, but only horizontally really, so I need a big sort of stretch of land. Now inside this workshop, I've got the whole of upstairs that I could be using to build with, where my bees were before we moved them, but I want to reserve this for actually producing the dyes. And because I'm very happy with the layout of this little island now, with our cottages and the farmhouse behind them, the lighthouse and all of the other things, I don't really want to stick on a massive big long building in the middle of it all. And I do want this farm to be an inside farm, because whilst it's not particularly ugly, it's not a very pretty farm either. Now we've got all of this space out the back here that we could work with, and of course we've got all of this space on the rest of the island we could work with, but I think you can probably guess where I'm going with this, right? That's right, I'm going to do a whole bunch of digging down underneath this thing, so we've got a system in place to catch all of those drops, and I'm going to continue a big old tunnel all the way underneath our workshop, ideally not coming down and smashing into my basement, but probably alongside of it, and I'm going to generate a big old area for us to build this farm underground. But before we do that, it's time for me to test that chicken. I've been letting myself get nice and hungry now, so we should actually be able to see how much chicken this chicken chickens. It does 1.5 hunches. Really? I suppose it's quick to it. Oh, geez. That's not ideal. Step 1. Dig out a massive area underground. And the way I'm going to be digging that out is to use my amazing tunnel boring machine. However, it is going to need to be substantially bigger than this in order to clear out a reasonable size area. That means, first of all, turning a whole bunch of strip logs into these andesite casings. That should be about enough. And now I can craft myself a stack of drills. Well, that should do the trick. It's a chunk wide by 7 high. That's going to dig us a big hole. I better get digging a big hole. Step 1. Realize the last one was actually step 2, and you should have done step 1 first, which is make a whole bunch of organic compost. Organic compost can be made with rotten flesh, straw, bone meal and dirt, or dirt, straw, bone meal and tree bark. But I don't have much rotten flesh, so we're going to be going with this recipe, which means I need a whole bunch of tree bark. And in order to get tree bark, all I need to do is just strip a whole bunch of logs, and then try and find the tree bark that I already had, but then think I might have turned it all into paper. I think I did. But I've got a whole bunch of straw. In fact, I've got a ridiculous amount of straw. Crazy amounts of straw. And I do have a reasonable amount of rotten flesh. So now I have a whole bunch of tree bark and a whole bunch of straw, and now I should be able to produce quite a lot of compost. And after all of that, I've nearly got 4.5 stacks of compost, which I now need to turn into rich soil. Is that step 3? Yep, step 3. Turn all of this organic compost into rich soil using sun, water and mushrooms. I'm going to need a lot of mushrooms. And it turns out, after going through absolutely everything, I've got 36 red mushrooms and 8 brown mushrooms. Step 3. Find a way of getting loads of mushrooms. Well, you said step 3 was rich soil. Yeah, it is. But in order to, I need look, I need mushrooms, okay? Which means I need to go back to step 1, which is digging out a big old hole with this mining drill without completely ruining everything I've got. Stop! Stop, stop, stop! I forgot all the conveyors and stuff were at that bit. Oh no! Step 4. Rebuild everything that you've already built in order to put it back to how it's supposed to be. Stupid machine. Well, I might as well just let it continue at this point and then just rebuild everything afterwards. Go. Click it. There we go. Step 5. Go back to step 3 and actually gather some mushrooms. And now that we've got a ridiculous amount of space down here, I can actually complete 2 of the steps. The first one's going to be to convert as much of this compost as possible into rich soil. Now, is there enough room in here to bone meal these and grow them? No. However, with my now incredibly speedy tree choppery downer thing, because it's now attached to my main power system, I can come and take away some of these... Ow. Stop it, saplings. Ow. Put one of those down and then put that down. Ow. And then grow it. And get mushrooms that way. That's a lot of mushrooms. Step 6. Ponder how I'm actually going to catch all of those tree drops. You see, I've put all of this stuff in the ceiling here, which is now 2 blocks thick, and the tree farm's above that. And my original idea was to just put a minecart track underneath with a hopper minecart to collect all of the drops that just sort of fall around the area. However, I think I've got a better idea. When the trees get chopped down, particularly if they're a tall tree, anything that falls in the direction from which it's cut. So if there's a tall tree on this corner here, it could end up falling quite a long way that way or that way, basically meaning my minecart track would have to be pretty big. However, I don't need a minecart track at all if I've got a magnet. And the sophisticated storage backpacks have a magnet upgrade allowing them to pick up blocks from a radius. And so do the FXNT storage backpacks, the ones that I made. However, the sophisticated backpack magnets are far more configurable than mine, although they are quite tricky to build because you need ender pearls. I've got 1, which makes my only option the one from the FXNT storage mod, and that requires an extendo grip. And for that, I need auto crafters, and I haven't made any of those yet. So that's the crafters crafted. Now I just need somewhere to place them, and this thing's 5 tall, so I think this will do in here. And with a little bit of chain drive there and a gearbox there, that should be all of those powered. It is. So now I just need some brass there there, a precision mechanism there, a brass hand at the bottom there, and then this is all just sticks in the middle, and that should then craft together to make us a extendo grip. What does it do? How does it work? I can punch from a distance. Okay. How do I place blocks with it? Oh, geez, that reached a long way. So I just have to hold it in my hand, and then how far away can I place blocks? Oh, all the way up there. Wow, okay. So can I put one in this tree? I can. Jeez. Breaking it's not ideal. What if I put my pickaxe in my offhand? Does that work? No. Part of the magnet recipe requires a blueprint, and that requires a crafting table and a painting, and the painting is obviously wool with sticks around it. And in the last episode, I made this amazing wool farm, which has been so good that it keeps overfilling. We've got this box practically full of wool here, and I've even been moving everything off into its individual colours into these barrels here just to get it out of the way. And now I have a backpack upgrade template, and now I have a backpack magnet upgrade, and now we have a brand new industrial line backpack that I can open up and put this magnet upgrade in, and if I chuck that on the floor and throw down some items, they're just going to disappear inside of this backpack. I'm going to put my backpack on there like that, and now if anything falls on the floor in this area here, it's all going to get picked up and end up inside of that backpack, and then they'll just come all the way down these chutes into this brass storage box, which has got plenty of room for them, and then at some point I can automate what can automatically be composted from that. But for now, I need to sort out this automatic compost farm, and all of the organic compost has turned into rich soil apart from a couple of spots, so we're nearly ready to go. But before we start building a compost farm, it's probably about time we had that talk. So first of all, I want to talk about my plans for this series. My last Create series was very popular. It did really well. My channel grew faster than it ever had before, and people were really interested in the world downloads. And so when I started this series, I thought I want to do something similar. So I created a brand new mod pack, which was pretty much identical to the old one really, but on fabric with a few mod changes. But I wanted to give people something more interesting to do on the world download than just fly around and see what I built. So my plan from the very start of this world was to create some sort of role-playing game, so that when the world downloads came out, you could actually go on these little quests and find your way around the world to follow the story that I was trying to sew into each episode. My plan was to start off in this little area here, start from scratch with absolutely nothing and build the foundation for the world, and then move away from this area and travel across the world, building little towns and settlements, linking them all together with rail networks and vehicle networks, meeting all sorts of new people and mobs from my Bits and Bobs mod that would basically give you quests and things to do around the world in order to progress to the next area. Along the journey, I want to build dungeons and exciting things that you'll be able to play through and battle and get key items in order to progress to the next areas. And that all revolves around Roxy. Roxy is a custom NPC that I made, and in order for these quests and this storyline to move forward, unfortunately, don't tell Roxy this in real life, but she's got to disappear in order for me to go exploring the world to try and find her. But you didn't hear that from me. That's the spoilers. Spoilers ahead, peeps. The problem is people don't seem to be gelling with my story very much, and that's probably because people come to my channel for more technical things, farms and whatnot, and maybe the odd little bit of building here and there. So I think the story side of things has probably got to become less prominent, and I think we need to focus on more technical things. But if we're going to do this, and we're going to create some sort of role-playing game that you can play on the world download, I need your help. So as this episode goes live, there'll be a world download for my patrons and channel members, and there'll be a brand new channel in my Discord for everyone to talk about the role-playing side of this and quests and how we're going to bring it all together. And I'd be really interested to know what sort of quests and adventures you'd like to go on that we can build in this series. Alongside the world download will be a brand new version of the mod pack that has now been fully updated and is ready to go. And I'm also starting a brand new patron server for my patrons and YouTube channel members that are VIP level or above. So if you like the idea of where all of this is going, then hit that like button, or just, put a comment in telling me you like the ideas. And if you haven't already subscribed, then consider subscribing so you can keep up to date with where this is all going and see our progress throughout this series. And of course, if you want a copy of the world download, then yes, you're going to need to be a YouTube member or patron at any level, mind. However, if you want to play on the VIP server that I'm going to be launching, you are going to need to be level VIP or higher on Patreon or YouTube. Anyway, that's enough of me talking about all that sort of stuff. It's time to get building our compost farm. So compost then. It's probably about time I revealed my big plan, which is going to be quite simple. It's just going to be rich soil and mushroom colonies. Seems easy, doesn't it? Harvesting mushroom colonies with the Create Harvester will drop around about 4 mushrooms per colony, and the mushrooms stay there so they don't break. And the mushrooms themselves grow pretty quickly into colonies on this rich soil, which means if you've got a platform of rich soil big enough with plenty of mushrooms on it, you're going to get plenty of mushrooms being harvested relatively regularly, which can all be composted into lots of compost. And this is super simple, really scalable, doesn't require any power at all, and I think it's going to be a really good way of us generating a reasonable amount of compost. Well, look, it's already turning into a colony. The first thing we're going to need to do is work out where we're going to have this thing and how big it's going to be, which is going to be dictated by how much rich soil I've got. And I think if we start, I guess, maybe in line with our ladder over here and just sort of build out a platform of this. Oh, look, we're just within this chunk as well. That's quite handy. Then we can just plonk a whole bunch of this soil down, fill in the gaps, and I can either make this thing really long, or we could actually make this multi-level, but I think having a long one's absolutely fine. That's what she said. All right, thank you very much. And then all I've got to do is plant these mushrooms, and it doesn't matter which colour we go for, although I'm going to go for red just because I think they look nicer. And you can see as I'm just doing the second line, we're already getting a whole bunch turning into colonies. And there we go. That's the entire platform full of mushrooms. Most of them are already turning into colonies. Now, these aren't fully grown yet. There are a few different stages of colony growth. Oh, but I think that one's fully grown. That didn't take long at all. So now all I need is some harvesters. And those are just andesite alloy, iron sheet, and some andesite casings. So first things first. Wow, they've already turned already. Jeez, that was fast. Okay, first things first, down the back of here, I'm going to put one of these controller rails just there. I'm going to put a block behind that, and that's going to have a lever on so we can basically turn this thing on and off when we need to. And in front of that, I'm just going to pop down a whole bunch of powered rail all the way down to the other end. It doesn't all need to be powered rail. It could be just normal rail with oh, I've run out of powered rail. I'm going to put some normal rail in this as well. And in order to power the powered rail, I'm just going to use redstone blocks, which is a ridiculously expensive way of doing things, but it'll work. At this other end, we just need another block to stop the minecart going any further than this, and now all we need to do is build our contraption, which means putting the minecart assembler down, put it into lock rotation. I'm going to use andesite cases along the back like this. I'm going to swap that one out for a portable storage interface. I'm going to swap that one out for a barrel, and then along the front, I'm just going to stick on all of these harvesters along there. And with a little bit of glue, that's our contraption complete. So let's make it into a contraption by putting a redstone torch down. Then we can get rid of that, and we can get... Oh, I didn't put a minecart down. That's not going to work. Imagine that I told you to put a minecart in right at the beginning. Oh, gee, I can't believe I forgot a minecart. But he said it was easy. It is easy. I'm just stupid. It's not my fault. Whose fault is it then? I don't know. I didn't make my brain. Blame my mum. It's my mum's fault. Now when I put the redstone torch down, wow, it's gone off already. I didn't want it to go yet, but there we go. It's gone, and it's already harvested a whole bunch of stuff. How many mushrooms has it got? Look at all that from one harvest. That's going to be loads of bone meal. Jeez, this is a very powerful mushroom farm. So now all we got to do is get those mushrooms out of there and into a composter. And because those mushrooms are going to take a little while to grow, we don't have to worry about getting the mushrooms out of there really fast. We're only going to need one composter to run this, and basically once that's empty, we can send this thing back off again for the next harvest. Oh man, this is an easy farm. All right, calm down. Can't calm down, mate. I'm just too excited about how easy this farm is. Okay, the next storage interface is going to go there. They're going to connect, and now all we got to do is get the mushrooms out of there and into a composter, which is going to require a tiny weeny bit of power, but shh, it's only a little bit. So we're going to start with a belt just there like that, and then we're going to have an encased fan just here facing upwards. On top of that, we're going to have a bunch of chutes. At the top of that, we're going to have another belt just like that. We're going to pop a composter there, a storage box there, a hopper there, and then we just need one more chute under there. And now all that'll happen is the mushrooms are going to go up there, they're going to go across there, they're going to come down there, and they're going to go in there. But this isn't going to look good, because in order to get power into this fan and into that belt and into that, it's all going to have to go in front, which means we'll probably end up with like a bunch of chain drives around here like this, and it's all just going to not look look very nice. So what I'm going to do is dismantle absolutely everything, break my little minecart contraption, and then just swap the barrel and the interface around so that now the portable storage interface is going to go there instead. And with everything now back in place, but a block away from the wall, that's going to make it a whole bunch easier to get power into it. Where's my power? It's in the ceiling somewhere. So the power coming down from the side of my house is actually already linked to this spot here. So what I'm going to do is throw a little bit of chain drive across there like that. I'm going to put a vertical gearbox there, and then I can run the power across the ceiling there like that. Stick a gearbox in there, which is going to make that go the wrong way. That's fine. We can sort that out in a minute. If we break that there and stick a little bit of chain drive there instead, we can bring that down here to link up with that belt, which is also going the wrong way, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. Then all we've got to do is power this fan. And if we just dig down underneath it a bit, bring that chain drive down a little bit further, then all we need is a horizontal gearbox there and a vertical gearbox there facing upwards and then spinning around. And then we can pop that fan back there, and hopefully now, is that blowing or sucking? It's blowing. That's a problem because we need to change the belt direction on those, which means if we change the direction over there, the fan's going to then suck instead of blow. But we can solve these problems. The first thing I'm going to do is put a gearbox in there. Now the belts are going the right way, but the fan's sucking instead of blowing. But that's easy enough to fix. Just spin that bit of chain drive around there, put that vertical gearbox there instead, and then put that there. And it's oh geez. Put that vertical gearbox there facing that way this time, and then if we have two gearboxes and then a shaft, now that's going to what? Instead of using gearboxes, we'll use cogs. What? Vertical gearbox, horizontal gearbox, fan. That's sucking, so if I add another gearbox in, it should spin the other way. Two gearboxes. It don't matter what how? Okay, fine, we'll put another gearbox in. There we go, now it's blowing. Well, that didn't make any sense. It did, because you're going through the side of a gearbox rather than the front. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Well, anyway, the fan's now blowing in the right direction. That means this is now ready to start offloading mushrooms. What I do need to do at the top here is prevent mushrooms falling off the side of that conveyor there, and just for the sake of tidiness, I'm going to put another one there. So that should work, but I want to put in a speed controller. And the reason I want to use a speed controller isn't to actually change the speed on this, because it doesn't matter. It's because I want to make sure that no matter what I do to the power system upstairs, this doesn't start suddenly going in the other direction and then sending items out of there and back into this. And now it doesn't matter what happens to that power upstairs, this is always going to go the right way. But FoxyNoTail, it's not going to work. Yeah, I'll just realise that too. I need a bigger gap here to be able to get the mushrooms out of there and then into there. So all I'm going to do is extend that belt one block, move this storage interface to there instead, and now I can put one of those on there and those on there, and that is complete apart from the fact that it looks ugly, but we can fix that in a minute. And now it's going to go off again and get all of those mushrooms. Jeez, how many are we going to get this time? Loads. And here we go. This thing's already going, taking out an absolute ton of mushrooms from there. They're all getting composted. Bear in mind, mushrooms have a really high chance of being turned into compost. I think it's like 65 or 85%. And look, we're already getting bone meal in here. It all works perfectly. So now I'm just going to tidy it up a bit. And now this thing has already generated a whole bunch of bone meal here. It's still got an absolute ton left in the barrel, which I can no longer get to. There we go. And once all of that's run out, all of these are going to be pretty much ready to go again, so we can go off and do it all over again. So no redstone, no timing circuits, no complicated piston ups and downs and movements and breaking blocks and all that sort of thing. Just a really nice, simple bone meal farm that's going to produce a whole bunch of bone meal. Now, if you remember all the way back to the last video, my side quest was actually to produce 4 different types of dyes, which is why I needed the bone meal in the first place. And I was going to be building those upstairs up here in this little room. And this would be a good place to do it, although I think this is going to be a better storeroom for all of that junk that we're accumulating downstairs. So it's a good job I've still got plenty of space down here. So of course the obvious dye farms to be making would be the 2 tall flower farms, because every time you bone meal one of these, you get a whole brand new 2 tall flowers out of it, and these can either be crafted into dyes, or you can get even more types of dye from them by running them through a mill. So if I put 10 of each of these types through this little milling machine here, mill millstone? Yeah, the millstone. It really doesn't take much time at all to produce all of those different types of dye. So we get red, purple, magenta, pink, and green dye from those. The other type of dye we can produce is charcoal dye. Because again, if we've got charcoal and we run that through the mill, we get black dye and grey dye. Now I can obviously chuck bone meal in through this as well. That can all get milled down. That produces both white dye and light grey dye as well. So now we're up to 9 different types of dye. If I had sunflowers, that would be even more, but I haven't got any sunflowers. And obviously I could chuck in things like lapis and stuff through these as well and get even more of that. But I don't think we're about ready to start automating the lapis farm yet. Look how much bone meal we've got already. This is going to be pretty fast. It's only been running about 10 minutes. So before I start messing about with actual dye farms, the first thing I want to do is do a speed test on this. I've put a redstone link and a lever on here to be able to turn this thing off and on again. I've fully emptied out the system. I'm going to wait for all of that to grow so we can start on a fair test. And then I'm just going to let it run for an hour to see how much we get. And in that time, I should be building our dye farms and things like that. And then once they're done, we'll be able to see the results of the test and see exactly how many this produces an hour. And now all of those have finished growing, so it's time to start this machine and start my timer in 3, 2, 1, go! So while the mushroom farm's been busy doing mushroom things, I have been busy trying to figure something like this out. And it's a lot bigger than I expected it to be. Originally, what I was doing was having a conveyor belt going over the top of these dispensers down the back in order to distribute the bone meal. But the problem with that is each dispenser and chute underneath the belt would need to be absolutely full in order to actually distribute the bone meal evenly between them. And I don't really want a whole bunch of dye. While these are going to be automated, I don't want loads and loads and loads because I really don't need all of that much dye. So instead I've opted to have these funnels or tunnels coming out the back on these conveyors which will split the bone meal evenly between each dispenser. So all I need to do at this point is put the bone meal onto one of these belts. At the front I think it's relatively self-explanatory. We've got the flowers above the dirt, we've got some hopper minecarts under there with some hoppers going into this barrel. We're using one of my passer blocks from the storage mod to take items out of that barrel and put them into this box. But of course that's only going to give us flowers and not dye, so we're going to need to then take those flowers and then do something with them in order to turn them into dye. And there we go, the timer is done. 1 whole hour has taken place in this world. All of the mushrooms have been harvested many times, and as a result we've got... wow. What? Exactly 1,200? I didn't expect that. I didn't expect it to be such a whole round number, but that's ridiculous. Look at all that bone meal from 1 hour. That's gonna power a lot of dye farms. So in order to get the bone meal from here and into this system, we could do it automatically. And I think I'm supposed to. Or maybe not. It just says create at least 4 types of different dye automation. That doesn't say fully automated, and that's good because I don't want to fully automate it. And the reason I don't want to fully automate it is I really don't want all that many dyes. So that's good because that means I can just manually take a handful of these dyes, stick them on the back of this thing, and then just produce dyes as I need to. I think that's going to be a whole bunch better. Now obviously if you were building this in your world and you wanted to fully automate it, I would just build this thing the opposite way round so you could feed the bone meal directly out of that box and into the back. But as I've already been accumulating a whole bunch of bone meal over time, I'm just going to stick a chute on there with a storage box on the back, and then I'll just manually come and grab a whole bunch of bone meal like this, stick it inside of that storage vault there. That's then going to get evenly distributed into the dispensers, and now all I've got to do is power those dispensers. And of course the easiest way to do that would be with some redstone links, and we can just filter those so that they match the flowers. And then we just need to make a nice simple little clock. So we're going to have a sticky piston, an observer facing that way, an observer facing that way, a little bit of redstone along here, and then our redstone links just along there like that. And then if we stick a lever up here, we can turn that clock on and have all of those flowers being bone mealed very quickly, and all of those flowers should be being collected and sent into here. They are. And I think I need to upgrade this to a smart passer block rather than just a passer block, because otherwise it's going to take an absolute age for all of these things to get through. However, I've just realised we've got a bit of a problem. Cast your minds back to earlier on in this episode when we put that backpack with the magnet in it above this area here. That backpack magnet has a range of 5 blocks, and that just happens to be close enough to this flower farm. So whilst we did get a whole bunch of flowers in here, the backpack also ended up with a bunch of flowers in it as well, and as a result, they've gone in there, which is not ideal. But that gives me an idea. I don't need all of these hopper mine carts. I don't need all of these hoppers. I just need another backpack. So moving things around and using a backpack now, we've now got this system, which isn't that much more compact, to be honest with you, but it does save a whole bunch of resources. The bone meal goes in here, gets onto this belt here, gets split 3 ways, goes into the dispensers, then fire the bone meal onto the flowers, duplicating them. The backpack picks them up, it goes through into this milling machine, it gets milled down, and all of the dies go in here. Perfect. Except for this backpack keeps picking up sticks and saplings, because above this is this tree farm, and sometimes the trees fall over so far away the other backpack doesn't pick them up and they end up over here. And unfortunately, the saplings and the sticks won't go through the milling machine. So I think the easiest way to get around this little problem here would be to take that mill away, put it somewhere like this instead, have that belt coming across here like this, extend that one there like that, power the mill from this belt instead, which of course also needs power, which we can steal from, I'm sure there's a gearbox down there somewhere, there is, just like that. That's that belt powered. And now if I put that backpack there instead, hopefully it's going to be far enough away from those trees. Let's use a bit of free cam to find out. I think this is far enough away that it should no longer pick up any of that other stuff. And another way we can solve that little problem is to get rid of that chute there, put a smart chute there instead, and then just filter that to only allow the flowers through. So now if we put flowers in there, they're going to go through okay, and they're going to end up where we want them. But if we end up with a load of sticks in there, they're not going to go anywhere at all. So now we can tidy this all up a little bit with a couple more bits of glass there, a couple of bits of cases there. If we extend that out, that covers that dirt block, and then we can hide that redstone as well because we don't need to see that with that there as well. And that's a nice little tidy system that generates us all of those different dyes from those flowers. It is pretty big though. So now all I've got to do is get that charcoal down and make a charcoal into a charcoal dye farm. And that just means siphoning some charcoal off this, which is always pretty much full, although I've been having it gathering me logs for a little while because it's always nice to have a surplus of wood. And the way I'm going to do this is to put a smart chute underneath it and then just send the items down into the basement, but I don't want it to take all of the items out of there, so I think if we can use this threshold switch, which we've already got a redstone link on the back of, we should be able to invert the signal so that it'll only take items out of there if it's full enough. So what I've done is I've put a redstone link down here in receive mode, put that on the block, and on the back of that there's a redstone torch which is powering this block, which is stopping the smart chute from doing anything unless it gets so full that it can then start dropping items out. And as you can see, that's now working until it's empty enough and then it'll stop. So this is only going to take out the overflow, which is exactly what we need. So now I just need to get those items downstairs, and ideally not directly above the mushroom farm. And with an extra chute and this conveyor under here that you would never even know was there, that then comes across here down this new little belt there on the back side of the one going up from our wood farm, and then that'll come down into this chute, so all of the charcoal will drop out of there onto that spot at the moment. Now that looks a bit tidier. Underneath that chute we can put another mill, we can get a cogwheel on there, and if we turn that into a vertical gearbox we can power that directly from that, and now all we've got to do is get the dies out of there and into a nice little storage box. So if we stick a little belt coming out of the front of that there like that, put another little block there, we can put our storage box on top of that, a funnel coming out of there, a funnel going into there, tidy the belt up a bit. Now we just need power to this belt, and there we go. We've now got a charcoal farm that's going to occasionally, when our charcoal system's full, send the charcoal down here, get milled and turn it into dyes. So giving this a quick test, I can see that that backpack is more than happy to just pick up all of those flowers with no problem at all, and they're all now getting processed through our little mill and they're all going in here. We're collecting an absolute bunch of dyes from those. We're getting a little bit of dye from the charcoal farm, and we're getting a ridiculous amount of bone meal now. So it's all working out rather well. So now that I've successfully completed the side quest, what's left to do? Everything. Everything is left to do. Insert Thanos meme here.
Caramelizes down. It's super fragrant and very, very sweet. That's going to literally give that wonderful flavour.
Not that meme. Anyway, as I said earlier, this is the last episode in this area of this part of the world, which means I've got this entire island to finish. We need a new path linking from the farmhouse so that it's all nice and tidy. We need to do something with this area. We need a dock down here, similar to that one over there, so that we've got places for our boats to park. I need to go and plant an absolute ton of wheat and vegetables all around the outside of this farmyard in order to blend it into the surrounding environment, and I've got to do all of that before this video comes out. Oh man, I better get cracking. Well, doesn't all of this just look a whole bunch nicer? We've got a nice shiny new dock, a big old cornfield surrounded by lots of new trees, a fancy little path leading down from the farmhouse to the main area, and some rough looking steps coming up to the main area as well. I've even added in a new rocky area to sort of mimic what we've got going on near the lighthouse, and I've connected all of the paths around the area so that there's a nice square in the middle, and it's all come together rather well. Also, not that you'd really notice, I've added in a little bit of bone meal and grass tufts around the back of the island to stop it looking so flat, and I've planted even more trees around the back of the area just to make it all fit together, so that it really does feel like one beautiful, complete little village. But you probably want a little bit more detail than that, right? So let's start off where I started, with the big old cornfield. Obviously, planting a cornfield means hoeing a whole bunch of grass, adding in pockets of water, and then just planting seeds. But there's a couple of little tricks up my sleeve. The first one, when you're putting the water in, is to put a slab on top, just so that you're not falling in holes of water and it sort of blends in a bit. And on some of those slabs, you can then add things like long grass or ferns and things, just to sort of break up the goldness of the wheat and add in some greenery. The other way we can do that is to plant the odd carrot and potato and onion in order to sort of break that up as well, and then just sort of dirty up the areas, allowing there to be spaces where there's absolutely nothing at all, a few leaves in the middle as well, and then surrounding it by trees just makes it feel complete and not just like it suddenly has a dead end to it all. After that, I moved on to the dock, which is very similar to the one we've got on the other island. However, if you notice over there, that's all sticking one block out of the water, which means we could have vines and things down the sides of it, whereas this one's flush with the water. And that was a mistake I realised after I'd finished building it, and it's actually the right level for Minecraft boats. Just like I did last time, I've added in a variety of oak logs in order to build the frame. We've used variations of chipped oak planks to make the gangway. We've got these McCaw's paths and pavements to break that up a bit. I've added on some of the brown wall mushrooms, mugs, some ropes, some barrels, a whole bunch of glow lichen around as well, and I've stripped some of the edges just to make it feel a little bit worn. On the outside I put these mesh trapdoors because I kind of feel like they look a little bit ropey and kind of fit the theme, and around the outside I've just sort of muddied it up a bit and blended it in with a little bit of this surface moss, some coarse dirt, some of the straw bales, and then adding in these steps was just a case of throwing in the odd bit of cobblestone and some dirt paths and some more moss and leaves around and a few fences, and I think that all works really well together. Obviously, once I'd done that, I decided I needed to work on the path leading down from the farmhouse, and all that was really was digging a few holes, converting a little bit of grass to grass path, and in those holes putting in a few bits of dirty gravel, cobblestone, coarse dirt, throwing down some grass, some of these wild cabbages, a little bit more fence, the occasional little, I don't know, like barrel-y thing made of trapdoors. I've also added in the odd bench here and there. I've grown a couple of trees, this azalea tree here and this walnut tree here. I've added in some more of these straw bales just kicking around because they're really good things to add lanterns on. Now obviously in real life that would just set fire and everything would burn down, but in Minecraft I'd much rather have a lantern on top of a straw bale than I would on a fence post, because I really don't like the look of these on fence posts. So in order to make the walnut tree not feel completely out of place, because it's a lot more brown than the rest of the stuff, Obviously we needed a few extra hay bales around there and some of the walnut tree leaves as well, just scattered around with a little bit of the coarse dirt around. Otherwise, if everything was just green and azalea coloured, having a big old brown tree in the middle of it all would just stick out like a sore thumb. I connected the paths all the way around this entire square, leaving the area in the middle a little bit rough and ready, and I really like the sort of tattered paths we've got around, making it feel really worn in and lived in. And last but not least, and it wasn't the final thing I did, but I just decided that this area was just way too green between the yellow and the rest of the island, so I just added in a whole bunch of different blocks, including stone, some more of the gravel, cobblestone, tough blocks, and then I've just added in some more vines and glow lichen, just to sort of bring it all together and make it all feel like it gels in with the green. Again, if you just throw down a whole bunch of grey next to a whole bunch of vivid green, it kind of sticks out a bit. And one of the easiest ways to blend it is to add green stuff to the grey stuff and then just add the occasional bit of grey into the green stuff. And I think it works kind of well. And that all took around about 3 to 4 hours worth of time to do, and I squeezed that into a 50-second time lapse, and there's only one thing left to do on this island now, and that is deal with this chicken. This poor old chicken's been trapped in here laying eggs, so many that we've got a handful of eggs now that I really don't need. So, well, I suppose I'll leave it to you guys in the comments. What do you want me to do with this chicken? I mean, obviously I can eat him, or we could name him or put him somewhere or do something with him. Totally up to you guys. And speaking of comments, the other things we need names for is these islands. This island desperately needs a name. I've just been referring to it as the Limestone Island because everything's made out of limestone. And obviously my island needs a name, and I've just been referring to that as my island. Because it is. But yeah, names in the comments, let me know what you think. Oh, and there's one last thing I want to show you. The farms down here have been working in overdrive all of this time, generating us an absolutely ridiculous amount of bone meal, which I've converted into bone blocks because this thing was actually overflowing and voiding off all of the bone meal. We've generated a whole bunch of black and grey dye now as well, and I haven't made any more flowers because we got so much of this already, and I'm really not going to need many of that. And the last little thing to demonstrate is my potato, carrot and onion farm, which has stood out for about half an hour. Let's just put it together so I can show you. Just placing carrots, waiting for them to grow, breaking them and placing them, and just doing this over and over again so that I can plant all of those carrots, potatoes and onions. So that's it. This area is complete, and don't forget, if you've enjoyed this video, then hit that subscribe button, because it really does help me out. Like, genuinely, mate, really helps me out. You haven't done shaders? Oh, fine, I'll do shaders. Oh, it's bedtime. Can't do shaders, mate.